Things in Gotham City are finally coming to an end. Carla can finally return to the metropolis. I believe that Gotham City, which has been plagued by disasters, will be peaceful for a while. Even Gotham City will usher in the dawn of justice this time, right? Harvey has not become a double-faced person, and there is a beloved fiancée Rachel, plus the tacit cooperation of Justice Jennifer, Commissioner Gordon, and even Chief Shi, can definitely make Gotham City governance better. It is good. Carla left at ease, and had to take another vehicle back to Metropolis again. After coming back this time, Carla and Jennifer's car was no fun. But with the relationship between her and Jennifer, she doesn't care about this little thing at all. Although Bruce intends to compensate her for a super sports car, Carla said that the annual maintenance cost alone is enough to buy a car. So forget it. Jennifer also wanted to compensate her, but Carla didn't accept it. In the end, with Jennifer's help, the insurance company paid a sum of compensation to make up for the rest of the unpaid car loan. In addition, Carla didn't ask for a penny of compensation, and she wouldn't be embarrassed by the money issue. If it wasn't for worrying about having nothing to do, she wouldn't have to go to work. The first time she returned to Metropolis, Carla didn't report to the company, but didn't even return to her apartment, so she changed trains and went back. Her sudden return to nature delighted her adoptive parents, and then Martha became concerned again. Carla, are you not hurt? Jonathan also asked. No one knows your strength. The family knew that she was the Oracle Man, and Carla came back here because she was afraid that they would be worried. During the busy time in Gotham City, the family refrained from calling her for fear of affecting Carla. Until she went home by herself, the group asked questions. Carla answered her parents' concerns one by one. It's okay, Mom, you don't know that I am a body of steel, indestructible. Water and fire are indestructible. But Martha still held Carla anxiously, looked up and down, back and forth, and did not feel relieved until she did not see any signs of injury. Carla didn't resist, and tried her best to cooperate. Being grabbed and pulled back and forth by her adoptive mother, she kept complaining on the surface, but she was actually warm inside. Jonathan noticed that Carla didn't respond positively to his inquiry, so he asked again, Carla, no one noticed your super strength, right? Dad, don't be so intuitive, okay? Carla can't do anything about her adoptive father, because, okay, I have to do something to save people, but they won't suspect that I am an alien, because I fooled by psychokinesis and the magic of the 4 elements, they will only think that I will super ability. Now Carla described the situation at that time. After all, Jonathan and Martha didn't know the details. They only learned a little about the situation from the TV, and then they realized that the enemy Carla faced this time was actually so terrifying. Joker's scary one is madness, the other is his mind, and his grasp of human nature. Carla really had no choice at the time, because she couldn't give up on anyone. Needless to say, Harvey is the bright knight and future of Gotham City. The Gordon family also needless to say, to give up their words will only make Gordon blacken. What to do? Give up Rachel. That would only make Harvey blacken, and even Bruce. So Carla must show her true strength in order to turn things around and turn the tide. It's also because Joker doesn't know that Carla has such power, so she can be superior. After all, Carla still won by cheating ability, which is not honorable, and she was almost escaped by Joker. It's so embarrassing. Carla puts her hand on her forehead, recalling the whole confrontation with Joker. She and Bruce have been being played around. It's really embarrassing. But Jonathan and Martha didn't think so. Well done, Carla, at least you saved a lot of people. Martha expressed her recognition for her daughter's efforts. Even Jonathan praised. Now Gotham City should be peaceful for a while. Carla squinted at her adoptive father. Dad, do you mean that Gotham City will only be peaceful for a while, and not forever? Although it may indeed be true, I always feel that it is not good to say it so bluntly. And, aren't you worried that I'll be exposed? Carla asked. Jonathan looked at her helplessly. Then what can I do with you? Ask for flowers. Yeah, though he'd been worried that Carla would expose herself, and Clark, sooner or later. But Carla has never been obedient. Even though Carla was still very obedient when she was at home, but once she was let out, she immediately let go of her joy and revealed her true nature. To be an Oracle hero, you know how worried they are as parents every day, to be a heroine, to be a white-collar office worker honestly, to write articles in the newspaper every day, and then go home every week or every month a trip. The whole family gathers together. Isn't it good? A girl in every family doesn't talk about getting married or falling in love, but just likes to fight and kill. Really, God knows how much Jonathan has resentment. Carla didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She seemed to be able to hear his heart, because complaints were written all over her father's face. Okay, I've resigned. I'm no longer going out as Oracle Man, and Oracle Man is officially a thing of the past. Carla spread her hands, surprised. Surprised? But Jonathan was worried again. Did you get into trouble? Dad, you're enough. Carla couldn't stand him anymore. As a superhero, he was worried that he would expose his secrets, and if he was wrong, he would worry that he would get into trouble. Really, is she some kind of bad girl? In the end, even Martha couldn't stand it anymore, and stretched out her hand to push Jonathan. My daughter just came back, and you kept nagging. You are more like an old woman than me. Go, pick some vegetables from the farm, and I will ask you to come back tonight. Make her favorite dish. Carla hugged her mother and acted like a baby. It's better to be a foster mother. Then when her dog Sa Huaner came to greet Carla, but was pushed away by Carla's foot in disgust, Martha also started, "Don't keep bullying it, Xiao Krypton obviously likes you so much. Little Krypton, Krypton of Krypton," to commemorate Carla and Clark's home planet, this puppy is named Xiophan. In fact, Carla definitely doesn't really hate Xiao Krypton, but she just likes to bully Xiao Krypton. The strange thing is that Xiao Krypton still likes Carla the most. The family members are also surprised, they only think that Zor-El always remembers that Carla saved it back then. Before eating, Carla was sent by Martha to accompany Xiao Krypton to walk around. Is this compensating for the small Krypton investment? Because Carla had said something to Perry before, and it can even be said that she is Oracle Man, and this time she is going to Gotham City to deal with the problem. So Perry never told Carla to come to work, and even pretended not to understand, and didn't want to get involved at all. Simply, Carla is going to go home and stay for 2 or 3 days before going to work. Fortunately, Perry didn't know that she had returned, otherwise he might vomit blood. Unacceptable. So Carla stayed at home with peace of mind, and slept until the sun rose to midair the next morning, before she reluctantly opened her eyes. But I don't know what's going on, and I always feel that there seems to be something wrong with what I see in front of me. Is my room this big? Carla yawned, wondering at the same time. She always felt that the room she had lived in for 20 or 30 years was bigger than usual. Or, it's not that the room has become bigger than 907, but, am I getting smaller? Carla was startled and jumped up on the bed, only to find that her current file size was only the size of an ant. No wonder the room felt bigger. How is this going? Carla flew in the air, feeling incredible. It happened suddenly after waking up overnight, and she didn't even know what happened. Fortunately, Carla found that her body did not shrink, but everything on her body, including the clothes on her body, also became smaller like a biological standpoint. Otherwise it would be bad. Carla, who was flying in the air, felt dumbfounded. Didn't she become Ant-Man? Carla, why don't you get up? The sun is drying your ass. At this moment, Martha opened Carla's door and walked in. In the end, Carla was nowhere to be seen, and Martha muttered, "You're already up? This girl, where did she go crazy?" Muttering, Martha was about to turn around and go out. "Mom," but Carla's voice rang in her ear. Martha subconsciously turned her head and looked around strangely, but she didn't find Carla's whereabouts. Until Carla flew in front of her and was about to explain. However, Martha thought there were bugs, and subconsciously waved her hand. If this hit the unsuspecting Carla, with her original steel body suddenly shrunk countless times in mass, it would be equivalent to slapping herself on a nail, and Carla would instantly pierce her palm. Fortunately, Carla released her biological stance in time, and somehow seemed to know a way. When blocking Martha's palm, she quickly changed back to her original state in front of Martha. "Carla." Martha had an inexplicable expression on her face. "What are you doing?" Carla didn't know how to explain it. In fact, she didn't know what happened. It was inexplicable that she just woke up in the morning. But Carla seems to have a realization in her heart. She already knows how to control her own file size, that is to say, she can turn herself into an ant file size again at any time, and restore her original state again. But how did this ability come about? Or what is the reason for awakening? Even Carla didn't quite understand this. If I have to say it, it can only be attributed to being awakened as soon as I woke up. After Carla told her parents what happened this morning at the dinner table, even they were surprised. But considering that this pair of Krypton siblings have been extraordinary since they were young, some magical and special abilities will inexplicably appear in each age group. It seems that it is not so difficult to understand. It's okay to be smaller, but fortunately it didn't suddenly become dozens of times larger, otherwise it would be destroyed. Jonathan heaved a sigh of relief, terrified. When he said this, Carla's heart moved inexplicably, as if she felt something. "So I said, Dad, you don't want to be crowed." "Dad," Carla's expression became weird. "I have a feeling that after falling asleep tonight, maybe I will become a Titan." Crack. Martha's spoon is dropped. Is it really going to become infinitely bigger? Carla wanted to reassure her parents that she wouldn't grow too much, probably. But for the sake of the family's house and the factors not to be exposed, Carla still chooses to fly to an uninhabited virgin forest at night as a resting place. Facts have proved that Carla's worries and feelings were not groundless. The next day, after waking up, Carla found that she had grown bigger. It was just the opposite of yesterday. Yesterday, she became like an ant in file size, but now she can easily surpass it. A building. According to Carla's estimate, she may be more than tens of meters now. It may be 80 meters, or it may be close to 90 meters, or even 100 meters. Again, Carla's growth and reduction may have a position, so her clothes are also growing with her, so that there will be no more embarrassing scenes. 0. But Carla still squatted in the primeval forest with her face in her arms. A 2-meter-tall black bear was walking upright at Carla's feet nearby, but the black bear didn't notice at all that there was a creature around it, and thought that Carla's feet were rocks and her legs were towering tree. What's going on? Carla was doubting herself. Her body had obviously undergone unknown changes, and these sudden new super abilities were simply unheard of. The good thing is that Carla can control whether it is getting bigger or smaller. If this is uncontrollable like a super predictive ability, but passively triggered, that would be bad. Finally, she spent a whole morning mastering the technique, and gradually returned to her original posture. In order not to attract the attention of others, Carla made a special test, and then successfully transformed into an ant file size, and then returned home with flight ability. Jonathan and Martha were worried about her until she appeared in front of them. As expected, I can become a Titan. Carla put her hand on her forehead, explaining to her adoptive parents that she has obtained 2 new abilities. The largest one can be a 100-meter-high Titan, and the smallest one can be an ant-sized human. As for why it suddenly became like this, Carla couldn't tell. Maybe it's the same as her super ability, it's all because of her awakening super ability as a Langsing person. 2.6 Although Carla has never heard that Superman has this kind of super ability, if I have to say it, the Kryptonians are not outstanding on their home planet, and they are as ordinary as the Earthlings on the Earth. Carla and Clark only awakened various super abilities after they came to Earth, so she has reason to believe that what happened in the past 2 days is also related to this. Well, at least it's not a bad thing, is it? So hurry up and eat. In the end, it was easy for Martha to look away, and she called Carla to come and sit down, and the family gathered around to prepare for breakfast. At the dinner table, Carla talked about her plan. She only planned to rest at home for 3 days before going to work. But Martha persuaded her to stay. Your brother Clark will be back tomorrow. You can stay for 2 days on Saturday and weekend, and then you can go back together. In this way, Carla will stay at home for another day. Before Clark came back, taking advantage of having nothing to do at home, Carla gained some understanding and proficiency in the 2 super abilities of the new awakening. Then Carla discovered that when she became smaller to the size of the ant file, her attack power would be even more terrifying because of the higher impact power and the condensed quality. To put it simply, even if an ordinary person is reduced to the size of an ant, the power of a punch is almost comparable to that of a pistol bullet, and it can easily penetrate a person's body. Not to mention Carla. If she didn't pay attention to protecting from her own biological standpoint at this time, she might inadvertently land on the ground and cause a major earthquake, and a punch could even easily penetrate the earth. On the contrary, when it becomes larger, it is like an increase in quality and strength, which will also increase the power of terror. It's just that when it becomes smaller, it is concentrated in one point, but when it becomes larger, it is comprehensive. If it is said that becoming smaller can easily penetrate the earth, then becoming larger.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Can smash half of the earth. It is equivalent to the difference between a sniper rifle and a rocket. One is better in penetration, and the other is better in strike area. For now, that's all she has. In addition, it will be more convenient to be smaller at any time. For example, it is difficult for ordinary people to notice the small things of ant file size, which allows Carla to use her own power more freely. If she had awakened such a super ability in Gotham before, it would be easier to fight Joker. Definitely it is not too late now. Then the next day, Clark returned from Metropolis as Martha said. The siblings have also been separated for a while, and naturally they have a lot to say after the reunion. Even that night, after dinner, they went to the mysterious island, which was their secret base, to play together. The games played by the 2 siblings are rather special, and only here can they let their hands and feet loose. Clark, let me see if your skills are rusty, Carla shouted, rushing towards Clark involuntarily. Clark was also unambiguous, and when Carla raised her hands and came in front of her, she immediately opened her hands to greet her. The 2 siblings clasped their hands tightly together with a bang sound, and the shockwave caused by the collision of the 2 caused the sea around the island to turbulent. In the whole world, at least on today's Earth, the only ones who can let them fight to their heart's content are siblings. Carla was not in a hurry to use fighting skills and martial arts, but wrestled with Clark in the most primitive way. Both of them flew in midair with their feet off the ground, and 2 pairs of forehands tightly held together to wrestle. At first Carla didn't dare to use all her strength, but she found that with the growth of age, Clark's strength has not been what it used to be, and now he has grown up. Clark is 10 years younger than Carla, and has never been able to challenge Carla's absolute status, but I don't know when. Clark is catching up with his sister's footsteps bit by bit. Even Carla stared in a daze at Clark, who had turned into a handsome file-size guy in front of him. He didn't know when he was already 1.92 meters tall, surpassing himself. Carla has already passed the physical development period, and her height of 1.9 meters will not grow taller unless she becomes a Titan. Clark surpassed Carla and reached 1.92 meters. I don't know when. Clark in her family has grown so big. Maybe because he noticed that Carla was distracted, Clark was stunned for a moment, and the strength in his hands could not help but loosen. Carla snorted coldly, "It's now." Boom. Carla suddenly used a strong force to push Clark down, and fell to the ground so hard that even the whole island shook. Clark lay powerlessly on the ground, but said dissatisfiedly, "Sister is too rascal, it doesn't count." Carla felt funny and said angrily, "Although I am distracted, it is because I have the qualifications. But you dare to distract yourself in front of me? If I am the enemy, you are dead, Clark." Clark was unconvinced. "Only my sister has the power to hurt me, but you won't kill me. And it was you who distracted me first, so I was distracted. Let's do it again." Carla smiled and pulled Clark up. "Since this kid is not convinced, let him have a longer memory." Come on, Carla beckoned, getting Clark ready again, and then the two siblings clasped their palms together again, wrestling again. But this time, because Carla had roughly known the critical point of Clark's power before, she exerted overwhelming power from the very beginning, making Clark blush instantly. Looking at Carla again, she was relaxed. Brother, no matter what, I am also your sister, you are still far from me. Don't underestimate these 10 years, this may be a mountain that you will not be able to overcome in your life. While making sarcastic remarks, Carla continued to exert force. Clark gradually couldn't hold on any longer, was pushed down by Carla, and finally was easily put to the ground by her again. This time Clark had no choice but to concede defeat. This is just a contest of strength, and there will be technical discussions next. Carla has taught Clark many fighting techniques and martial arts that she has learned, hoping that he can master more fighting skills and force-generating techniques. Now is the time to check. From Taekwondo to Karate, to Muay Thai, Sanda, and even Tai Chi, Baijiquan, Tankai, Hongquan Lian. Carla and Clark seem to have a big fight on the mysterious island of their secret base, but in fact it is more like letting go of all restraints and letting go of themselves to relax and play. As long as they don't really use all their strength, they won't hurt each other, especially Carla, who is actually the only one who can hurt Clark, and it's impossible for Clark to hurt her. Because Carla is stronger, faster, more defensive, and everything she taught Clark. So most of the 550 is when Carla grabs and beats Clark, she doesn't use any force, and Clark doesn't feel any pain. This was to train Clark's combat experience, so as not to be at a loss when he actually encountered an enemy. In the end, Carla also had a confrontation with Clark with the same super ability. They both have heat vision rays, but Clark's heat vision rays are red, and Carla's heat vision rays are blue from the beginning for some reason, maybe because of gender? There is also a super breath. Their breath can easily create a hurricane, or blow out a super freezing breath, which can make the island usher in winter in an instant. In the end, Carla also checked the progress of Clark's magic book, and found that Clark's practice of the 4 elements had almost no progress, but psychokinesis was not bad. Carla reminded Clark that psychokinesis can be his own defense, and he must refine it to resist the invasion of magical powers that he is not good at. Clark was also very obedient, saying that he would practice hard. Finally it's Tangta, Carla exhaled. Only Clark in the whole world could afford to play with her, and she was worried about accidentally slapping Batman to death for others, even Batman. No one in the world knows their horror, except their adoptive parents. Let's go, you can go back, Carla greeted, and the two siblings were about to go home. But at some point, a group of uninvited guests came to the island. In order not to be discovered, and to take care of their adoptive father Jonathan, even if the siblings found this uninhabited mysterious island as a base, they would only come here at night. It's not that they haven't been here before, but most of the time they play here for a while and then leave. Only today was different, they had a less intense contest, although it was already terrifying for ordinary people. And this has caused some unusual changes, or unusual things. When Carla and Clark were about to leave, a group of dark shadows approached them quietly in the dark night. Suddenly, Carla turned her head to look. As mentioned before, with her supervision, even if she dives into the deep sea at night, she can see the surrounding scenery as clearly as daytime. So now Carla can see even more that there is an ugly and weird monster coming straight ahead. They have a human shape, but their appearance is more like some kind of fish. And they are not only ugly, but also terrifying. Their hands are sharp claws, and there are sharp fins on the shoulders and arms, which can play a protective role. Especially on the back, the open fins are like the deck of the saber-toothed dragon. When they realized that Carla had found them, they opened their mouths wide open one by one, and let out bursts of ear-piercing, non-human cries. At the same time, they quickened their pace and rushed over. Carla frowned. Clark beside him also noticed these guys, and hurriedly asked, "What is this?" Carla shook her head without saying much, her eyes widened, and she suddenly released a dazzling bright blue heat vision ray, heading straight for the monsters running wildly. Clark saw that Carla made a move, and he was unambiguous, as if flying to his sister. His eyes began to heat up and turn red. The next moment, he released 2 bright red heat vision rays from another direction and went straight to those monsters. The two siblings flew side by side like this, and the 4 thermal vision rays were like lasers that could destroy everything, even more terrifying than lasers in the general sense. The temperature of Clark's thermal vision rays can reach hundreds of degrees, and Carla's is close to 15 degrees, which can melt the bodies of those sudden monsters almost instantly. And they use their eyes to adjust the attack position, so they can destroy those monsters more freely. They chose the wrong target, Carla sneered. She may have recognized the origin of these monsters, but she didn't care, just as if she didn't know that their origin was actually inextricably related to human beings. In fact, they are people from Atlantis, people from the Trench Country, but after some special reason, they lost their reason, humanity, and primate wisdom, and now they have completely turned into horror legends in the monster. Carla may understand why this small island is so mysterious that no one approaches it. So this is the sea area belonging to Trench Country? It doesn't matter anyway. If ordinary people encounter these monsters in Trench Country, they will be terrified and even lose their lives. However, in front of Carla and Clark, they lost countless casualties in an instant. Later, even these monsters were killed, or they were only attracted. In short, Carla and Clark found that no new monsters came out of the sea. Only then did they put away the heat vision rays. This is really killing people with their eyes, and there is no need for any means other than thermal vision rays. Remember when someone asked when watching the Aquaman movie, why didn't Aquaman go to Superman for help? Now Carla might be able to answer the question, if Superman does help, what about Sea Lord? At the beginning, a Superman wearing a red cape plunged into the bottom of the sea, 10 seconds later ORM was lifted out of the sea, and the whole play ended. It may be exaggerated, but at least for the current Carla, it is not difficult to do it, because she has dived into the seabed many times and has long been used to fighting on the seabed. Even if she can control the water element among the 4 elements, even if she is facing the Atlanteans, she will not be at a disadvantage at all, and maybe she can also occupy the geographical advantage. Far away, Clark flew forward, lowered his head and looked at those monsters with supervision. Suddenly, he showed a surprised expression and turned his head to look at Carla. Are they human? Clark's supervision also has microscopic vision. After inspection, he noticed that the human body still retains the compositional structure and genetic organization of the Trench people. It is not appearance, but genes that determine species and relationships. The Trench country is indeed inextricably linked with the Atlanteans and humans, so the people of the Trench country became like this in time, and there are still many genome sequences similar to humans remaining in their bodies. Carla glanced at Clark. Let's go, be careful, they have contagious diseases. Hurry up and come home with me. Clark wanted to ask again. Carla is getting impatient. So? What the hell are you trying to say? We killed my sister. That was what Clark cared about the most. If these monsters were actually a kind of human, they would have obviously killed people. Carla looked at Clark seriously. If according to so-and-so's theory of evolution, everything in the world just evolved from the same ancestor, the same single cell. So, do you eat beef? You don't eat less chicken, and studies have shown that plants have life and feel pain, but we think they don't know pain because we don't understand the language of plants. But in fact, plants also feel pain. Are plants not life? Eating beef or chicken is the same as eating radish, potato, and Chinese cabbage. It's just that we use our subjective consciousness to distinguish between vegetarian and meat. In fact, we are depriving other lives. Human beings are not superior, brother, we just have richer emotions and moral values than animals and plants, but in fact, Zhao 100,000 years ago, human beings were just food for other creatures. Okay, I don't want to talk about these big things with you, you just need to remember that they are going to attack us, they want to eat us. If you feel sorry, don't come here. But I don't want you cutting your own flesh to feed them. Come home or I'm going to beat you. Carla began to force Clark on the bed with her sister's authority. In fact, Carla herself is also a little irritable and complicated. She doesn't want to teach by example, because she understands too well that in fact, her beliefs and personality are somewhat extreme, and she is not in the order camp. Carla actually doesn't want to talk about these philosophical things with Clark. She doesn't want Clark to become like herself. She hopes that Clark will grow into a weirdo according to Jonathan's hope. Carla knew it was hard to be a saint, but Clark was destined to be the savior. But Carla is different. Carla obviously knew herself very well, so she never guided Clark's thoughts and beliefs even a little bit. At most she taught him to master his own power, and taught him new things. On the contrary, he highly praised Jonathan to guide Clark. Maybe this road, saint, is difficult, but Carla believes that Clark can do it, and she doesn't want Clark to become a supernatural person because of her own training. She was about to become the unjust Superman, and she knew that she couldn't provide Clark with a good example. So Carla took Clark home after fooling around. This encounter with the monsters from Trench Country was an accident. It may be that Carla and Clark made too much noise this time, especially the vibrations from several collisions, which attracted these monsters. But for them, even if the strength of the monsters in Trench Country is far superior to ordinary people, especially if the underwater speed is likely to reach the speed of sound, it will not cause any trouble at all. Aside from the fact that Clark was troubled by the realization that he seemed to have killed someone, Carla didn't take it to heart at all. Even Carla went there again on the second night with great heart, only to find that the corpses of those Trench Country monsters had disappeared. Maybe they were dragged away by other monsters of the same kind. Clark didn't come with him anymore, because Carla didn't allow him to come here again for a short time. Afterwards, Carla 880 went to the bottom of the sea to check again. Sure enough, in a relatively remote sea area nearby, we found the active sea area of the trench surrounding monster. It seems that the ruins of Trench Country are here. Carla didn't continue to explore, nor did she have that interest. Ordinary people might try to find out if there is anything valuable in the ruins. But Carla discovered that the number of monsters in Trench Country is astonishing, perhaps hundreds of thousands. Even she felt that her scalp was numb, and it was very difficult to kill all these monsters at the bottom of the sea, because the power of heat vision rays under the sea was very poor, and she didn't want to evaporate the sea. As for the magical powers of psychokinesis and water elements, it can play a big role, but what's the point? Carla may not have been unaware of the trouble here before, and it was because she was too lazy to cause trouble that she never touched it. She hasn't touched Trench Country for so many years. If it wasn't for this accident, she would always treat it as if it didn't exist here. After doing some research, Carla went home, and after this day's rest, she should go back to Metropolis with Clark tomorrow, and it's time for her to go to work. I don't know what Perry's mood is like now, maybe it won't be too good. Carla was mentally prepared that she might be scolded by that brother on the first day of work. But she has already prepared corresponding things, such as the existence of the Batmobile, Oracle Man's retirement decision and so on. If Superman hadn't debuted yet, she would have more first-hand information. Maybe I can make a lot of money by interviewing myself in the future. It's a good idea. The next morning, Carla and Clark were driven to the town's train station by Jonathan. Carla's car had been destroyed, and it seemed that she needed to find time to buy a new means of transportation. After returning to the metropolis after such a long time, Carla can't help feeling a little bit emotional. At the exit of the station, the two siblings parted ways with each other for the time being. One had to go to university to attend classes, while the other planned to go directly to the company to work. Many people were surprised when Carla suddenly appeared in the company. Carla, where have you been? Why haven't you come to work for so long? Some former classmates came over and asked concerned. Perry had brought in some of his former club classmates, who were definitely Carla's old classmates. Carla smiled and responded casually, because something happened. I took a long vacation, and I have already talked to Senior Perry. At this time, someone pulled Carla aside and reminded quietly, during the time you were away, Grant, Perry's assistant before, Kate Grant, maybe someone forgot, has been in charge of your affairs. The column, apart from the sudden death of sales for a period of time due to the change of author, has gradually recovered a lot, so you have to be careful. These are some twists and turns in the workplace. Carla didn't understand, but she just didn't take it to heart. She smiled and nodded at the man. I know. After finishing speaking, Carla turned to look at her original position. Sure enough, she found that Kate was sitting in her position and was busy with something. Carla smiled and walked over. Others in the company are paying attention to Carla directly or secretly, consciously or unconsciously. Carla soon came to Kate, or her original position, and stood condescendingly in front of Kate. She was 1.9 meters tall, and she still felt very oppressive. Kate raised her head in response, as if she had just noticed Carla, and said, "Hello, you're back, Carla." "Oh, by his first name?" Carla continued to laugh, turned over Kate's table with her hand, and asked, "Is it all right?" Kate nodded. "Thanks to your guidance and the materials you suggested, otherwise I would have been fired a while ago. Now that you are back, I can also take off the burden." Carla stretched out her hand to hold Kate. "It's rare that readers have begun to accept you. It would be a pity to reopen the column." Kate showed a surprised expression and looked at Carla in disbelief. Carla shrugged nonchalantly. Kate became excited. Carla's meaning was already too clear, but she was planning to give this column to herself. This is what Carla has managed for many years. But this is your painstaking effort. Kate was not so self-conscious, she knew how valuable this gift was. Carla felt amused. "Is this a bloody thing? Don't worry, I plan to start a new column in the future. Recently, I suddenly became interested in food. Wouldn't it be great to be able to teach others how to cook and taste food by myself?" Carla seemed to have thought about it for a long time. It turns out that Kate is not a dove, but that Carla's sudden departure must be filled by someone, and this person is Kate. She had been following Carla before, and Perry simply promoted Kate. In addition, when Carla was in Gotham City, she would give Kate some ideas when she was free. In addition, Kate's level is also good. Unexpectedly, it really got her up. Others didn't know about these situations, and thought there would be a good show to watch, or they were really worried about Carla and it wasn't worth it. But Carla didn't care at all. At this time, Perry also noticed that Carla was back, and saw that although she came back, she didn't come in to say hello to him, but chatted with Kate. He didn't bother, knowing that they would have something to explain. But after waiting and waiting, Carla still didn't come in, and then she simply crossed her legs and sat on Kate's table, and finally couldn't help but come out on her own initiative, saying, "Carla, Kate, come in for a while. Down. I thought you could sit still." It turned out she did it on purpose. In Perry's office, Carla and Kate sat across from each other, and Perry sat at the desk. "You're finally back." Perry glanced at Carla, and there was worry in his eyes, but he didn't dare to ask too much. Perry is very smart. At that time, Carla made all kinds of explicit statements, but he directly said that he didn't know anything. If it were someone who was more unscrupulous, wouldn't Carla's identity be known to the whole world? But the clever thing about Perry is that he knew through Carla that Batman might be Bruce, but with Bruce's financial resources and contacts, it is still very easy to bring him down. What's more, if Carla is really Oracle Man, and he gets stabbed out again, how will he be treated with Oracle Man's strength and ruthlessness in attacking Lars and the Shadow Warrior Alliance before? He is not Joker, he is not as crazy as Joker, and he is not as fearless as Joker. So Perry would only help Carla keep the secret, glanced at Carla who didn't care, and asked while feeling a headache, "What should I do next?" "Let Kate continue to help you." Kate keeps her head down and doesn't make any comments. In fact, she is still a newcomer. Carla has only been to Gotham City for more than a month. She is not qualified to express opinions, let alone argue with Carla. The reason is that Carla's previous column has better data than Kate's, that is, more profitable. "No need," Carla said without double-sidedness. Since she had promised Kate before, she would not regret it now, and expressed her thoughts. Kate did a good job in that column, so why not let her continue to operate? As for me, I plan to continue come out with a new column. Haven't you been criticizing me for not working hard enough? Then start over. Oh. Perry's eyes lit up. Are you finally willing to publish a new column? What are you going to do this time? Food, Carla says, her eyes sparkling as she talks about the food. Perry paused for a moment, then continued to ask with a normal expression, what's the style like? Carla continued to talk about her thoughts, combine local characteristics with food, and then write my comments on the food and the general method and process of the food. I think it will be very good. To put it bluntly, he is a food blogger. The difference is that there is no live broadcast industry yet, so Carla plans to do it in newspapers. But Perry showed a disappointed expression, and asked questioningly, are you sure there will be people who want to watch it? All TV programs have food programs. Carla shrugged, you have to try. If it's a big deal, you can write about other things, such as fashion trends, or gossip columns. I can do it. Kate on the side opened her mouth and hesitated to speak. Carla glanced at Kate, smiled and took the initiative to comfort her. Don't worry, I'm not reluctant at all. In fact, I've only been doing things in one field, and I feel tired. Otherwise, I'll just change jobs and write screenwriters. For example, for Marvel the comics line up with a live-action movie or something. There has always been a tradition that there are Marvel comics in the DC world, and DC comics in the Marvel world, which can be regarded as a small linkage between the two companies. As a result, Carla found that there are Marvel comics in her world, and the sales are still very hot. I believe that the DC comics in the Marvel world are also popular, but I don't know if there is a separate publication of its own. Carla is really tempted. Maybe she can create a Marvel movie universe with 20 movies in 10 years? It would be best to create another Avengers. As for the startup capital, you don't have to worry about it. You can ask Bruce to invest, or you can get some gold yourself to realize it. To be honest, what should I do if I get more and more excited? Perry was taken aback. His famous brand actually wants to quit? That is definitely not acceptable. Don't forget that you still have a contract, Perry reminded the little junior. The contract should not be vague. Before Carla said that she could afford the liquidated damages, Perry quickly agreed. Okay, I get it. Since you have to mess around to be satisfied, then start a food column according to your idea. But the ugliness is in front of me. If your column is not satisfactory for 3 consecutive periods, you will write a gossip column for me in a weird way. No problem, Carla agreed without any hesitation. With her newly acquired ability to become an ant file size, plus perspective, acute eyes, and acute ears, she is actually more suitable for gossip magazines. Also, here, Perry suddenly reached out to Carla, as if asking for something. Kate looked puzzled. It wasn't until Carla fished out a set of photos from the pocket of her suit jacket and handed them over that she didn't notice. Was that a photo of Batman? Kate covered her mouth with her hand and almost exclaimed, ask for flowers. But she might have misunderstood, thinking that Carla was going to catch the latest news. But how did she know that Carla just asked Bruce to pose for some casual photos, including a few photos of herself? By the way, Carla revealed a big news. By the way, tomorrow's headline can be written like Oracle Man decides to retire. Perry shook his hand and looked Carla straight in the eyes. Carla smiled and nodded, meaning she was fine. Only then did Perry feel relieved, excited like an unscrupulous businessman, and shouted, Great Carla, you have brought a big news, and it will definitely be a big sale tomorrow. Kate couldn't help but complained, Editor-in-Chief, that's Oracle Man, please be a little concerned if she's in some trouble, or if she was injured in the battle with Joker. Don't you know that Oracle Man popularity among readers? You will make people dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, Kate also cared about Oracle Man, which Carla did not expect. Perry subconsciously glanced at Carla, are you okay? Carla rolled her eyes and pushed Kate out. When she came outside, Carla raised her hands and stretched her waist, and said to herself relaxedly, the new column will not start until at least next week. It seems that I can rest for a few days. Kate feels unbelievable. Big sister, this week is going to pass soon, and you are betting against others. You can take care of yourself. It turned out that Carla also invited Kate to go out for a drink. Kate turned her head and glanced at the sun at noon, which was still broad daylight, and saw that there was still a pile of unfinished work on her desk. She shook her head and refused to go. Carla didn't force her. She took out her mobile phone and called Danny while walking outside, and the two girls made an appointment to meet and left. After a while, Perry came out of the office and asked Kate blankly, where's Carla? Kate blinked. Gone. Perry felt bewildered. What does it mean to be gone? She seems to have an appointment with someone to drink. Kate stuck out her tongue, a little selling her teammate, but she didn't spit out fast, and her heart was full of troubles. Perry almost vomited blood out of breath. She prepared the design of the column and the outline of the copywriting for me, and she doesn't want the desk. You damn girl. As soon as Carla came back, she ran away again, and went to a party and drink with Danny, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Later, it was Perry who called Carla and made all the preparations. For example, Carla's desk has been given to Kate before, and she needs to arrange a new one, but this time, Perry even arranged an office for Carla. In terms of Carla's qualifications, it's actually not enough. She has only been here for more than a year. But Carla's achievements are obvious to all. She is already one of the signs of Planet Daily, and it is normal to have her own office. Definitely the size of the office is definitely not as good as Perry's editor's office. You don't always make things difficult for senior brother Perry. Even Danny couldn't stand it anymore. Perry's voice came from the phone in Carla's hand. Danny, tell me more about her. Carla hummed 920 and hung up the phone. The two women looked at each other, then laughed together. But I have to say that Perry has always been very kind to Carla, and even the interview opportunity was arranged by Perry. It can only be said that his vision is really unique, and Carla deserves his special treatment. Just the amount of news about Batman before and after has sold a lot of money. How's Jane going? It is inevitable that Jennifer will be talked about at their gatherings. After all, the three sisters have been in a relationship for so many years. Carla looked at Danny, who wondered, is there something on her face? Danny, although your side had a boyfriend earlier, but her side has overtaken and even has children, Carla told Jennifer's current situation. Danny opened her mouth wide and stared at Carla dumbfounded. Is there any mistake? Jennifer only went to Gotham City for a month or two. What the hell is it to have children? Carla shrugged. It's Bruce's. You don't know how much she loves Bruce. Danny sighed. It's still on him? But I heard that Master Wayne is not a fuel-efficient lamp. He is either a supermodel or a movie star. Can Jane bear it? No, you are wrong, Danny. In fact, Bruce is just acting on the spot. Not really, or there are a few fake plays for real. But now it is different. Now it is no longer Jane's unilateral crush on Bruce, but has become Bruce is really after Jane. Then, apart from Batman's identity, Carla briefly talked about the incident between Jennifer and Bruce. Danny showed a stunned expression again, as if watching a dog-blooded love drama. Not quite. Carla didn't intend to hide her other identity from Danny on purpose, but the less people know, the safer it is, including the less Danny knows, the better. Originally Donnie's job is special, and it's not appropriate for her to know that. Even Jennifer had to tell her because of the dangerous situation at the time. Otherwise Carla's tone was still very strict, and she hasn't seen her reveal her true identity and origin for so many years, which is evident. The next thing is that the two chatted about their recent experiences, and their party didn't end until the evening. Because Carla doesn't have her own mobility device now, Danny had to drive her home. The reason it lasted until night was because Danny and Carla had a drink at noon, and it is not advisable to drive while drinking, so they waited until the night when they sobered up and separated. Saying goodbye to Carla, Danny drove towards her home alone. Inadvertently she looked up at the two small objects hanging on the rearview mirror. One was a black bat ornament, the other was a white bat, exactly like Jennifer's. Maybe they bought it together in the first place? Squeak. Suddenly, Danny slammed on the brakes, staring at the white bat. Carla, you bastard, I was almost fooled by you. Donnie's eyes suddenly lit up, and the expression on her face became more and more excited, as if she had guessed something. In fact, it was Carla who was unprepared. Although she didn't directly say that Bruce and herself were Batman and Oracle, she said a lot about herself in Gotham City. And why did Carla go to Gotham, and Oracle just happened to show up? Obviously Joker started to act before, and Batman also appeared, only Oracle Man has not shown up. It wasn't until the news of Jennifer's attack and Carla's trip to Gotham that Oracle really made his move. Maybe I'm wrong, but Carla, perhaps only you are worthy of that Oracle Man's battlesuit. The corners of Donnie's mouth rose, looking proud and excited at the same time. The proud thing is that she guessed it. Maybe she guessed it wrong, but there is a high probability that she guessed it right. Maybe her best friend is that Oracle Man. The exciting thing is that it seems that she is also a fan of Oracle Man, at least she also admires and respects this female superhero. But when Danny took out her phone, she hesitated again. Then Danny decisively put away her mobile phone. She didn't call Carla to confirm. She knew that if she asked, Carla would definitely tell the truth, but she didn't call. I don't know if she was afraid of guessing wrong or she was afraid of guessing wrong. At the same time, she didn't call her boss. Normally, she should have disclosed this idea, but Carla is her best friend, so she chose to hide it, as if she didn't know or guessed it. Then Danny restarted the car and drove away, and finally disappeared in the distance of the street. On the other side, Carla didn't know that her friend had vaguely guessed her identity. In fact, this is a reasonable explanation, as if Superman was once suspected, because for those who are familiar with Clark, every time Superman appears, Clark will disappear miraculously, and once Clark appears, Superman will leave again. So some people once suspected that Clark was Superman. But then Clark always had a way of avoiding the past. Carla is almost encountering a similar problem now. Because of this cobweb horse trace, Danny has an intuition, thinking that Carla is Oracle Man. Because Danny didn't call to collect evidence immediately, Carla didn't know that Danny already knew. In a later incident, Carla was extremely thankful that Danny was aware of her own identity, otherwise she would have almost lost her friend. Although Carla will use another identity to save Danny at that time, for example, her own original identity, the Iron Man Woman Superman. That's something for later. Then Carla's life will be back on track, that is, ordinary daily life. Her new column is also in full swing. Beyond Perry's expectations, Carla's first column sold out immediately. The reason is that Carla took a trick. Her first column was to teach people how to make pig intestines. It's impossible that some people still think that Europeans and Americans don't eat animal offal, right? Impossible? No way. In fact, isn't foie gras a famous French dish? Including Dia also said that the heart and liver of animals contain good nutrition and rich iron, which is exactly what the human body needs. But there is a premise here, that is, you must be able to cook it and cook it deliciously, otherwise, who will eat unpalatable food? It just so happens that a certain countryman really can't do anything. In a real sense, those who don't eat internal organs are actually people from a certain country. For example, the pork among them only eats bacon, ham, and pork chops, and the pork chops among them are still all lean meat. That is lean meat. I especially like bacon. 2 slices of bread for breakfast, a piece of bacon and a glass of milk are enough. But Carla chose how to cook pig intestines in her first column. The name of the title alone is full of gimmicks, but it is not a good gimmick, but it has aroused the disgust of many people, including 20 Perry, and many colleagues almost threw up when they heard the title. We all know what's in the pig's large intestine, and you actually eat this thing? Everyone thought Carla was crazy, including her former fans, and Perry even thought Carla had given up on herself. But Carla took out 2 photos, one is braised pork intestine and the other is stir-fried pork intestine. If you only look at the finished product, the braised picture looks brownish red, oily and shiny. In the picture of stir-frying, there are green peppers and red peppers, which look very appetizing, making people forget what the ingredients are made of. Carla is writing a food column this time, so it is inevitable to write the ingredients and ingredients. Then it's time to introduce the deliciousness of the 2 dishes. Braised pork intestines, delicious, fat but not greasy, definitely a delicacy worth trying and pursuing. Stir-fried pork large intestine, you can stir-fry the fat intestine first, and fry it until the surface is slightly browned, and the taste is better. Since we have decided to eat alive, the most basic etiquette, I think, should be not to waste any edible space. I know that many people love to eat big lobsters. They are split into 2 halves with a knife. When eating, they can't wait to bury their noses in the meat. While chewing the fat shrimp meat, they can smell the aroma of the shrimp meat. Definitely a great treat. But before feeling disgusted by pig intestines, I think I should be brave enough to taste this dish. It is definitely another kind of enjoyment. The most important thing is that because no one knows how to cook this dish, the current ingredients are simply delicious. Outrageously cheap. In addition to the comments, Carla also wrote the detailed cooking process, and finally posted pictures of her tasting the 2 dishes. Since she is a food blogger, it is impossible for her not to eat for others. After the publication of this issue, everyone thought that Carla was absolutely crazy. No one was optimistic about her, and it was even less likely that anyone would dare to try. Even some news and talk shows on Metropolitan TV began to make fun of Carla. Don't look at Carla, because the Metropolis has only one news agency, the Daily Planet, and she is one of the golden signs of the Daily Planet. It's just that this time her reputation is no longer praised and supported, but ridiculed uniformly. The next day, Perry looked at the latest data report and felt his head was blown. Because the newspapers sold yesterday were arguably the worst ever. Even many people just came to read the news after receiving the news, but deliberately did not buy the newspaper, but laughed at the headline. He felt desperate. Maybe this column was going to die from Carla's death from the first day. The gimmick of the title did come out, but it wasn't good, it was terrible. Among all the people, only Carla showed the least concern. She clearly had a 3-term bet with Perry, but she simply proposed to stop this column at the meeting and did not do it. Perry was a little surprised. So easy to talk? He couldn't help persuading. You can try to do something reliable, and you can try to fight for it. Unexpectedly, Carla shook her head and refused. If you continue now, it will become me begging you. If you don't do it now, maybe you will be begging me in the future. So don't. I will write a gossip column starting tomorrow. After speaking, Carla got up and left. Perry looked at the people around, and asked with a blank face, I beg her? Why? I beg her to continue teaching everyone how to make pig intestines. Everyone couldn't help but let out a muffled laugh, even Kate chuckled. We all know that Carla is the one he cares about the most. The brothers and sisters are just joking around, not sincerely mocking. Wait for me. Perry suddenly jumped up, startling everyone. What's wrong? Perry rushed to the door, pushed it open and yelled at Carla who had already gone outside. Carla, please explain to me clearly, why do you say you want to start writing tomorrow? Because I have to rest today. Damn it, you want to rest again. Everyone in the conference room looked at each other in blank dismay, and shrugged their shoulders. You see, how confident they are. Who here dares to be as arrogant as Carla? After all, Perry has nothing to do with Carla, just take it as a way to restore her battered heart. But has Carla really been hit? How is it possible? Because she knows that her influence has already spread. At first definitely no one could believe that pig large intestine could be used as an ingredient. 381st of all, the various hotels and restaurants in the metropolis realized that they are specialized in this business after all. Some smart bosses sensed the business opportunity and quickly asked their chefs to try to make it according to Carla's ingredients and cooking steps. After a while, everyone who tasted it for the first time was shocked. Even if it's not a unique product in the world, it can definitely be regarded as a delicacy. Especially in Chinese restaurants, many restaurants that didn't dare to write this kind of dish on the menu took the opportunity to try to sell this dish. I didn't expect that as long as they didn't tell the customers what it was made of, the response would be very good. Especially for those who have no money. No one buys pig intestines now, and it is almost free. Now you can buy a large pot for only a few dollars, and it is the first time to process it. After returning home, follow Carla's instructions and process it carefully. It really tastes amazing. Just the night after the first issue came out, some messages started trickling through the metropolis asking what they were talking about. Have you ever eaten pig intestines? No. Hey, don't you really dare to eat it? Wrong, I have already eaten it. Believe me, it is definitely a delicacy that you have never tasted before. P.S. Okay, 24 chapters per day for 2 consecutive days. I did it. Before I knew it, the deliciousness of the pig intestines that Carla mentioned began to spread. The main reason is that the gimmicks are chosen too well, just like the title of a novel. If the content is really good, coupled with a title with a good gimmick, it will definitely make people want to follow it. Pig large intestine is like this. Originally, as long as it is cooked well, it is indeed a delicious dish. In addition, no one thought that this thing could be eaten before, here, which suddenly aroused the curiosity of many people. And when the first batch of people ate it, the second batch of people, the third batch, and finally even spread throughout the entire metropolis. Even the TV stations that were teasing Carla 2 days ago later reported that some hosts had already eaten it, and admitted on the talk show that pig intestines are indeed a delicacy. The premise is that it must be handled well, and Carla's column happened to write about the entire cooking process, from how to clean up the ingredients, to the specific ingredients in the detailed production process and so on. Just make it according to her recipe. That column is simply a recipe that couldn't be more detailed. As soon as the news came out, more and more people became curious about pig intestines, but that column is gone. A few copies of the newspaper were not sold that day, and Perry was almost in tears. Almost 88% of the newspapers were returned the next day. As a result, the whole metropolis exploded. Many people wanted to see what happened to those 2 pig intestines. Why did the wind suddenly change, and so many people began to praise it? There was even news that a copy of the newspaper that day was sold for a sky-high price, and a rich man wanted to try this dish. None other than Lake's father, now at the helm of the Luthor family, Old Luthor. Afterwards, even the Old Luthor praised this dish. If the foie gras is only fat, then the pig intestines are fat but not greasy, mellow, and delicious, even more chewy than the foie gras. On top of that, a good serving of foie gras can cost thousands of dollars. But what about a serving of pig intestines? A box costs just a few dollars. The cost-performance gap is too big. All of a sudden, the entire metropolis became a sensation. In Metropolis, the Luthor family is equivalent to the Wayne family in Gotham City. Luthor is Bruce, and even the Old Luthor has a higher status than Bruce. After all, age and qualifications are there. A word from Old Luthor may have a better effect than Bruce. This is something that Carla didn't even think about, and she has some guesses. Maybe it has something to do with Lakes. Don't forget that Lakes is Clark's classmate and friend now. It got out of hand now, and many people even ran to the gate of the Daily Planet to initiate a petition, asking them to republish that day's publication. Perry has also been confused by this huge amounts of change in the past 2 days. How did it become like this? But this is always a good thing, so Perry immediately asked all the newspapers that had been returned before to be taken out again to various distributors and newspapers, which immediately triggered a rush to buy newspapers. Even within the shortest possible time, all newspapers were sold out. Perry had to urgently print a batch again. Unexpectedly, it was not enough. Afterwards, 3 batches were printed again and again before the situation was finally stabilized, and many people were still buying it. The reason why it has been reprinted so many times is also the reason why Perry has never dared to print on a large scale. He is worried that if he prints too much at once, if the market is saturated, won't he lose money if he can't sell it? It turned out, however, that even the last batch of papers was almost completely sold out. The madness of this day has even been reported in cities in other states. I don't know what happened to the people in the metropolis. Why are they so crazy? Some well-informed people found out that it seems to be related to an article about pig intestines. I can't help but feel that the world is crazy. What can I say about pig intestines? Metropolitan people don't say anything, and after buying the newspaper, everyone tries to follow Carla's recipe, and they all want to taste this challenging ingredient immediately. Then they were deeply attracted by the deliciousness of pig intestines. It took less than 5 days for an article by Carla to go from being ridiculed by everyone at the beginning, thought she was crazy by everyone, and not favored by anyone, to almost conquering everyone's taste buds and stomachs in the end. And when all this is happening crazily, look at Carla again. She shuts her office door with her ears closed, and there is a cup of mellow coffee on the table, facing the monitor in front of her, tapping the keyboard quickly. Looking carefully, she is trying her best to write a piece of gossip news. An article that has no evidence at all, is full of speculation and imagination, and can be said to be irresponsible. So she can write so earnestly, which is also admirable. At this moment, Perry pushed open the office door and walked in. Carla, you succeeded. Perry still couldn't help being excited until now. Even he had encountered such an unprecedented grand event for the first time. It can be said that Carla became famous in one battle. Carla raised her hand and pushed the mirror frame. Without raising her head, she said lightly, I'm working. If you have nothing to do, can you leave me alone? Please go outside and close the door for me. After pondering for a while, Perry realized that if he went outside and closed the door, wouldn't that mean shutting him out? Really, it was driving him out. Perry rolled his eyes, but he didn't want to argue with her either, and Carla had only been flirting once, so he put up with it. Turning around to go out, Perry subconsciously stopped near the door, turned around, and asked, "Speaking of which, what are you writing about? Is it the food you will recommend in the next issue?" Carla deliberately changed to push the glasses with the middle finger. "Definitely not. I'm writing who and who had dinner with so-and-so last night, then went to the park for a while, and finally went to the hotel together. Didn't come out all night." Perry almost fell down, and returned to Carla in a few steps, and took a look at the monitor in front of her. Carla was not lying. This article has been written in a long way, and it is almost finished. Perry looked at Carla speechlessly. "You don't really want me to beg you?" He remembered what Carla had said at the meeting the other day. Carla suppressed a smile, pretended not to understand and said, "I don't know what you are talking about. Dijou, didn't you agree that I would write gossip? My aunt, your pig intestines are going to sell like crazy. What kind of gossip are you writing? I don't care who and who went to the hotel. Hurry up and write me another one." Perry said. "It's going to be crazy. Now ghosts want gossip news. How many people are waiting for Carla to bring a food that no one has eaten before to the metropolis?" Carla looked sideways at Perry and blinked. "What are you talking about? I can't hear you." Perry gritted his teeth. "It's too much, Carla. I've always taken care of you like that. Do you really want me to beg you? Oh, who will write this article after it's finished?" Carla continued to put on a show. Perry couldn't do anything about her, so he had to make a plea. Okay, I beg you, come back and continue writing your new column." Only then was Carla satisfied. "Actually, I'm already ready. The next article will be about chicken ass." Perry W. "Is it okay to write chicken butt after writing pig intestines?" Fortunately, Carla is not crazy to this point. The first article about pig intestines is to have an unexpected and attractive effect. She is doing a food column, not a novelty column. Is chicken butt tasty? It is indeed delicious for those who like it, but there are also people who don't like it. It is not as good as pig intestines that have passed the test for so many years. And Carla has a lot to write about. For example, people in a certain country look down on pork, as I said earlier, because many people only eat bacon, ham, and finely fried pork ribs. This time, Carla recommended pork belly, commonly known as pork belly. The reason why it is called three-layer pork belly is because the best pork belly is a layer of lean meat and a layer of fat meat, then a layer of lean meat and a layer of fat meat, and then there is a last layer of lean meat, which looks exactly like 5 flours and 3 layers. The 2 dishes recommended by Carla are very simple. One is steamed, but some seasonings need to be added to the steamed. She has her own unique recipe, and it is obviously in line with the taste of a certain country. There is also braised pork, which is fat but not greasy, sweet, and delicious. The 2 dishes are not difficult, but also very delicious. No surprises once again aroused the popularity. Even this one caused a stir because pork was not considered tasty before, let alone such fatty lard. 390 But I didn't expect that after making it according to Carla's recipe, it turned out to be so delicious. Many people wrote to accuse Carla that she shouldn't write a column about travel scenery, otherwise everyone could eat this delicious food a year earlier. However, this also had an unexpected effect, that is, the price of pork in the metropolis began to rise, and more pork had to be transferred from other cities. Fortunately, cities in other states don't know the news about the 4 dishes, and the metropolitan people tacitly decided not to spread the news, and just eat delicious food in silence. In short, Carla has fulfilled her bet and commitment, and there is no need for a 3rd installment. She only needs 2 installments to prove herself. Everyone was convinced, and those Carla's colleagues had to admit that Carla did have the qualifications for the privilege. Perry is now staring at Carla every day, lest she run off to write a gossip column again. Seeing that she wrote so happily that day, he had to beg her to get the new column down. Carla can't laugh or cry. Actually, she doesn't want to offend people like gossip columns, mainly because what she writes is true. Later, when the news released the so-and-so and so-and-so, they were photographed by the paparazzi the next day. Perry also wondered, how did Carla know such accurate information? It turned out that he always thought that Carla wrote it blindly. The planetary daily comes to an end and put aside. Carla has been busy with the new column for the past 2 weeks, and has not returned to her hometown for more than 10 days. Now Perry is watching very closely, and she has to give out the 3rd column article as soon as possible. Obviously, this planet cannot go back. Carla had no choice but to make a phone call to her family and explain the reason, and got the consideration and understanding of her adoptive parents. Then Carla made a special trip to the Metropolitan University during her break, so she could still see her younger brother at such a short distance. Back at her alma mater again, Carla breathed a sigh of relief. It was all Perry's fault. She obviously didn't have to be so nervous. She could easily fish for fish and be lazy while writing a Monday's issue within a week. Submit the article. That's right, her new column is still published every Monday, commonly known as weekly updates. Many people are heartbroken, and they can't wait to initiate a willingness to tie her to the headquarters of Planet Daily to write more food guides for everyone. As for why Perry kept guarding Carla and asked her to keep writing articles, the main reason was that she was afraid that she would disappear for another 10 days and a half months, which was unbearable. The travel column can be replaced by others, but her recipes are obviously tried and tested. Even if it is written by a chef, it is difficult to write so comprehensively. There is really no way for a layman to replace this. So Carla was personally urged by the editor-in-chief, and has already handed in all 4 articles for the next month, which is why I have this rest today. Calf, it's not easy for her either. Carla was not in a hurry to find Clark's whereabouts, but walked around the playground of her alma mater. She also needed to relax. Unknowingly, Carla came to a corner along the spacious playground. She was about to go back, but heard some slight movements. Carla's little ears trembled, there was a malicious look on her face. Have a little mandarin duck? Even Carla's eyes became brighter. She looked around, stood on tiptoe and crept forward. There was a blind spot at a corner in front of her. Anyone who had studied here for a year or 2 would have heard of it. It's very lively here every night. But now it's broad daylight. Carla is very curious, such a bold little mandarin duck is rare. Before Carla could get closer, a big familiar face suddenly appeared in front of him. Clark looked helplessly at the elder sister who was in front of him, and explained with some embarrassment, "It's definitely not what you think." Carla was dumbfounded, she never expected. Why is she her own brother? You're too bold, aren't you? It's still daytime, it's broad daylight. Carla stared at Clark, the spoof mood just now was gone, and she returned to her usual majestic sister's demeanor. Clark sighed, let's just say it's not what you think. It's Louise, a female classmate of mine. Her clothes are a little damaged. I'm trying to help her find a way. Louise? Carla raised her eyebrows, resolutely avoided Clark and moved her head closer, and she saw a beautiful beauty behind Clark. It was a young and beautiful girl with a tall figure, exquisite facial features, and a pair of beautiful big eyes. Now she lowered her head shyly because of Carla's sudden intrusion. Even Carla's eyes are bright, whether she is that Louise or not, she is definitely a beauty, at least Carla can pass the test. And Carla noticed that there was a loose dress draped over Louise's shoulders, which was Clark's top. Nice job, buddy. Carla slapped Clark's shoulder, who grinned wryly and felt pain. He'd always been the lowest in his family. It doesn't refer to the treatment, but to the position, who told him to be the youngest one. Hello, Miss Kent, I'm Lois, Louise. Lois, I've read your articles, whether it's the previous column, or the new column, whether it's the obsessive things you describe. I am fascinated by the scenery or the food. Louise suddenly revealed that she is still a fan of Carla. Carla was more satisfied. Louise, how about being my younger brother? Louise opened her mouth wide. Huh. Is it too sudden? Carla's life has returned to peace again. Many people may think that the DC universe is full of disasters and dangers, but it is not like that, except for Gotham City. Carla is from a metropolis, and there are not so many things like this in a metropolis, and there is no place like Arkham Asylum. This is an example of honesty, and Carla's column is on track. Since the sensation caused by the first issue of Pig Intestines, Carla has become a popular gourmet, and every column of hers has countless loyal readers in the first place sought after. Even the whole metropolis has begun to get used to following Carla's recipes at a specific time every week, that is, when a new column comes out, to try those new delicacies that were previously unimaginable and impossible to make. Carla's recipes are all-encompassing and even include specialties from all over the world. Metropolitan people are happy. Even without traveling all over the world, they can learn and taste the specialties of ingredients from all over the world. There are also those businessmen who also smell business opportunities, and follow Carla's column to speculate on ingredients. For example, if she teaches everyone how to make a beggar's chicken in this issue, the price of chicken-related ingredients will increase the next day. The next time she teaches everyone how to make a simple steamed fish dish, the price of all kinds of fish will start to rise again. No one expected that a mere gourmet column could have such an effect and affect so many people. And Clark's side. Carla has been paying close attention to the relationship between Clark and Louise recently. She supports Clark in pursuing Louise, and she can see that there are some signs between the two of them. It's just that Clark seemed a little shy when facing Carla's questioning. This big boy was not liberated until he went to college, and he didn't make his first friends, including Louise, who was his first girlfriend, although he didn't have it yet. It's a pity that writing Carla is completely different. Carla also found time to visit Gotham City a few times later. Since the Joker incident, almost a year has passed without knowing it. Time flies. Carla definitely has to go to Gotham, and Jennifer is still there. Sure enough, the girl never came back, and she was completely captured by Bruce after all. 1 year, just over 2 months ago, Jennifer gave birth to a boy safely and smoothly, named Damian Wayne. Carla gave him a nickname Rice. Because this is Bruce and Jennifer's first child, the eldest son, so it's called Rice. In order to allow Damian to enter the genealogy of the Wayne family smoothly, Bruce has gone through countless efforts this year, and finally moved Jennifer with his sincerity. The two have completed the registration, and even Jennifer accepted Bruce's marriage proposal, and a not-so-exaggerated diamond ring was put on her left ring finger. This is Jennifer's choice. If it is according to Bruce's intention, I would like to put a diamond the size of a palm on her, if there is one. Jennifer would definitely not do that. She is the Chief Justice of Gotham City. What is it like? If people see her, they think she has accepted a bribe. In short, during the time Carla returned to Metropolis, various things happened in Gotham City. It is said that Joker was sent to a lunatic asylum, that is, the Arkham Asylum. Considering his madness and neuroticism, it seems that a psychiatrist was arranged for him. The Scarecrow is Jonathan Lois, who was originally the psychiatrist in charge of Arkham, but he has been trampled to death by Carla, and there will be nothing for him in the future. Carla heard that the doctor was a very pretty woman, who seemed to be called Harleen Quinzel. Carla wondered, isn't it Harley Quinn? That should be fine, right? Carla felt relieved, but Carla didn't know that Harleen was actually the later Harley Quinn. Harleen was her real name, and she changed her name to Harley Quinn after becoming Harley Quinn. Having said that, she still became Rice's godmother after all, and when Danny found out, she was almost envious to death. But there is no way, Donnie seems to be busy with something recently, so there is no way to come, so I can only congratulate Jennifer on the phone. So Danny can't be a godmother. Jen, I'm expecting your second child, Danny said, beginning to set her sights on the Wayne family's second child. Jennifer was speechless. What did she think of her? But Bruce showed thoughtful eyes. He has been chasing Jennifer for more than a year. He has always kept himself clean. Originally, the playboy was his disguise. Now that he has Jennifer, he naturally no longer plays on the occasion. 0 for flowers. But he also, after all. Jennifer shivered and shook her head. Don't even think about it. Carla reached out to pick up the eldest son, turned and left. You two, don't flirt with her like this in front of her, really. Leaving space for Wayne and his wife, Carla came outside holding Damien. She is a staunch bachelor, mainly looking at the entire universe, and there is no one who can catch her eyes. Carla knows that this is a universe called DC, all the settings and characters are just fictional. Let her fall in love with a paper man? Just forget it. So Damien is more than just a godson. Carla looked down at the little thing in her arms, her eyes full of love. 0. This is also her son. And Danny would surely have her children too, if only a daughter. Danny didn't know that when she was eyeing Jennifer's second child, she was also eyeing Carla. By the way, what is Dan up to? Carla muttered, found a seat and sat down, changed the child to a comfortable position, then took out the phone and dialed Donnie's number again. But Donnie's phone didn't get through. Carla frowned, with a faint premonition in her heart. But soon, Donnie's call came. Carla heaved a sigh of relief, and quickly connected. Dan? Why didn't you get through to your phone just now? Donnie's voice came, because I just entered an important facility, which has strong security measures. Is there anything wrong with it? It's nothing, I'm just curious about what you've been up to lately, Carla said out of curiosity. Danny pondered for a while, and then whispered, I'm just telling you, but don't say it. Carla, we found an alien. Huh. But Carla was surprised, isn't she an alien? What's going on? Fortunately, Donnie's next words made Carla feel relieved. It's a pity that the alien is dead, and we are studying his remains. It seems that it has nothing to do with Clark, but Carla couldn't help asking curiously, what does that alien look like? Looks like a human, but he's wearing a green tights. Green, well 7. Carla did not expect that Danny brought such unexpected news to herself. Aliens? She was taken aback, thinking she had been exposed. It would never have occurred to Danny that she almost blew up Carla's true origin. If this happens Danny, Carla, I found aliens. And Carla, I am. That kind of thing is interesting. At this time, Afu came in from the outside. Now definitely at Wayne Manor, Jennifer was taken over after giving birth to Damien. She has no relatives in Gotham City, and her parents may not even know that she has children. There is no way, people in a certain country are so self-willed, which is normal. The main reason is that Jennifer doesn't know how to explain it. There are many unexpected elements in it. Are the young master and young mistress in there? Afu had already begun to officially regard Jane 257 Nefer as the hostess of the manor. Carla shrugged, I think you'd better leave them alone, maybe they are planning to add another member to the family. Afu nodded to express his understanding, then looked at the sleeping little master in Carla's arms, and couldn't help shedding a few tears. He had been excited several times, but he would still cry when he looked at Damien, because it was not easy, and the Wayne family finally ushered in the next generation of heirs. And Afu watched Bruce grow up. It can be said that he raised Bruce. Looking at Damien was like looking at his own grandson. How could he not be excited? Carla smiled and handed over the child in her arms so that Afu could also hug him. Immediately afterwards, Carla turned and went back to the room just now. She didn't let Alfred bother Jennifer and Bruce, but she herself did. Fortunately, Bruce and Jennifer were fine. They were just chatting, and they were discussing how to tell Jennifer's family about this matter. Jen, you always have to face them. If you don't tell them that you have a grandson, you will be scolded bloody, Carla warned Jennifer. If you don't tell such a big thing, you will be scolded to death. Jennifer sighed, mainly because she didn't know what to say. She just came to Gotham City from Metropolis for a year and has a child. What the hell is she here for? Also, she and Bruce have already had a child before they are married, so it is difficult for people from a certain country to accept it, right? And their family is in a small town. If Carla dares to have an unmarried first son, you can see whether Jonathan will scold her. Definitely Carla, that's not going to happen. Jennifer held her head in distress. Carla, what do you say? I have a child before I get married, so my parents must scold me to death. People in the small town are still very conservative. Bruce stepped forward to hug Jennifer full of apology, and came up with a bad idea. Then let's finish the wedding first and then go back together. Jennifer pushed Bruce away. Are you crazy? If I dare not even tell them the news of the marriage, then I will never be forgiven, and they will sever ties with me. How can a daughter marry without telling her parents? Have you severed the relationship? Moreover, no matter how a daughter gets married, her parents should send it out with her own hands, and there must be a process for the father to hand over the daughter's hand to her husband. If she dared to listen to Bruce's bad ideas, she would definitely be kicked out when she returned home. This unfilial daughter was raised for nothing. Let's be honest, it was an accident, Carla also advised Jennifer. Jennifer bit her lip, but I'm a little sorry for the kid. A child is generally regarded as the crystallization of love, but now it is said that he came by accident, which is not very good. But the fact is, their Rice is really an accident. Jennifer and Bruce are coming to an end. If it weren't for the unexpected arrival of Rice, they would really be in harmony with each other. Bruce secretly felt thankful, and even wanted to thank his son. If it wasn't for this surprise, he might have missed this good girl who really suited him. Not by accident, but by destiny, said Bruce. Carla took a breath. I'm so sour. Shit, am I here to eat dog food? She turned around and left. This stupid couple don't show affection in front of single dogs? I have to say that Bruce was able to chase Jennifer back again, because he still has his extraordinary ability, and he can say such nasty words at will. Carla also admires it. Then Carla called Clark again. Clark, I order you to cook the rice first, and when you and Louise have children, everything will be fine. Sister, Louise is here. Really? Clark yelled and hung up the phone. Clark is 20 years old this year, but there is still nothing he can do with Carla. Yes, it's only been a little over a year since the Joker incident, but Carla is turning 30. Before that, she was 28 years and a few months old, not exactly 28 years old, and now, after more than a year, she is finally 30 years old. Bruce and Jennifer are also 30 years old. This child is the best gift for them. At night, Wayne Manor is brightly lit, and Carla cooks in the hall herself, preparing a large table of delicious meals. But there were no guests. If I have to say, only Carla is the only guest. According to Bruce's wishes, he really wanted to send out invitations so that all the respectable people in Gotham City could witness the birth of Damian Wayne. But Jennifer disagreed. She thought it was their family business and there was no need to tell outsiders. Even if she had to introduce Damian to outsiders, she would wait until a few days later. Damian has just been born. It is not good to let him appear in front of too many people now. In case someone has a cold virus, a child's resistance is too bad. So even Harvey and Rachel weren't invited. It was enough for the family to celebrate. It's not Jennifer's narrow-mindedness, but Bruce's self-consciousness. Instead, Jennifer mentioned that he would invite Harvey and Rachel. Rachel is Bruce's childhood sweetheart, and Harvey is Jennifer's partner, so it's okay to invite. 1.7. Jennifer is not worried at all, because she just has this confidence. If Bruce dares to look back, then he will treat her as blind and take Damian away without any regrets. It was Bruce who chose not to inform anyone in the end, and it was enough for his family to celebrate Damian. Carla is Damian's godmother and mutual friend of Jennifer and Bruce, so it's kind of a family. And when the family was eating and chatting happily, and teasing Damian from time to time, Carla's cell phone rang, and even the ringtone seemed more urgent than usual. Carla frowned. The feeling of foreboding that had happened once during the day came again. She quickly turned on the phone and answered the call. Carla, Danny's voice came immediately, with a lot of panic and a little weakness. Help me. Carla, I know who you are. I didn't intend to say it, but now I need your help. I'm in Seaside City. Not only am I in danger, but the entire Seaside City may be destroyed. Danny called out of the blue for help, then hung up before Carla could speak. Her tone was flustered, and she could even hear her panic and weakness in it. Carla subconsciously turned her head to look at Bruce and Jennifer. Jennifer shook her head. I didn't say that, although I'm a little sorry for Danny, but the less people know, the safer it is for you, Bruce, and Danny, isn't it? Bruce spread his hands. You have a greater chance of being exposed than I am? Also, what happened? While putting away her phone, Carla said what Danny said in the afternoon. Donnie's department seems to have found the corpse of an alien, and they were doing research on that alien before. Now I don't know what happened. Well, I must hurry over there. Bruce, Jennifer, and Afu were all surprised. Aliens? Do aliens really exist? At least for the Earth now, aliens are still 20 unknown. Even if people think that the universe is so big, it is impossible for only the Earth to have life, and it is impossible for only human beings. But after all, the Earth has not yet developed the level of technology that can explore outer space. So this may be a major discovery, but now it seems to bring some kind of fatal crisis. Definitely Jennifer and Bruce didn't know it. They had met the alien and befriended her long ago, but they never knew it until Carla revealed her identity. Carla is not from Earth, but from Krypton. Do you want me to help? Bruce stood up. As long as Carla asked, he would definitely do his part. But Carla asked, can you fly? Bruce sat down again without saying anything. Carla has exposed her super abilities before, definitely not all of them, but using super abilities as a cover to demonstrate the combined force and control of the 4 elements. So Carla flew up without hesitation, turned and went straight to the nearest window. She didn't know what was going on with Danny now, but with her relationship with Danny, it was absolutely impossible for her to have reservations at this time. Just like Carla and Jennifer, once Joker threatens Jennifer, Carla will have nothing to do. And Danny and Jennifer's status is the same, and the relationship between the 3 of them is not divided into closeness and closeness. Don't you need to wear a battle suit? Jennifer reminded Carla. She is not protected by a Batman battlesuit now. Isn't she afraid of revealing her identity? Carla looked back at Jennifer, smiled and raised her hands to grab the clothes on both sides and tear them apart. Carla's chest showed a bright red S, followed by a dark blue tight top, a bright red cape, a skirt of the same color and a pair of small boots. How about my new battlesuit? Carla floated there, arms akimbo looking at the stunned Wayne family. Jennifer looked at Carla with bright eyes, while Bruce was secretly making comparisons. Unlike the Batman battlesuit, the overall style of the Superman battlesuit is not dark, but gives people a hopeful feeling. The bright red and blue collocation, as well as the S on her chest, are so dazzling. Let's go, Carla greeted, turned her head and rushed out of the window to fly into the air. After identifying the direction again, she went straight to the distance and flew quickly. Carla has traveled all over the world, and definitely knows the location of the seaside city. On the way, Carla also took off the glasses that were used as a cover, as if some kind of shackles had been opened, and her whole body suddenly became bright and beautiful. In fact, Carla has always had a peerless appearance. It's a bit too much to say that she can be charming with a smile, but she really belongs to that level. But Carla does not attract too much attention on weekdays. The reason is that when Carla wears glasses, she will automatically exude a super hypnotic ability or suggestive effect, making herself appear inconspicuous. And after taking off her glasses, it wasn't that she became beautiful, but that others could finally notice her true face. Carla knew that the situation was urgent now, and she didn't know what happened to Danny. She was so anxious that she started at full speed, cut through the sky and went straight to the seaside city. At the moment, her speed has already far exceeded the speed of sound, leaving behind a series of sonic booms caused by breaking the sound barrier, but she can't keep up with Carla's speed, and often when the sonic booms sound, she has already disappeared. With Carla's current full speed, even if she goes around the Earth once, the furthest distance is only 10 minutes. In this way, the moment she left Wayne Manor, in less than 30 seconds, she had arrived in a city by the sea. Unlike the Marvel world, the DC world adopts a fictional approach. Almost all cities are fictional and do not originally exist. Including the seaside city is definitely also fictional. Like the Wayne Group in Gotham City and the Luthor family in Metropolis, Seaside City has its own Ferris Airways, in addition to having one of the busiest ports on the West Coast. So this city is not a small town but a bustling big city. At the moment it was night. Carla flew over the city full of lights, looking for Donnie's whereabouts with supervision while turning her eyes, and turned on super hearing to find Donnie's voice. Carla didn't choose to make a phone call because she didn't know Donnie's situation. If she was being hunted down now, wouldn't a phone call in the past kill her? Besides, do you think this Tights battlesuit will have pockets? In fact, there are, because Carla actually wears a pair of shorts that are close to the knees as safety pants under the skirt, worrying about being seen when flying into the air. Don't look at her like this, she is also very conservative. Dem 390, where is it? Carla was anxious because she didn't know Donnie's whereabouts, let alone her situation. At the same time, in a laboratory in Seaside City, there is a big-headed doll running wild. His name is Hector Hammond, a university doctor, and the main person in charge of the study of alien corpses. However, when studying the alien, he was infected because of some yellow substance left in his body. Or should I say, it was some kind of emotion. Fear. Yellow is for fear. Now he is completely out of control, and the laboratory has been destroyed in a mess. Many researchers around have died, including Danny and another black woman, as well as his own father, Senator Hammond. Some kind of special force is fixed on the wall and cannot move. Carla, come quickly. Danny now only has this belief, and only Carla can save herself by becoming Oracle Man. Carla's eyes lit up, Donnie's voice was captured by her, and she immediately rushed in the direction of the voice. Next second. Boom. The thick walls of the laboratory are vulnerable to Carla's steel body, just like chopsticks stabbing tofu through it in one go. Carla. Danny turned her head to look in great surprise, and then was dumbfounded. Who are you? Carla tilted her head and looked at Danny. Didn't you say you know my identity? Carla overlooked one thing. She is not Oracle Man now, but female Superman. She is now Supergirl. In every way, Danny was seeing her face for the first time. But this did not prevent Danny from recognizing her voice immediately. Carla? You are finally here. Save me quickly. Donnie's current appearance is very embarrassing. She is being pressed against a piece of glass by an invisible force, which is still a few meters above the ground. With her were two other people, a black woman, and a middle-aged white man. Carla will be there in a minute. But suddenly, a transparent wall blocked Carla's way. Carla turned her head, and there was a big-headed doll standing in the middle below, staring at Carla with inexplicable eyes. Who are you? Carla didn't bother to talk to him. Get out of here. With a roar, a terrifying force erupted from Carla's body. It was psychokinesis, and it shattered the transparent wall in front of her at once. In fact, the transparent wall is also a power similar to psychokinesis, perhaps it is Jin Li. And Carla's strength is much stronger than that of the big-headed doll, so she couldn't even resist, including the big-headed doll was blown away by this force like a heavy hammer. At the same time, the power controlling Danny and the others also lost control, and the three of them fell down together. Carla definitely wanted to save Danny, but the other two couldn't watch them fall, and they would have to suffer if not die. So Carla reached out to catch Danny in the princess hug position, and then caught the other two with psychokinesis. Danny hugged Carla naturally, and looked at her in surprise. I thought you were just Oracle Man, what's going on? Carla shrugged. In fact, she didn't make a mistake. She also guessed that Danny guessed that she was Oracle Man. But in an emergency situation, she had to risk her identity and come here as quickly as possible. It's all like this now, all she can do is to continue to cover up her Kryptonian identity as much as possible. Let's not talk about this, what's the matter with that big-headed doll? Carla hugged Danny in midair and turned around, looking at the big-headed doll that got up from a distance. In fact, they have a name, called Heike Joe Wenmund, also called Dr. Hector. He is the son of that Hammond MP, and he is also the person in charge of dissecting alien corpses, but for some reason, he seems to have been infected with some kind of alien substance, so he lost control and mastered some kind of the special power is the same as your power just now, Danny briefly explained, and then looked at Carla with surprised eyes. That's psychokinesis. Well, I actually have a super ability, Carla finally confessed to Danny. Otherwise, why do you think those brats wrestled dozens of times because of it? It was already when they were in middle school. Because Carla is so beautiful, someone will always confess to her. If it is a good boy, Carla will directly refuse repeatedly. During the period, it is inevitable that some punks will be encountered. At that time, Carla will use psychokinesis to carry out some small punishments. In fact, she has shown super ability a long time ago, but at that time who would have thought that she would have super ability? Donnie also recalled their school days, and only then did she understand what was going on back then. Speaking of which, how long are you going to do this? Suddenly, the black woman and the white man came over. In fact, the white man was the father of the big-headed baby, that is, Counselor Hammond, the main political figure in this seaside city one. Danny just got down from Carla's arms, and introduced the black lady to Carla. Carla, she is my boss, Amanda Waller, we are in charge of something similar to this time. Mysterious incident. Carla looked at Amanda and couldn't help but whispered, I'll fuck it. She never thought that Donnie would have a relationship with Amanda, a woman. It turned out that Amanda was in charge of Donnie's mysterious department. Amanda glanced at Carla, my name is Waller. Well, she doesn't know what the hell I mean. Let's not mention what's going on with you, what about that big-headed Dr. Hammond? Amanda heard Carla call a big-headed doll a few times, and almost said the same thing. Hammond glanced at them, then turned to look at his son, Hector, don't be stubborn, I'm doing it for your own good. Carla was almost overwhelmed, hey, is this self-righteous for your own good again? Shut up, Dr. Hector didn't think so, and roared at his father, then, let me do it for you too. A fluctuation of psychokinesis came, and ordinary people would definitely not notice it, but they couldn't escape Carla's perception. Don't even think about it. Carla stepped forward, and with a thought, she sent out the same psychokinesis to block Dr. Hector. Even Carla's psychokinesis was stronger, and she suppressed Dr. Hector. Why are you protecting him? Dr. Hector yelled at Carla instead. Carla is amused. Why? Because my sister is a superhero, Carla gave the answer. Whether she is Oracle Man or the female Superman, she is a superhero, and she will definitely not watch him hurt others. Dr. Hector's eyes widened like a pair of brass bells, and strangely, his eyes turned completely yellow. He didn't have yellow pupils, let alone the whites of his eyes, but now there is such a change. Obviously there is some reason. In an instant Carla sensed a change. Dr. Hector's psychokinesis was increasing in intensity. Carla was a little surprised, feeling that Dr. Hector's behind might be connected to another more powerful force, just like the relationship between the power station and the voltage transformer. Dr. Hector is a transformer, and his power actually comes from the existence behind him. But Carla immediately stabilized again. That's all. You're not qualified enough, Carla sneered. Want to hurt me? Or break through my psychokinesis defenses? Let the guy behind you come right in, and maybe get me serious. At least the power that Dr. Hector can unleash cannot shake Carla's power at all. At this moment, a green figure flew in from the hole that Carla broke in before. Wow, what happened here? Carla glanced at him subconsciously. It was a guy in a green tights, with a green eye patch on his face around his eyes. Maybe it was used as a mask. Definitely Carla thinks that thing seems useless, because people who are familiar with it can recognize it at a glance. Carla glanced at the other party, and even though she didn't know him, she could guess his identity. Green Lantern? Dr. Hector also noticed the person coming, and noticed that Carla was a little slack because of Green Lantern's intrusion, so he immediately gave up confrontation with Carla decisively, turned around and ran away. If Carla wanted to, the big-headed doll had no chance of escaping. But Carla watched him run away. The reason is that the big-headed doll is not important. Carla may have noticed something behind him through the big-headed doll. Is that an octopus? Carla didn't know if it was an octopus, but it was very clear that the thing was terrifying and could even threaten the life and death of the entire Earth. So the big-headed doll ran away. Then Carla turned her head and looked at Amanda and Senator Hammond beside her. Suddenly, Carla made a move, raised his hands and grabbed the heads of the two at a speed that caught people off guard. Carla, Danny exclaimed. I won't kill them, I just want them to forget who I am, Carla said without looking back. And you, Danny, can't you keep calling my name, idiot? Why did you dare to expose your identity? This Danny is also real, just call her full name. Carla can't. Is it because I am afraid that others will not know who she is? Danny was a little embarrassed. Then how should I call you? Looking at you now, aren't you Oracle Man? Wow, Oracle Man. Don't forget that there is a little green man not 140 away. It's just that Carla and Danny didn't pay attention to him. Carla thought for a while, just call me female Superman. After all, she debuted as such. No way, just like Carla can't leave Jennifer alone, she has to come over when Danny is in danger. Female Superman? Meaning, there are male Superman. Danny was smart enough to notice the loophole in Carla's words. Why is it a female Superman and not a Superman? Is it because there are male Superman, so it is a female Superman? Clark. Danny asked tentatively, watching Carla's expression carefully. Carla pretended not to hear, obviously already pretended not to hear. But Danny still clapped her hands. Understood. I haven't changed my expression, have I? Carla turned her head and looked at Danny speechlessly. But Danny reminded, based on our friendship for so many years, if I still can't see it, I don't deserve to be your friend. Carla sighed. Danny has been more fond of detective novels and movies since before, so she will do her current job later. Let her know so much, and she doesn't know whether it is good or bad. Ki. After a while, Carla let go of her hands, and had already finished the psychological hint to Amanda and Senator Hammond. They would not remember Carla, at least they would not remember that the female Superman is a doctor. Okay, I'll leave for a while, and come find me after you've dealt with these two people, Carla told Danny before turning around and flying towards the little green man. So you are the Oracle Man, I've heard of you. The little green man, Green Lantern, expressed great interest in Carla. Carla glanced at him. Are you planning to talk here? Don't make me busy just now, come with me. With that said, Carla flew out first. Green Lantern followed suit. Danny glanced at the figure of Carla and the others leaving, turned around and began to explain to Amanda what happened just now, because Amanda and Senator Hammond almost lost their memory of what happened just now. On the other side, Carla took the Green Lantern to the high altitude of Seaside City. In this era, there are not so many artificial satellites, and they are not afraid of being discovered. Green Lantern has himself, he introduced himself. His name is Hal Jordan, who is considered the most classic Green Lantern. But now Hal has only just become Green Lantern. I actually discovered that dead alien first. His name is Abinsu. This ring is, halfway through the conversation, when Hal was about to introduce the green light ring on his hand, but he suddenly realized that when he pointed the ring at Carla in front of him, the ring suddenly burst into light and was about to fly away. It's like a dog fostered at a friend's house sees its owner whom it hasn't seen for a long time. Although it may be a bit weird to describe it this way, it feels like this to Hal. The green light ring in his hand seems to regard Carla as the master, and he can't wait to get rid of Hal, and wants to fly to Carla. It even succeeded. Taking advantage of Hal's absent-mindedness, the green light ring broke free and was about to go to Carla's finger, and it chose Carla's left ring finger. Carla clenched her fist just in time, allowing the green light ring to be emptied. Looking down at the green light ring with a blank face, Carla looked up at Hal, who lost the green light ring and turned back into an ordinary person, and almost fell off. It was Carla who caught him with psychokinesis. Carla asked curiously, what's going on? Hal definitely couldn't figure out the situation even more, because he was still a newcomer himself. How could he possibly explain it clearly? But immediately the green light ring settled down, returned to Hal's side, and was grabbed by him and put back on his finger. Hal tentatively gestured at Carla again, but this time the ring didn't respond, as if the situation just now was a hallucination. Carla was also curious, watching Hal transform back into Green Lantern, complained, your ring is very unstable, and you can suddenly lose control. Wouldn't you be killed under some special circumstances? Hal also felt terrified with lingering fears, but they told me that this kind of thing will not happen once the ring chooses the owner, unless the owner is incompetent or dies, or the owner voluntarily gives up. Otherwise the green light ring will not betray the owner. How is this going? Suddenly, Carla raised her head in feeling, and in the sky under the dark night, there was a green light coming straight towards here. Carla could clearly identify it with supervision. It was a green light ring, and it came straight towards her. The corners of Carla's mouth twitched. Didn't she? Was she hooked? Sure enough, another green light ring came in front of Carla, still emitting a faint light, waiting for her to put her finger in. But Carla resolutely turned her head and pretended not to see it, looked at Hal on the opposite side, and asked, speaking of which, what happened to that big-headed doll? You haven't finished talking just now, have you? Hal looked at the ring next to Carla, and then at Carla, feeling weird in his heart. In fact, Carla despises the green light ring. Perhaps for ordinary people, it can be regarded as the most powerful weapon and power in the universe. However, it is nothing to Carla who has the power of Superman, and it is better to use her own power. The most important thing is the trouble. Even if Carla has never been a Green Lantern, she still knows that the power of the Green Lantern ring comes from the spectrum of emotion, and even needs to be recharged every 24 hours, and because the charger is similar to a lantern, it is called Green Lantern. If the energy is used too quickly and consumes too much energy, it will have to be recharged in less than a day. What about playing? Who has to stop charging in the middle of a fight? Do not make jokes. If Carla wanted to, the big-headed doll had no chance of escaping. But Carla watched him run away. The reason is that the big-headed doll is not important. Carla may have noticed something behind him through the big-headed doll. Is that an octopus? Carla didn't know if it was an octopus, but it was very clear that the thing was terrifying and could even threaten the life and death of the entire Earth. so the big-headed doll ran away. Then Carla turned her head and looked at Amanda and Senator Hammond beside her. Suddenly, Carla made a move, raised his hands and grabbed the heads of the two at a speed that caught people off guard. Carla! Danny exclaimed. I won't kill them, I just want them to forget who I am, Carla said without looking back. And you, Danny, can't you keep calling my name, idiot? Why did you dare to expose your identity? This Danny is also real, just call her full name. Carla can't. Is it because I am afraid that others will not know who she is? Danny was a little embarrassed. Then how should I call you? Looking at you now, aren't you Oracle Man? Wow, Oracle Man. Don't forget that there is a little green man not 140 away. It's just that Carla and Danny didn't pay attention to him. Carla thought for a while, just call me female Superman. After all, she debuted as such. No way, just like Carla can't leave Jennifer alone, she has to come over when Danny is in danger. Female Superman? Meaning, there are male Superman. Danny was smart enough to notice the loophole in Carla's words. Why is it a female Superman and not a Superman? Is it because there are male Superman, so it is a female Superman? Clark. Danny asked tentatively, watching Carla's expression carefully. Carla pretended not to hear, obviously already pretended not to hear. But Danny still clapped her hands. Understood. I haven't changed my expression, have I? Carla turned her head and looked at Danny speechlessly. But Danny reminded, based on our friendship for so many years, if I still can't see it, I don't deserve to be your friend. Carla sighed. Danny has been more fond of detective novels and movies since before, so she will do her current job later. Let her know so much, and she doesn't know whether it is good or bad. Ki. After a while, Carla let go of her hands, and had already finished the psychological hint to Amanda and Senator Hammond. They would not remember Carla, at least they would not remember that the female Superman is a doctor. Okay, I'll leave for a while, and come find me after you've dealt with these two people, Carla told Danny before turning around and flying towards the little green man. So you are the Oracle Man, I've heard of you. The little green man, Green Lantern, expressed great interest in Carla. Carla glanced at him. Are you planning to talk here? Don't make me busy just now, come with me. With that said, Carla flew out first. Green Lantern followed suit. Danny glanced at the figure of Carla and the others leaving, turned around and began to explain to Amanda what happened just now, because Amanda and Senator Hammond almost lost their memory of what happened just now. On the other side, Carla took the Green Lantern to the high altitude of Seaside City. In this era, there are not so many artificial satellites, and they are not afraid of being discovered. Green Lantern has himself, he introduced himself. His name is Hal Jordan, who is considered the most classic Green Lantern. But now Hal has only just become Green Lantern. I actually discovered that dead alien first. His name is Abinsu. This ring is, halfway through the conversation, when Hal was about to introduce the green light ring on his hand, but he suddenly realized that when he pointed the ring at Carla in front of him, the ring suddenly burst into light and was about to fly away. It's like a dog fostered at a friend's house sees its owner whom it hasn't seen for a long time. Although it may be a bit weird to describe it this way, it feels like this to Hal. The green light ring in his hand seems to regard Carla as the master, and he can't wait to get rid of Hal, and wants to fly to Carla. It even succeeded. Taking advantage of Hal's absent-mindedness, the green light ring broke free and was about to go to Carla's finger, and it chose Carla's left ring finger. Carla clenched her fist just in time, allowing the green light ring to be emptied. Looking down at the green light ring with a blank face, Carla looked up at Hal, who lost the green light ring and turned back into an ordinary person, and almost fell off. It was Carla who caught him with psychokinesis. Carla asked curiously, what's going on? Hal definitely couldn't figure out the situation even more, because he was still a newcomer himself. How could he possibly explain it clearly? But immediately the green light ring settled down, returned to Hal's side, and was grabbed by him and put back on his finger. Hal tentatively gestured at Carla again, but this time the ring didn't respond, as if the situation just now was a hallucination. Carla was also curious, watching Hal transform back into Green Lantern, complained, your ring is very unstable, and you can suddenly lose control. Wouldn't you be killed under some special circumstances? Hal also felt terrified with lingering fears, but they told me that this kind of thing will not happen once the ring chooses the owner, unless the owner is incompetent or dies, or the owner voluntarily gives up. Otherwise the green light ring will not betray the owner. How is this going? Suddenly, Carla raised her head in feeling, and in the sky under the dark night, there was a green light coming straight towards here. Carla could clearly identify it with supervision. It was a green light ring, and it came straight towards her. The corners of Carla's mouth twitched. Didn't she? Was she hooked? Sure enough, another green light ring came in front of Carla, still emitting a faint light, waiting for her to put her finger in. But Carla resolutely turned her head and pretended not to see it, looked at Hal on the opposite side, and asked, speaking of which, what happened to that big-headed doll? You haven't finished talking just now, have you? Hal looked at the ring next to Carla, and then at Carla, feeling weird in his heart. In fact, Carla despises the green light ring. Perhaps for ordinary people, it can be regarded as the most powerful weapon and power in the universe. However, it is nothing to Carla who has the power of Superman, and it is better to use her own power. The most important thing is the trouble. Even if Carla has never been a Green Lantern, she still knows that the power of the Green Lantern ring comes from the spectrum of emotion, and even needs to be recharged every 24 hours, and because the charger is similar to a lantern, it is called Green Lantern. If the energy is used too quickly and consumes too much energy, it will have to be recharged in less than a day. What about playing? Who has to stop charging in the middle of a fight? Do not make jokes. Parallax is coming, and even Carla finds it tricky, because she's not worried about herself, but the countless lives on Earth. Parallax monsters are the embodiment of the emotion of fear that is unavoidable to all living things. Especially when creatures face death, they will have huge amounts of fear, which will also become the food and power of parallax monsters. We've got to take the initiative, Hal. Carla reminded Hal that they had to take the initiative. How to attack? Let's not say that it is in outer space. Can you survive in outer space? Hal digressed while talking. Carla just squinted at Hal. Are you dead or Hal? Tell me clearly. Now we are talking about a major crisis that may have a bearing on the life and death of the Earth. How can this be beside the point? Well, I'm not sure, Carla had to admit. In fact, she never dared to try to leave the 380 layer of the atmosphere. At the highest point, she only touched the edge of the atmosphere, but never broke through. So Carla is really not sure if she can survive in outer space. The two fell silent for a while, and the atmosphere was awkward. Theoretically speaking, Superman definitely can survive in outer space, but who would dare to risk their lives to try before they are sure? Even if Carla is so powerful now, she doesn't want to do that. The main reason is that it has never been necessary, unless she wants to run into the sun to bask in the sun. The power of the Kryptonians comes from the light of the golden sun. It stands to reason that Carla can go to the sun to accumulate strength before Clark becomes Superman, since she doesn't plan to act in a hurry. But Carla once watched a work called All-Star Superman, in which Superman was too close to the sun, causing the cells in his body to contain too much power, so he died quickly and eventually lost his life. Yes, there is such a work. Superman died because of absorbing too much of the sun's rays. As a result, Carla is also worried that she may not be strong enough now, and approaching the sun rashly will only make her die because she cannot bear the sudden powerful force. It is not to say that the greater the strength, the better. For example, if a person overloads his or her own strength, it will cause physical damage such as muscle strain. What's more, this kind of super strength directly injected into the cells, if she couldn't bear it and exploded to death, Carla didn't want to die so tragically. She might not be strong enough now. Keeping silent is not an option, since the two of them can't think of a solution. Hal and Carla call their friends respectively, asking for good ideas. Hal is a native of this place, so of course he has his best friend, Thomas Komako, a friend of Hal's, and a male IT guy, who is said to be a genius in this field. There is also Carol Ferris. She is the daughter of the Ferris Group behind Ferris Airlines, and is also the current executive director, similar to Bruce of the Wayne Group. I have to say that Carol is very beautiful, and Hal has never left her eyes since she came. The latter rolled his eyes several times, but in the end it just didn't matter. It seems that there is drama between the two. At the same time, Carla also contacted Danny and asked her to come directly to Hal's house together. Carla didn't call anyone after that, neither Bruce nor Clark. She could settle this matter. She didn't want to disturb Bruce's rare reunion, and she didn't want to prevent Clark from picking up girls. Now Clark's most urgent task is to quickly take Louise down. The children of the Bruce family next door have come out. If Louise is not allowed to hurry up, how can he form a team of extraordinary twins? When the friends of the two came one after another, Danny hit Hal strangely. Is he the little green man just now? Carla suppressed a smile and introduced Danny. His name is Hal, and his name is Green Lantern. Okay, Danny said casually, then looked back at Carla, pointed to the green light ring floating above her head, and asked, what's going on now? Carla sighed. I don't know, it seems to be entangled with me, insisting that I also be a Green Lantern. Didn't he propose to you? Danny asked in a low voice, and gave Hal a look with her eyes. Carla rolled her eyes. Two things. Well, this is coming from outside the universe, definitely not. Each of the green light rings is single and independent, and there will be no situation where one ring selects two people. What's more, this is the universe, the most powerful weapon. The meaning of the representative is not what the Earth thinks. Danny showed a disappointed expression, while Carol was visibly relieved. It turns out that Carol has been secretly paying attention to this beautiful woman who suddenly appeared, guessing what the relationship between Hal and Carla is. Hal is also introducing Carla to his friends. She is a female Superman, at least you can call her that. Zero, and now we have reached a consensus that there is a huge amounts of threat approaching the Earth, and we have to figure out a way together beat your opponent. Before Carol and the others arrived, Carla and Hal reached a consensus on how to explain Carla's identity. For others, Carla's identity is better kept secret. Don't look at her face without any mask, but still the same sentence. As long as she wears glasses and cooperates with psychological hints, there will be no problem. No one will see that she is the heroic female Superman. This is the best cover-up. Hal first narrated the matter about the parallax monster, so that others can also understand what the situation is now. Why don't you ask the Green Lantern Corps for help? Carol and Carla have different ideas. She hopes to find more reinforcements and help to protect the Earth. Hal shook his head. They have already acted, although I was not there, but I received news that a team had planned to block and reseal the parallax, but the group was wiped out. After 5 years, the regiment will be destroyed. They don't understand. Carla even complained in a small way. This is because Green Lantern usually refers not only to a single person, but to the entire Green Lantern Corps. Once the Green Lantern Corps needs to be dispatched collectively, it means that a major event has occurred, so the Green Lantern Corps has been wiped out many times. Record. So there is such a saying, the green light is no more than 5, and it will go out after 5. Even 1.0 has the words that the green light does not exceed 100, and it will rain if it exceeds 100, ring rain, because the ring will automatically find the next owner after Green Lantern is dead. It looks like it is raining. Hal obviously didn't understand this talk, but he also knew that it was not a good word, so he pretended not to hear it smartly, and continued, now we have been abandoned, and the Green Lantern Corps will not make unnecessary sacrifices anymore. I think they will have their own plan, but apparently saving the planet is not part of their plan. Carla said at the right time, that's why I said, we don't need to rely on others, we need to take the initiative, we can save ourselves. It's just that there is still a problem now. If they want to fight the parallax monsters, they will inevitably enter outer space. However, Carla is not yet sure whether she can survive in outer space. Hal said seriously to Carla, so I want you to think about wearing that green light ring. Under Carla's enlightenment, or reminder, Hal understands that he has to rely on himself now, because the Green Lantern Corps and the Asgardians on OA obviously do not intend to sacrifice those so-called elites in vain in order to protect the Earth. But the only problem now is that Carla may have to rely on the green light ring to have the ability to operate in outer space. For some reason, the green light ring seemed to have self-awareness, and came to Carla's left hand with a beautiful green arc and light. A ball of green light held Carla's left hand up, and then the ring was about to align with Carla's left ring finger. But Carla broke away easily. Rolling my eyes, what's the matter with the ring? Isn't it too vivid? Is it so free? I can take a chance, Carla said, still not intending to accept the green light ring. Carla, Danny whispered, and said worriedly, that's outer space, are you sure you can survive? And it's okay even if you wear this ring. Danny didn't know why Carla was so resistant to the Green Lantern ring. 20 if I could, I would really like to replace you, but it chooses you, Danny said, not because she peeped at the power of the green light ring, but because she really wanted to replace Carla, wanted to help her, and wanted to protect the Earth. Make an effort. However, it is for the green light ring to choose the qualified person, not the qualified person to choose the ring. This order must be clarified. The ring I chose was Carla, and others couldn't get close even if they wanted to wear it. Even Hal was puzzled. When he was selected by the ring, he was taken away by a green force. He was brought to Abinsu and took the ring from the dying Abinsu. Even when Hal got the qualification and the choice of the ring, there was no such situation as Carla. The green light ring was spinning around Carla's left hand, like a puppy coquettishly. Even this green light ring no one knows where it came from, only outer space. There are huge amounts of difference between Carla and Hal. Carla raised her left hand, and the ring was correspondingly too high, but it still turned around her left hand, staring at her left ring finger all the time. Carla rolled her eyes. Why did she have to choose this finger? Everyone else in the room looked at Carla, wondering why she'd been so resistant to the green light ring, especially Hal. Was there something terribly negative about it? But Carla murmured, it's so ugly to be dressed in green. What? Everyone showed incredible expressions. What did she just say? Because of what? I said, wearing green is simply the color of forgiveness. It's so ugly. And why choose green as the color of willpower? Does it take a lot of willpower to forgive others? It really is will. Carla, as soon as he opened his mouth, he complained. But everyone is looking at her with black lines all over their heads. Why do you resist so much because the color doesn't suit your liking? Even the ring stopped, as if it was inconceivable, so it froze in midair and did not move. Danny came up and hugged Carla dumbfounded. Big sister, the Earth is going to be destroyed. Do you still care about this? By the way, she took Carla's left hand to help her put the ring on. But Carla said, you have to wear it yourself, and you have to take an oath. Danny had to let Carla go. It seems that he looked up at a few people, sighed, and finally stopped losing his temper. In fact, she is confident that she has the power to defeat Parallax Monster, but after all, she has never encountered an opponent of this level. What if she can't beat it? Carla is confident that even if she can't defeat the Parallax Monster, she will not be in danger. But what about the Earth? The power of the green light ring is a trivial matter, and Carla doesn't like the power provided by the green light ring. However, the willpower of green can suppress the fear of yellow, and maybe it can really help Shang a lot. Even Carla has to admit that if the opponent is a Parallax Monster, the power of the green light ring is indeed the best. Slowly raising her right hand, Carla finally grasped the ring. Suddenly, an ancient voice sounded in the room. No one knew where it came from, but it appeared clearly in everyone's ears. Daughter of Krypton, Carla Zor-El, you have infinite and steadfast willpower. Welcome to join the Green Willpower Army. Carla almost threw the ring away. What the hell should I use you to introduce to me? Carla. Danny stared at Carla. Krypton's daughter? Aren't you the daughter of Jonathan the farm uncle? Carla gritted her teeth. I'll explain later. She gritted her teeth and firmly put the green light ring on her left index finger. In the next moment, a relevant oath appeared in Carla's heart. Having reached this point, Carla naturally will not resist any more. She reads slowly. Proxima midnight is boundless, the sun is never extinguished, and the evil spirits appear in their original form. Keep my oath, eradicate devils and traitors, and shine forever. Hal is surprised because Carla's vows are completely different from his. Hal's oath is the day is bright, the night is vast, there is nowhere to hide from demons and monsters. The aliens rebel against the party, fearing my divine light, the green light is always bright, and it will shine forever. But the oath is nothing. The most important thing is that when Carla completed the declaration of the oath, Hal was about to take out his own green light charger to charge Carla. But suddenly, the green light ring Carla wore on her left index finger, not the ring finger, burst into a dazzling green light. That was even brighter than Hal's light. Before everyone could react, Carla flew up violently. Even Carla herself was baffled. She realized that it was the power of the green light ring that was driving her flight, not her own power. Carla was bold and didn't fight or stop her. She also guessed that the green light ring was going to take her to Oastar, so she simply wanted to see it. When Danny and the others were at a loss, Hal quickly changed into his battle suit and turned into a green glowing little green man. Hal, that Ms. Carla is right, it's really ugly. Thomas Kamaka, Hal's IT friend, complained. Hal didn't have time to argue with him, so he confessed, I'm going to chase her, don't worry, I will bring her back. After speaking, Hal also turned into a green light and flew away. But Hal soon discovered that he flew out immediately after him, but Carla was nowhere to be seen outside. Even when he was running at full speed, he was so far behind Carla that he couldn't even see her. But Hal didn't panic, because he also knew that the destination would definitely be Oastar, so he just went straight to Oastar. However, Hal was wrong. When he came to Oastar, he still panicked, because he saw the whole Oastar as if he was facing a big enemy. All those green lanterns and at the moment that he had seen before were all flying on the planet. Outside, they looked down. Hal also flew over, looked down, and found that Carla had already arrived on Oa planet in advance, and now, she was standing in front of those Asgardians. In fact, Carla came to Oa much earlier than Hal, and she was taken directly to where the Asgardians are, maybe they call it the holy place. Before Carla had time to pay attention to the scenery of Oastar, when the light of the green light ring slowly made her fall to the ground, she did not feel any discomfort, and fell lightly to the ground. At the moment, Carla is still wearing her own battle suit, the classic color of red and blue, without any green. It dares. Carla, who appeared here, looked around, especially those little blue people, Asgardians, standing on the high platform. Don't underestimate these little blue people. They are called the Asgardians of the universe. They are said to be the earliest intelligent life forms in the universe. They have advanced technology and civilization a long time ago, and even mastered the power of emotional spectrum. Even in the early setting, there was a scientist named Karana in Asgardian. He wanted to find out the mystery of the origin of the universe, so he ignored the ban and forcibly conducted research, and accidentally created an explosion. It was in this explosion that the multi-universe and the antimatter universe were born. This shows how powerful they are. Definitely, just like that Karana, in fact many big incidents were caused by themselves, even including this parallax monster incident. As mentioned earlier, the real body of parallax monster should be an insect-like creature with multiple limbs and a multi-section body. But why did Carla see a big octopus? Then asked the Asgardians. Among the surrounding Asgardians, a high platform was broken from it. It was the Asgardian who peeped at the yellow power of fear, not for himself, but to prove that the power of fear can also be used by them. As a result, he was swallowed by the power of fear, and he turned himself into the carrier of the parallax monster, becoming the parallax monster. Therefore, the parallax monsters seen now did not eat books or change settings, but there are reasons for this. Although Carla arrived at a strange planet and a strange place, she was not panicked at all, but looked around curiously, even those little blue people. But at this moment, a majestic scolding sound came from behind. Who are you? How dare you break into this palace privately? Carla turned her head, and there was a green lantern standing behind her. He had black hair and red skin, facial features, and body structure similar to humans, and he was full of righteousness. But Carla noticed that there was a yellow ring in his hand. That is the ring of light that contains the power of fear, called the ring of yellow light, in contrast to the ring of green light. Carla sneered, what? If you can't beat the opponent, you have to join the opponent? What you are facing is fear originally. Once you have its power, wouldn't it be equivalent to surrendering to the enemy immediately? Are you crazy? The latter subconsciously hid the ring in his heart. At this time, the little blue people on the high platform seemed to have just recovered and looked at Carla one after another. One of the little blue men said lightly, Kryptonians, I didn't expect there to be survivors. Carla was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression slowly became gloomy. What? Was it a surprise? Or do you really want the Kryptonians to be extinct? Carla raised her head and glared at the little blue people, and then she simply flew up slowly. Not with the green light ring, but with her own ability, Carla flew high into the air, coming to level with those Asgardians. To the rest of the Green Lantern Corps, this is disrespectful. So the Green Lantern below immediately used the green light ring as a communicator to notify all the Green Lanterns on planet OA to get ready. A battle may occur at any time, and expel this uninvited guest. And at this time, Hal came late, and what he saw was the current picture. Carla flew in midair, looked at the Asgardians around, and said with a cold expression, I almost forgot if you didn't mention it, since you claim to be the Asgardians of the universe, there should be people from you in the galaxy where Krypton is located, right? What were you doing when our planet Krypton was destroyed? She didn't want to ask at first, and what's the relationship between her own house blowing up and others? It's love to help you, and it's duty not to help. But the little blue man's words made her unhappy, so could it be that the Kryptonians have some quarrel with them? At this time, another little blue man spoke. Before then, we need you to hand over the green light ring on your hand. That is not an ordinary green light ring, but the original CUN green light ring, the first green light ring. Unlike other green light rings, there is no need to supplement willpower. You can directly communicate with the green power of will, and directly use the willpower in the emotional spectrum. No one is eligible to get it. Carla was a little surprised. Is there anything so extraordinary about this green light ring? But Carla laughed again immediately. Want to take it back? Then answer me a few questions and tell me, what role did you play in the destruction of Krypton? Tell me. Not to blame her for thinking too much, but the attitude of the Asgardians is terrible. Bold, in the surrounding sky, thousands of green lanterns flew over one after another, enveloping the surrounding area. Some people shouted angrily, Asterisk, how dare you contradict the Asgardians like this? I think you are looking for death. Then I'll kill you first. Carla yelled angrily. The cloak on her body was windless and automatic. At this moment, she might lose control because of the re-emphasis of the destruction of her home planet. Her eyes began to turn red, and she might emit heat vision rays at any time. Stop it, daughter of Krypton, we are not the enemy. Suddenly, a little blue person sighed with emotion, although as early as 100,000 years ago, we once had the Kryptonians' crazy expansion of the universe and I was dissatisfied with the infinite colonization, and had some friction with the Kryptonians at first. But in the end, we reached a consensus with Krypton. When the Kryptonians cancelled the colonization plan, we no longer regarded the Kryptonians as enemies. Carla sneered. Oh, it seems that there was a friction? The colonization plan was stopped by you. What happened back then? And what was your attitude when Krypton was destroyed? I will see your answer will decide whether to destroy you. You are too, Qian Wanghao, arrogant. The Green Lantern below finally couldn't stand it anymore. In fact, his name is Sinestro, and now he is even equivalent to the captain of the entire Green Lantern Corps. He is very strong, and after seeing Carla's domineering arrogance, he was so angry that he wanted to teach Carla a lesson. But before Sinestro flew up, his vision blurred. Carla instantly fell in front of Sinestro, and stepped on Sinestro's chest. Boom! The whole holy place shook for a while, even Oua seeing seemed to vibrate. Carla raised her head, her golden long hair fluttering high. Carla shouted, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will bloodbath all of you. I will do what I said. As soon as Carla's voice fell, somewhere in the Oua star suddenly exploded, and two lights and shadows, one red and one black, quickly came to Carla. The expressions of the Asgardians all changed. That is the red light ring representing anger, and the black light ring representing death. Carla didn't use the so-called original Green Lantern ring, but with her own personal power, defeated Green Lantern, who can be considered the strongest and most outstanding Green Lantern Corps today. Even Sinestro lay there recklessly, and even this so-called holy place collapsed at one corner, sinking into a deep pit. Carla stood there like this. Although she was looking up at the thousands of green lanterns in the sky, she was completely fearless and pointed to the sky. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, no one can leave, including your planet. We pay with blood. Hal was shocked. How could it have turned into such a situation? He just heard a little bit about Carla questioning the little blue man about the Asgardians' role in the destruction of Krypton. However, Carla's threat is not everyone's fear. Someone shouted, since we know that she is from Krypton, everyone will transform into kryptonite weapons to deal with her. You're looking for death, Carla said, frightened and angry, and her eyes immediately released heat vision rays and were about to aim at the man. Kryptonite is indeed a deadly threat to Carla, but you also have to use the power of the green light ring to get it out. If you can't get it out, is it useless? Carla has already planned to act first, and it is a killer move. But at this moment, two rings, one black and one red, flew over from the sky 540 meters away, and for some reason they just blocked Carla's attack, and even resisted Carla's attack and came to her. Forward. Daughter of Krypton, your heart is full of rage. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. A terrifying roar, as if of an ancient beast, rang in everyone's ears. But before the Green Lanterns could react, there was another deep and hoarse voice that made everyone shudder. Daughter of Krypton, you will surely bring death to this universe. You belong to the Black Lantern Corps. This time, even those Asgardians panicked. The red light of anger and the black light of death? Haven't they been sealed? Why do they appear now? Some Asgardians exclaimed. And they are the most original red light rings and black light rings. Once she wears them, there will be endless troubles. Daughter of Krypton, don't be blinded by anger. Things are not what you think. We don't want Krypton to be destroyed. There has been no conflict with Krypton in the past 100,000 years. The little blue people panicked, because they knew very well that these two light rings were terrible, and the power of the red light ring, which represented anger, even far surpassed that of the green light. The only flaw was that the wearer had the risk of losing control. Even among the conventional 7 Lantern Corps, the power of the Red Lantern is definitely the best. What's more, there is a black light ring in front of Carla, that is the scariest thing. The big event Blackest Night is guided by the Black Lantern ring. But Carla laughed. After coming to OA, she suddenly realized that the destruction of Krypton might not be simple, and even these nasty little blue men might have played some role. Unless you can appease my anger, Carla said as she took 2 light rings, the black light on her right thumb, and the red light on her right index finger, in stark contrast to the green light on her left index finger. Don't worry, Carla didn't lose her mind. Although she wore these 2 rings, she didn't say the corresponding oath, so she didn't count as joining the corresponding legion. Now, Carla looks at the little blue people, and her next actions depend on their explanations. The Asgardians looked at each other, never expecting such a situation to happen suddenly. However, apart from panicking at the beginning, they quickly calmed down. This is because although the Asgardians have the power to use the spectrum of emotions, they are originally like existences without emotions. So they began to answer Carla's questions in a calm tone. The first is the colonization plan 100,000 years ago. Carla questioned, although I don't agree with invading and colonizing other planets, I still want to know what happened back then. She wanted to know why the planet Krypton would suddenly end the colonization plan, and Kryptonian spaceships could be seen even from the Earth. The Kryptonians should have discovered, the secret that the Golden Sun can strengthen the physical fitness of the Kryptonians. Why? Krypton ended the colonization plan early? Because of Doomsday. Suddenly, the Asgardian suggested a name that surprised even Carla. Doomsday? That is a biochemical weapon created by Krypton's high-tech means. Even the powerful new Protoss of the Apocalypse Star are no match. But Doomsday is just like the Red Anger, which is uncontrollable. The colonization plan of the Kryptonians was not stopped by us, but was destroyed by the monsters created by you yourself. All the colonies were destroyed by Doomsday, including you Kryptonians, who also suffered countless casualties. Because of this, Krypton has strictly prohibited anyone from studying relevant information about Doomsday, and a technology called the Code of Life was discovered during that period. Since then, the Kryptonians are no longer keen on external expansion, but rely on the Code of Life to change the development of society, and gradually add absolute loyalty to the planet Krypton into their genes. In fact, we have already issued a warning to the Kryptonians, but it is absolutely impossible for the affected Kryptonians to abandon the Cyanogen planet. Including you, the daughter of Krypton, we can see that you are also a product of the Code of Life, so when you touch things about your home planet, you can easily get emotional and lose control. The Asgardians did not show emotion, but answered Carla's questions in a flat tone. Carla questioned that the Asgardians may have played a disgraceful role, as they may have had a grudge against Krypton. However, the Asgardians did not admit it, and even produced evidence. In order to eradicate the out-of-control Doomsday, some Kryptonians even became Green Lanterns, although they all gave up the lantern rings at that time. Especially when the Asgardians mentioned the Code of Life, Carla's momentum finally relaxed. Asgardian is right, the life created with the Code of Life has an absolute obedience and dependence on Krypton in its genes, and there is no way to leave it. Like Jor-El said, they were all failures, and they didn't even think about leaving Krypton. That's why Carla suddenly went berserk before, and Asgardian also saw it, because she thought of the destruction of her home planet and her attitude of doubting OUA Star, she just went berserk all of a sudden. At this moment, a Green Lantern who looked like a bird and a bit like a fish left the team alone, and even landed in front of Carla, and said in person, "Hi, Kryptonian girl, it's great to see Kryptonians again. I am Green Lantern in charge of your galaxy sector, and my name is Tamare. At that time, I was the one who reported the destruction of Krypton and was responsible for handling it, so I can help you. P.S. K.O. It's impossible to have 24 chapters today, but 3 days add up to 60 chapters, which can catch up with the public chapters for more than 10 days. Tamare, he is the Green Lantern in charge of the galaxy where Krypton is located. In fact, the galaxy where Krypton is located is also within the scope of the Milky Way, but it is on both sides of the Milky Way from the solar system where the Earth is located. The vastness of the universe is boundless, and there are countless galaxies wider than the Milky Way. Among them, the galaxy where Krypton is located is Sector 2813, while the solar system where the Earth is located belongs to Sector 2814. Tamare is an Asgardian in Sector 2813, and Abinso is an Asgardian in Sector 281-4. So Tamare took the initiative to stand up, and was brave enough to float down slowly and stand in front of Carla. What Green Lantern represents is firm will and brave belief, so even if Carla's performance is scary now, he is completely fearless. Tamare is not very good looking, to put it bluntly. Carla is even staring at him thinking about how to cook. Because Tamare's appearance is a bit like a fish, and a bit like a bird, in short, he doesn't look like a human. Tamare gave Carla a friendly smile. I am friends with your Al family. Generally, people who don't understand Kryptonian culture will definitely think that Carla's S is just a letter, but Tamare recognized it immediately. It was the crest of the Al family, and it was also a symbol of hope. The Al family is the hopeful family of Krypton, and it has been one of the high-level families on Krypton from the beginning to the end, and it is one of the oldest families. If you don't believe me, look at the wives of the Al brothers in this generation. The eldest brother Jor-El's wife is one of the highest judges, and so is Carla's mother, and even the mother's family is a lineage warlord. Regardless of the existence of the code of life, such a vital position as a general will definitely be controlled by a fixed family, including brother Al, who is originally not only a scientist, but also one of the high-level judges. Carla's frowning brows relaxed slightly. I didn't know there was a Murloc friend in our family. Tomare was not angry, but laughed. But I visited you when you were born, Carla. Zor-El. Your mother Alura and Aunt Astra are both heroic female generals. I have also helped me many times to arrest the bad guys who fled nearby. Carla's aura eased a lot when she heard him mention the name of her dearest relative. If it is not a friend, it should be difficult to remember after more than 20 years. After all, to outsiders, they are just the names of two people from Krypton. Krypton is so big and has a large population. Who would remember the names of two of them all the time? Unless it's an enemy. Thinking of this, Carla did not relax, but asked again, what were you doing at that time? Carla did not lose her mind. She would not blame others for the destruction of Krypton, so she had decided in her heart that as long as the Asgardians and Green Lantern did not play the role of pushers, even if they did nothing, just watched the fun, she will not say anything. But if they played disgraceful roles, Carla would do what she said, and she would bloodbath OUA scene today. Don't think that Carla can't do it. For example, Sinestro at the foot has done it. After becoming the Yellow Lantern Corps, 10 people almost wiped out OUA Star and the Green Lantern Corps. Definitely, that is also because the green light and the yellow light have a mutual restraint and defect relationship. But Sinestro is lying at Carla's feet now, and she hasn't exerted her full strength yet, including 2 more black and red rings on her hand, which is Carla's last resort. Once the Green Lantern Corps conjures up too much kryptonite as a weapon, she will complete the oath immediately, and she will not hesitate to lose control and become a red light ring. Beast or the killer of the Black Lantern ring also want revenge. She is always ready to fight. Affected by the breath, Carla's hair, cloak, and even the skirt all automatically fluttered in the absence of wind. Luckily Carla was wearing a pair of shorts. Tomare heaved a long sigh. The thing is like this. At first I would often go to Krypton to visit your Al family. However, shortly after you were born, your Aunt General Astra suddenly became a rebel. Because of all, everyone knows that if this continues, Krypton will perish sooner or later. But Kryptonians are absolutely loyal to their home planet because of the code of life left in their genes. No one is willing to follow, including your parents. They are just trying their best to save your home planet. After all, I have had some cooperation with General Astra. To avoid suspicion, I can only stay away as much as possible. However, on the eve of Krypton's imminent destruction, I found a compound that can stabilize the crust of your home planet for a period of time. At least it can delay the time of destruction, so that you can choose to leave or destroy more calmly. 0. However, during the process, I was disturbed by a yellow fixed star, not the sun, flare, and my green light ring was damaged, including me being blind for a while. By the time I arrived at Krypton, it was already too late. The only disadvantage of the green light ring is yellow. This color can be said to be the yellow defect of the green light ring. The green light ring will appear weak only when facing the power of yellow. So if what Tomare said is true, even Carla can't blame him for not saving Krypton in time, and it was the flare of fixed star. Carla lowered her head. Is this really the case? Is the destruction of Krypton really inevitable and irreversible? Carla, daughter of Krypton, can you hand over the ring now? An Asgardian said impatiently. The other Asgardians were staring at Carla with indifferent eyes. This is because although Asgardians can transform the emotional spectrum into strength, they themselves have no emotions at all, and the reason is to better protect the universe. Definitely this is what they themselves think. It can be said to be old self-righteous. Carla shrugged, like I'm rare. She sneered. She hadn't taken a fancy to the power of this ring, okay? However, when Carla used her right hand to pull the green light ring on her left hand, she found that it couldn't be pulled. The green light ring emits a green light, and it is resisting, preventing Carla from taking herself off, and even as Carla's strength increases, the green light becomes more and more dazzling. I still don't believe it. Carla gritted her teeth, her temper suddenly came up, and she tried her best with both hands in the opposite direction. Just when she released the greatest power that she had never dared to use until now, the sky above OUA Star was suddenly illuminated by green light. Stop! Suddenly, an Asgardian yelled, the original green light ring can directly communicate with the green power of will, and she is fighting against the will of the entire universe. If it continues, even OA Star will be destroyed. Once. Since she is the one chosen by the will, there must be some reason. So it is enough to take off the red light ring and the black light ring. Carla glanced at the little blue people, shrugged, and changed her left hand to pick up the 2 rings on her right hand. Then Carla was dumbfounded. Can't you take it away? Carla can hear Tomare's sincerity. Maybe he really made these efforts in the first place. And that's the same sentence. Carla actually doesn't like these so-called lantern rings, so let's return them. Carla has absolute self-confidence. Even if there is a conflict after taking down the lantern ring, her own strength is enough to let Oxing see the power and horror of the Kryptonians. However, neither the green light ring nor the red and black lights can be taken off. Not only the green light ring can communicate the willpower of the whole universe to resist Carla's power, but when she is about to take down the red and black lights, the entire OUA planet is shaking. A red power and a black power are rising, and OUA Star has also been shaken by huge amounts of shock. All the Green Lanterns raised their heads subconsciously, including those little blue people. Everyone saw that the sky above OUA Star was gradually being dyed red and black, and the green light of 203 was wilting and receding. It seemed that two terrifying beasts were approaching, and the green light was completely irresistible. If this continues, no one knows what will happen. Stop it, shouted an Asgardian. If this continues, the terrible power we have sealed for many years will be completely awakened, and the entire universe will be thrown into chaos. But if she is allowed to continue wearing the ring, it will also become a hidden danger. At least she hasn't said her vows yet, hasn't she? A dispute began among the Asgardians over whether to let Karla continue to take off the ring. But at this moment, as Karla aroused the resistance of the red light and black light rings with her own power, the two colors began to soak into her body. Karla's blue tights were dyed red, and the red S on the chest, cape, and skirt became black. Karla's eyes also gradually changed color. She lost self-awareness for a short while, and murmured to herself, "The hot blood and scarlet anger are taken from the place where the bones are not cold. The deep hatred boils the heart and soul, and it will kill your generations." Huang Quan Road, Red Light Oath. The red light not only represents the power of anger, but also contains the meaning of revenge. Just as the green light represents both will and courage. In an instant, Karla felt that all the blood in her body seemed to be boiling. What was frightening was that the red power even entered her body from outside the body, especially in her blood vessels, as if to replace Karla herself with the red angry power. Blood. Once this process is completed, Karla will be completely unable to get rid of the red light ring, because her blood has become the power of the red light, and she will die if she takes the red light ring. But when the red power was about to invade Karla's blood, Karla's whole body burst into a terrifying golden radiance. She has been immersed in the golden light on the earth for more than 20 years, and the condensed terrifying power burst out at once, and even the red light power that contains the anger of the entire universe cannot invade. Even when Karla continued to read out the declaration of the black lamp ring in a daze, a white light and shadow was coming straight here at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Karla's current state is very abnormal. Instead, she activated the red light ring and the black light ring with her own power, and even touched the anger and will of death in the entire universe. So she recited the oath completely in a state of trance. The darkest night covers the sky and the sun, one fades and the other grows and swallows up the darkness. Cut out your heart and soul, and you are killed, and the dead come back to serve in Kuroda. This is the oath of the Black Lantern Ring, which means that Karla has joined the Black Lantern Corps. No, or she is now the leader of the Black Lantern and Red Lantern, because the power of the Red Lantern and the Black Lantern have been sealed by the Asgardians, and it was Karla who reactivated them. It's over, it's over. The Asgardians knew what was going on better than the bewildered Green Lanterns, each with a serious expression, even showing despair. The power of the red light is even more terrifying than the yellow light, because the red light represents anger, and it may even make the red light man wearing it lose control, completely reduced to a beast who knows how to kill. And with Karla's terrifying powers as a Kryptonian, she's likely to bring destruction to the universe. The most important thing is that she also wears a black light ring, which is the real one, representing the power of death. Suddenly, Karla's voice continued, and she didn't end yet. Just listen to her reading. In the whitest day, there will be light at last, to cleanse the soul and correct mistakes. When darkness comes, look up, and a new day comes with boundless light. In an instant, the red and black radiance on Karla's body was replaced by a piece of milky white radiance. A gentle, spring-like voice said softly, "Daughter of Krypton, you will bring hope to the universe, and you will become the Asgardian of countless lives. You are welcome to join the White Lantern Corps of Life 0 degree." It was shocking. Even the Asgardians couldn't believe it, and even they who claimed to have no personal feelings were all dumbfounded, and everyone looked at Karla. When all the lights dissipated, Karla did not lose control, and the red light ring and black light ring were obediently worn on her right thumb and index finger. Similarly, Karla's clothes were not stained in any color. Everyone noticed that besides the green light ring on her left hand, Karla had another ring, a ring that was worn on the little finger of her right hand, exuding white light. That is the white light ring representing life and the opposite of the black light ring representing death. Even the finger positions chosen by the two are exactly opposite. The black light is on the thumb, while the white light chooses the little finger. Black lights are domineering, while white lights are humble. At the same time, the red and green lights of the index fingers of the left and right hands are also emitting faint light to each other. In fact, many people have misunderstood one thing, thinking that the green light restrains the yellow light, but this is not the case. In fact, the yellow light restrains the green light. What the green light really restrains is the red light. Willpower restrains anger and loss of control, so Karla regains clarity. The green light restrains the red light, the white light suppresses the black light, and the balance between the rings is achieved. Karla was also looking down at her hands. Why did she have 4 more rings all of a sudden? At this time, an Asgardian slowly read, "It is enough to attract the favor of the will of the whole universe, enough to shake the anger of the whole universe, enough to deter the killing intent of 0.4 of the death of the whole universe, and even enough to be recognized by the life of the whole universe." Karla Zor-El, in the name of the Asgardian universe, I invite you to join the Green Lantern Corps. Everyone was shocked, and even the oldest Green Lantern, at the moment, was baffled. It turns out that many lantern rings can exist at the same time, and can even wear many at the same time. This simply subverts the 3 views. Many Green Lanterns have never seen a scene like this in their entire lives. Carla raised her head, glanced at those little blue people, and smiled. If you can't win, you want me to join you? You are so beautiful. I still have a lot of doubts and a lot of concerns. Show me what happened back then. I want to start from 100,000 years ago to really understand us Kryptonians and what happened back then. She obviously hasn't completely let go. There is such a place on OUA Star, which is like a central control hub, and originally it is also the source of power for all Green Lanterns. That is the total source of green light power. It can also be called the total power source. If the lantern of the green light ring is a voltage transformer, then this is the main power plant. Generally speaking, it is not allowed to approach at will, but today is different. With the permission of the Asgardians, Tomare came here with Carla and under the escort, surveillance, of several Green Lanterns. The situation is urgent now, so I don't need to worry too much. Asgardian hopes that you can find the answer from here. This is not only the source of the power of all Green Lanterns, but also records almost all the information of the Green Lantern Corps, and even the 100,000 years ago that you want to explore. The truth, Tomare briefly introduced Carla. In fact, the green light ring has many abilities, and it can even be like a fully automatic computer. It can not only translate almost all languages in the universe, this is why Carla can freely talk to other aliens after coming here. Users can talk to each other without being limited by distance. The most important thing is that the green light ring can also be connected with the Book of OA, and access relevant information in it. The so-called Book of OUA is a very important thing. In the comics, Asgardian personally appoints an elite Green Lantern to guard it. But here, maybe the Book of OA is hidden in this total battery like a furnace? The reason for this guess is that Green Lantern can also retrieve the information of related sectors through here. For example, as long as you read a certain sector silently in your heart, and then put the ring into the furnace, the information of the relevant sector will be automatically obtained. From the number of planets, the region of the galaxy, whether there are living species there, and how many lives there are, and even the number and culture, civilization, and so on. But now, the information Carla wants to retrieve is even more complicated. She wants to look up the history of the Green Lantern Corps. What happened? Just listen to Asgardian's one-sided words, and you must not trust them easily. In this way, under the guidance of Tomare, Carla finally came to the front of the total battery. Needless to say, the total battery of the Green Lantern Corps is also green. It is a huge amounts of device, which looks a bit like a work, but it is two vertical bars more like the two in Roman numerals. Something like a furnace door opened, and a thick green glow, as sticky as a sheet of slime, appeared in front of Carla. That's green willpower, an emotional spectrum that was supposed to be invisible, but now it's an entity. After all, this is the total battery that replenishes the power of the Green Lantern throughout the universe. Carla breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward, raised her left hand and pointed the green light ring towards the furnace and handed it forward. Being bold, she didn't worry at all that this might be a trap, because they didn't dare. Just when Carla's green light ring touched the solid green will, Carla's mind suddenly drilled countless data. That's information from 100,000 years ago, and it's all related to Kryptonians, and that's exactly what Carla needs. She finally saw it. She saw Krypton 100,000 years ago. Although the technology level of Krypton at that time was already very advanced, after all, it was possible to explore and even colonize the universe, but Krypton at that time was very beautiful. Far from the tragedy of the later destruction. At that time, Krypton's crust was stable, its scenery and climate were normal, and it was even considered a beautiful planet. However, the fixed star in the galaxy where Krypton is located turned out to be a red light as early as 100,000 years ago. After all, the age of fixed star is often measured in hundreds of millions of years. From a young golden ray to an old red ray, a mere 100,000 years is not enough. It must have been millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years ago, that's it. The Kryptonians at that time had already noticed that fixed star had entered his later years, and that he might turn into a black hole and swallow up the entire galaxy at any time. The Kryptonians are not ambitious to invade the outer planets, but want to escape from their own home planet that is about to perish. The Kryptonians have predicted the demise of Krypton from 100,000 years ago, and there is nothing they can do about it. At that time, there was no code of life. Although the Kryptonians at that time had not discovered the unusualness of the Kryptonians, they were still full of confidence that they would find new homes on other planets in the universe, relying on their superb technology. However, an accident happened, and an older life discovered the behavior of the Kryptonians and made a stop. The Asgardians of the universe, that is, the little blue people outside, they are more ancient beings, and they have begun to use the emotional spectrum to build their own legions a long time ago. Even at that time there were not only the Green Lantern Corps, in fact, they had 7 kinds Legion of Colors. At that time, the power of Asgardian in the universe can be said to be extremely powerful, even the Kryptonians could not resist. However, the Asgardians in the universe did not think of the power of the Kryptonians. The first group of Kryptonians who explored abroad sent back a message that they found that once they were irradiated by the golden sun's rays, they would gain unparalleled power. Moreover, the gravity of planet Krypton is almost the strongest in the entire universe, which allows them to greatly improve their physical fitness once they enter a planet with lower gravity than planet Krypton. Scientists on Krypton immediately developed an artificial sun that can emit golden light, and countless Superman troops suddenly appeared on Fengxing. However, when the Kryptonians faced the red sun from 147, and even kryptonite, they turned back to ordinary people. In fact, at the beginning, when Krypton faced the Asgardian Seven Lantern Corps, it was completely powerless to fight back. Seeing this, Carla's cloak was windless and automatic, and strong murderous intent and angry emotions emerged from her body. She's almost going to be Red Lantern and Black Lantern. However, the scene changed immediately. In order to defeat this sudden enemy, Krypton also considered its own weakness, so it created a biochemical system with a large number of Kryptonian corpses who died in the war and had been strengthened by the golden light. Arms. That's right, that Day of Doom. There are two most famous biochemical weapons in the DC universe. One is naturally the Apocalypse monster, which is the main army of Darkseid to invade other planets. A planet can turn captives into new monsters in the future, so it can be regarded as one of the main vanguards. In addition, we will talk about the Doomsday of Krypton. When the Doomsday was the strongest, it once killed Superman and even defeated Darkseid. Although this kind of biochemical weapon cannot be produced on a large scale, its individual strength is extremely terrifying. Why did the Asgardians end up with only the Green Lantern Corps? Because as soon as the Doomsday Army came out, the Shenshengxuan wiped out 6 of the legions, and even the Green Lantern Corps was disabled. Carla finally knew how Doomsday came about. Damn it, she knew that those little blue men and dwarves were unreliable, and that disasters in the universe, especially the big events related to the green light, were almost all caused by the little blue men, including the Parallax monster this time. The original Parallax monster is the embodiment of yellow fear, but now it is parasitic in an Asgardian little blue man, and it has become a big octopus. It's just nonsense. The Kryptonians had no choice but to create such a terrifying weapon as Doomsday. They made those Supermans who were strengthened by the man-made golden sun rays, but were beaten miserably by their own red sun rays, and died in the war. Kryptonian corpses transformed into bioweapons. I also have to say that Doomsday is terrible. When this monster that violates the laws of life and human ethics comes out, even if it is fighting under the light of the red sun, it still almost wipes out the so-called Seven Lantern Corps. Seeing this, Carla couldn't help but smile. No wonder those little blue people were unhappy with themselves at first. It turned out that there was such a history. They claimed to be an Asgardian universe, but they were almost wiped out by Krypton. They have even almost wiped out their most proud legion. The little blue people finally had to retreat back to OA Star and hide, not daring to provoke Krypton anymore. However, after the war ended, the harm caused by the uncontrollable destruction of the Day of Destruction came out. When there were no enemies, the uncontrolled destruction suddenly turned around and had to deal with its own region. Not to mention those Kryptonians who were almost ordinary people on their home planet were powerless to resist. Even those Kryptonians who became Superman because of colonization and strengthening were severely injured in the end, but they still couldn't solve the hazards of Doomsday. Because even if you become a Superman, once a Kryptonian appears under the light of the red sun, he will become an ordinary person, especially the kryptonite in his home planet, which is the deadliest weapon. Although Doomsday was also transformed by Kryptonians, even if they do not have the blessing of golden light, they still have powerful power due to the transformation of biological genes. It means that if Doomsday and Superman are exposed to the same red sun and kryptonite, the power of Doomsday will far exceed that of Superman. At that time, Krypton was almost destroyed by the destruction of the old big house. At this time, I have to mention a good person, that is Darkseid. In order to completely obtain the qualifications of the new Protoss, the Apocalypse Star also started a war of crazy expansion of the universe. In the end, they met the army of the ruining sun without dying, and they were beaten miserably. The expansion of Apocalypse and Darkseid started 100,000 years ago, including the invasion of the Earth, which was also recorded in ancient times. The 3 mother boxes are still left on the Earth and cannot be taken back. However, the reason why the Apocalypse Star has not invaded the Milky Way on a large scale is precisely because the Apocalypse Star had a war with the Hydrogen Star 100,000 years ago. Krypton had a chance to replace Apocalypse, at least to qualify for the new Protoss. That battle also allowed Darkseid to see the power of Kryptonian genes and the horror of biochemical weapons. Maybe demons are such products? Including the original purpose of the big event Darkseid War. In fact, Darkseid wanted to capture Superman's Kryptonian genes, including Carla, who is bound to win. Also because Apocalypse became a good person, many Doomsdays died in that war, which shared a lot of pressure for the Kryptonians. Carla wants to find an opportunity to thank Uncle Da. If there is a war with Apocalypse in the future, do you want to be merciful? For example, don't beat the Steppenwolf too badly. Just beat him to death? No more torture? While thinking wildly, Carla continued to watch those historical materials. Then Carla discovered that although those little blue people were unreliable, they were right in saying that there were indeed many Kryptonians who became Green Lanterns. This is to defeat the Doomsday Army. In the end, even Apocalypse and Darkseid had to choose to retreat to temporarily avoid the Doomsday Army, because Doomsday is a group of monsters. Doomsday transformed from the corpse of a powerful Kryptonian, Superman, not only originally has great power, and has unlimited physical fitness that will never feel tired. It even has a super fast healing and regeneration ability, and can continuously evolve and restrain the opponent according to the characteristics of the opponent's ability in battle, adapt to all environments and all enemies, and can be resurrected after being killed, provided that it is not in the red light and kryptonite damage, and has evolved countermeasures, making it almost impossible to kill Doom by the same way twice. Even the new Protoss of the year had to admit that the Kryptonians had the strength to fight them, and it was even possible that they would lose. But once the planet Apocalypse retreats, wouldn't it be Kryptonians' turn to swallow the bitter pill? In order to defeat the monsters they created, the Kryptonians had to find their former enemies, the Asgardians, and ask the Asgardians to provide them with the excuse that the monsters were created because of them. Lots of green light rings. Just before that, a lot of Green Lantern died. Then the oldest Superman used the energy shield of the green light ring to protect themselves, so that they could display the power of Superman under the light of the red sun, and blocked all the Doomsday Army on Krypton for extermination, and created kryptonite for themselves. Arms. Even so, the Kryptonians suffered heavy losses, but they finally dealt with the Doomsday Army. Since then, the laws of Krypton have been strictly prohibiting anyone from researching relevant information about Doomsday, and even consulting it is a felony, and they will be exiled to the Phantom Zone. The Kryptonians later returned the Green Lantern ring to the Asgardians, but one person was entrusted by the Asgardians to go to the sector where the Apocalypse Star was in charge of the Green Lantern. That is another story. After experiencing this incident, the Kryptonians also decided to give up exploring, expanding, and even colonizing the outside world, and then develop technology about the code of life. No wonder Jor-El, including Karla's father Zor-El, they all know that the Earth's sun rays can strengthen Clark and Karla's physical fitness and strength. It turns out that the Kryptonians have known about it for a long time, and they also know the harm brought by the red light, as well as the threat of kryptonite. Zhao. Definitely, not all Kryptonians know this history. The Al brothers are scientists first, and may have done some research on this aspect. In addition, the Al family is also one of the oldest families on Krypton. Karla even vaguely saw many family ancestors wearing battle suits in the materials and battlefields from 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago, their Al family was already the light of hope for Krypton, and Karla couldn't help feeling proud. But unfortunately, Krypton was destroyed after all, which made Karla couldn't help but feel a feeling of pity, because she pitied and sympathized with her compatriots. Suddenly, more colored rays of light bloomed from the open space. The blue light that represents hope, the blue light that represents pity, the purple light that represents love, the orange light that represents greed, and even the yellow light that represents fear. Everyone was stunned, including the Asgardians. She is at the center of this universe. Cosmocentrism has always existed, not referring to a certain planet or galaxy, but to a certain person. The most recognized and accepted definitely means that Superman is the center of the DC universe. Now, however, Asgardians are wondering if maybe Karla is the center of the universe because she is favored by the emotional spectrum, especially when she is on OA. If you look at it according to its position, OUA star is considered to be the most central position in the universe. So when Karla is considered to be the person at the center of the universe and is at the center of the universe, along with her emotional fluctuations, whenever she has a corresponding emotion, there will be a corresponding emotional spectrum that will affect and respond. For example, hope. Karla saw that the ancestors of her family became the light of hope of Krypton 100,000 years ago, and she was very proud. And so the blue ray of hope responded. When she sympathized with the sufferings of her compatriots, the cyan light that symbolized pity also roared. This honor is not available to others. Could it be that other Green Lanterns didn't have these feelings? But there is no such thing as Karla, with colorful rays of light surrounding her, or even 9-color rays of light. The Asgardians, as the oldest beings and the wisest, not swearing, sages, may have guessed something and know more about the mysteries of the universe. 660. They looked at each other in dismay, but did not give an explanation, but said to those Green Lanterns who were bewildered, "Everyone, go back. It seems that this crisis caused by the yellow fear can be easily passed." "Why do you say that?" Someone had doubts. "Asgardian, you have also seen that she also attracted a yellow light. Are you sure she can be trusted?" Unexpectedly, the Asgardians nodded together. But they still haven't explained it. That's right, in the colorful light drawn by Karla, in addition to the positive emotions representing hope, pity and love, there are also negative emotions, such as yellow representing fear and orange representing greed. The 7 lanterns are not all positive. In addition to green, blue, and cyan, red, orange, and yellow are more like negative emotions, including purple because love is selfish, and sometimes it can become a villain. And now, Karla has almost all the qualifications of the 7 lanterns, even the white and black lights. What is the reason for this? Perhaps only Karla knows in her heart that her fear is not her own fear of something, but, that she may bring fear to someone. And her greed is because of the white lamp. The white light ring represents life, and it can even resurrect the dead. Karla looked down at the white ring on her right little finger, and no one knew what she was thinking. As for Zidang, it is easy to understand, even if Karla has the soul of a time traveler, but after all, she has also integrated the original Karla's memory, and her genes are indeed more or less affected by the code of life, so her mother planet full of love. This brought a few more rings in front of Karla. In addition to the green light, red light, black light and white light already worn on the hand, the other 5 rings also came: blue light, green light, purple light, yellow light and orange light. At the moment Carla was in a mass of colorful light, which made her laugh wryly at herself and said, "Am I a rainbow?" There are only 7 colors in the rainbow, which are generally considered colorful rainbows. But Carla has rings of 9 colors. What to do? Carla is in hesitation. Do you really want to wear it? At this time, a burst of noisy voices sounded. Daughter of Krypton, you represent the light of hope for the entire universe. Daughter of Krypton, your heart is full of compassion. Krypton's daughter, you are full of love, blah blah. In the end all the voices were shouting, "Welcome to the Blue Lantern Corps. Welcome to the Purple Lantern Corps. Welcome to the Purple Lantern Corps. Welcome to the..." It's so annoying. Carla covered her ears and yelled angrily, "What a mess." The 5 rings issued invitations together. It was a mess. Around, other Green Lanterns, including Tomare, looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing how to face such a scene. Hal also quietly followed, now watching Carla in a daze. It was the first time he knew that there were so many types and colors of rings. Also, how many rings can one person wear? Are you Lord of the Rings? In the end, Carla looked at the rings already on her hand, and chose to accept the 5 rings. There are already 4, as the saying goes, you don't have to worry about debts, simply wear them all. In the end, Carla wasted a lot of saliva in order to finish the oath, and then looked at her hands. The right thumb is a black light, the index finger is a red light, the middle finger is an orange light, the ring finger is a yellow light, and the last little finger is a white light. In addition to the vacant thumb on the left hand, the index finger is a green light, the middle finger is a blue light, the ring finger is a purple light, and the little finger is a blue light. In fact, Carla also has some particularities. The right hand is generally considered to be the white tiger. The white tiger is the god of war, the main killer, because most people are not left-handed, so they hold weapons with their right hands. Including the boxing ceremony, the left hand is on the top, not the right hand. If the right hand is on the top, it is probably time to fight. Except for the white light ring, Carla wears almost all rings that represent negative emotions on her right hand, such as the black light for death, the red light for anger, and so on. Especially the yellow light on the ring finger of the right hand. It is well known that wearing a ring on the ring finger represents different meanings. The ring finger of the left hand is a wedding ring, and the ring finger of the right hand is also a sign of being in love. She may like fear, such as bringing fear to others, especially bad people. As for the left hand, apart from the purple light representing love being the ring finger of the left hand, there should be no other meanings. But now there is still a vacancy on the left thumb. Carla showed a thoughtful expression. What other rings? Why don't we come here together? Otherwise, it feels a little uncoordinated. Definitely, Carla just said so casually. Normal people only know about the Legion of the 7 Lanterns, but now she is wearing the 9 Lanterns ring. Even she doesn't know what other rings are there. At worst, just buy a decorative ring and wear it casually. She is obsessive-compulsive disorder. But at this moment, something unexpected happened even to Carla. A vortex appeared in front of Carla, filled with turbulent flow of time and space power. It was a space-time tunnel. If Carla rushed in now, the other side might be the universe countless years ago, or the universe countless years later. Maybe she went to the 25th century, or even the 40th century. Carla didn't dare to act rashly, and was prepared for a big enemy that might jump out. But in the next second, a ring flew out of nowhere and went straight to Carla's left thumb. What the hell? In the end, don't talk about others, Carla herself is completely confused. She has only heard of the 7 Lantern Corps, so she can understand and accept the White Lantern and Black Lantern. But what is this? Why is there a ring? Is it really Lord of the Rings? 10 fingers and 10 rings? King Solomon? The most important thing is that the 10th ring is different from other rings. Originally, there is no obvious color, and I don't even know what emotional spectrum and emotional belief it represents. What it is, Carla has no idea. Just ran to other people's hands and put it on by myself, without even an oath or welcome speech. What? Carla raised her left hand and looked at the ring on her thumb in wonder. What kind of ring is this again? Looks like I have to find those little blue men, Carla muttered. In fact, not just this ring, but all other rings dash. Carla can't figure out the situation. Why is she recognized by these rings at the same time? What is the reason? And the power of these rings and all that. Now that he has chosen to accept it, he has also seen that the power of the green light ring seems to be able to resist the rays of the red sun. Maybe it will really play a big role in the future. And Carla has solved the doubts in her heart. The Kryptonians did have grievances with the little blue man, and it was because of the little blue man that the Kryptonian created such a terrifying biochemical weapon as Doomsday. Sure enough, the little blue man will make trouble. But later, because Krypton cancelled its external expansion and colonization, its relationship with the Asgardians also improved, at least not as an enemy. The testimony of Tomare is also true, and Carla confirmed it in Curry's information. At that time, Tomare really wanted to help Krypton, but it was a pity that he had an accident on the way. Then there is no other way. Carla, are you okay? Hal saw that Carla had recovered, so he dared to go over. The previous Carla not only brought huge amounts of threats to Oua seeing, but he was also terrified, and he always had a creepy feeling. It wasn't until this time that he felt relieved, and quickly flew to Carla, reminding him, "You have delayed a lot of time, I'm afraid that big octopus is going to the Earth soon." "It doesn't matter," Carla disagreed. "The green light ring has the ability to open the space-time tunnel to jump in time and space, and you can go back to the Earth in the next second. You are already Green Lantern, give me more information about the ability of the green light ring." More than just opening the time-space tunnel, even with the power of multiple Green Lanterns, it can even achieve the ability similar to time-space travel. It's just that Green Lantern's time travel is really just a trip to see. It seems that it can't rewrite history. Instead, it was the ring on Carla's left thumb. She showed a thoughtful look, and she had an intuition that the last ring that appeared was not simple, and she probably chose it over the other 9 rings. She even felt that the position of the left thumb was automatically vacant from the beginning, and it was reserved for this last ring. Even the 10th ring came by himself through time and space. If it wasn't for it to find Carla, Carla wouldn't know where to find it. Including no one knows whether the ring came from the distant past or the distant future. Everything is still a mystery. So Carla decided, "I'm going to check with those little blue guys again." Little blue man? Tomare and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. From just now, Carla called Asgardian the little blue man. Although it was very vivid, it was still a bit rude. But it's hard to say anything. As for why Carla knew the ability and effect of the green light ring, it was because she knew it when observing those data before. Those massive amounts of information would be unbearable for ordinary people, but Carla is not an ordinary person. She almost browsed through the major events 100,000 years ago, and also appreciated the glory of Krypton 100,000 years ago. Krypton almost trampled on Apocalypse, and almost even pulled down the new Protoss to replace it. If that is the case, all history will be rewritten. It is a pity that 100,000 years later, Krypton has become a speck of dust in history and the universe, but Apocalypse is still alive and going on. Carla snorted coldly in her heart. Now it's not a trouble for them, it's more important to figure out her current situation. So Carla flew up, and went straight to the holy place where she came over with her own strength. When Carla went back and forth, she found that the Green Lanterns had all dispersed, including Sinestro, who had also been taken away for treatment. Carla was the one who hit Sinestro, definitely knowing that she didn't kill him, the kick just hurt Sinestro badly. If Sinestro had been killed at that time, the situation would have gotten out of hand. The Asgardians were not surprised when Carla came back again, because they had also noticed the feet picture caused by Carla before. Zero looking for flowers. But when they realized that Carla wasn't 9 rings, especially the one on her left thumb, everyone panicked again. "How did you have that ring?" Again the Asgardians showed huge amounts of reaction. According to the rules of the Asgardians, they have actually failed their duties several times in a row, but now they don't care about it. The reason is Carla's 10th ring. "Oh, you really know what this is, so, what's going on with this ring?" Carla gave a thumbs up on her left hand, showing off the ring. The expressions of the Asgardians were flustered, everyone was flustered, even desolate. "Chu Dang, we call him Huo Rong, why is it in your hands?" An Asgardian muttered to himself, but his words were already incoherent. Zero. It wasn't until they calmed down a little that they told Carla that the other people were all driven away by the Asgardians. Only after the Asgardians and Carla did they reveal the origin of the 10th ring. It was in the distant past, when the little blue people didn't call themselves Asgardians of the universe, and they were just an ordinary alien race at that time, and they didn't have access to the emotional spectrum. Then one day, a human being traveled from an unknown future to the age when the Asgardians were just rising, and it was he who helped the Asgardians master the power of the emotional spectrum. And this ring is the first lantern ring born at the beginning, so it is called the first lantern. It's not the power of a certain emotional spectrum, but a power that overrides all emotional spectrums. All other lantern rings later were made according to the first lantern, including the 9 original lantern rings in your hand. Chudang can not only possess the power of all emotional spectrums, but can even use this power to rewrite reality, and even travel through time and space, rewrite history, and even reshape the universe. It should have been sealed until billions of years. Why did it appear now? Could it be that the evil dragon has come out? Whoa, wrong. He is the human who got the first light and helped the Asgardians. Later, because the Asgardians feared the terrible power of the first lamp, they sealed the evil dragon away. Carla showed a thoughtful expression. It seems that Chu Dang came from the future through time and space, and in the future, she might face the Chu Lantern Man, right? Through these little blue people who are known as the Asgardians of the universe, but they specialize in troubles, and they can be said to be the cause of almost all major events. Carla still learned something. For example, Chu Dang, as the firstborn lantern ring in the emotional spectrum of the entire universe, has a terrifying power far exceeding all other lantern rings. It can even easily do things that other lantern rings cannot achieve, including becoming the owner of the first lamp. Even the lifespan is immeasurable, because the Asgardians have told the truth. They have sealed the human being called Huo Rong for more than 10 billion years. But they can still feel that I am still alive and well. This is also Carla's confirmation that the first lamp in her hand must come from the distant future. One day, she may encounter the first lamp disaster, and then defeat him, so that the first lamp can be liberated. She became the second generation. Unlimited 893 lifespan. This is a surprise. In addition, there is another thing that Carla is most concerned about, that is, in addition to the first lamp, in fact, every lantern ring has its own exclusive lantern beast, just like parallax monsters, it is a part of every emotional spectrum of realization. For example, the lantern beast of the red lantern is a blood-slaughtered bull, a huge bison in the shape of burning blood-red flames. No wonder Carla's voice was so rough and grumpy when she heard the welcome words. Correspondingly, the lantern beast of the orange lantern is a python in the form of a huge and fat snake. Among them, the most well-known one is probably the lantern beast ion shark of the green lantern. It is a shark that looks like a green color. It is very cute, and it is the most reliable among all the lantern beasts. Even the spirit of existence of the lantern beast of the white lamp is actually very dangerous, because if you follow the normal process, you need to be given by the spirit of existence if you want to gain the power and recognition of the white lantern ring. However, all those selected by the white lantern ring must obey the will of the spirit of the white lantern beast, and they cannot do whatever they want. Carla was taken aback at the time, and felt puzzled. Although she had heard the welcome speech of the Nine Lantern Beast, she had never felt the real Nine Lantern Beast's existence. The Asgardians confuse her. It turns out that this is the special feature of the original lantern ring. The 9 light rings in Carla's hand are the first light rings of each emotional spectrum after the first light, so they are called original light rings. And what is special about them is that although they are indeed born from the power of the corresponding emotional spectrum, they are not subject to these powers. To make a simple analogy, the lantern beasts are the embodiment of the corresponding emotional spectrum, which can be regarded as the will of the emotional spectrum. For example, the parallax monster is the embodiment of the yellow power of fear, which is equivalent to the power of fear having its own expressiveness and independent will. The original yellow light ring is directly connected to the power of fear. If the parallax monster is the brain of the power of fear, then the light ring is like connected to the body. Therefore, Carla does not need to be connected with the lantern beast, but she can also use the power of the emotional spectrum. The reason is that the lantern ring in her hand is on an equal footing with the lantern beast. Unlike other light rings, such as the green light ring, which has to be recharged once a day, Carla's original green light ring is directly connected to the willpower of green. In the end, Carla still has a question, and it is the biggest question. Why me? Why did these rings choose me? This is something Carla has never figured out. Even if the green light ring may recognize her will, what about other rings? What is the reason? Not to mention that these powers were originally sealed by the Asgardians. Even if they weren't sealed, it wouldn't be possible to attract them all in one go, right? In terms of strength, Carla thinks that she must be qualified. It is said that a guy named Kroner was selected by 7 kinds of lantern rings at the same time because of his strong strength. But Carla now has 10 lamps, and all of them are original lamp rings and even first lamps, which is a bit exaggerated. Even she herself thinks this is too exaggerated. Even if it is the protagonist, the external halo is too much. Even if you look down on the power of the lantern rings, these primitive lantern rings can directly communicate with the various emotional spectrums of the universe, which is very impressive. Especially Chu Deng. If Carla can ignore the current history, she can even go to rewrite the history of the destruction of Krypton 20 years ago, and even save her parents and Clark's parents. That is a powerful force that can rewrite the past and history. Why? Why her? Why is it like this? The Asgardians looked at each other in dismay. One of them suddenly floated and fell from the high platform. If there are other green lanterns here at the moment, they will definitely feel unbelievable and surprised. Asgardians don't need to eat, so they have been on the high platform for thousands of years. It doesn't move. 0. But today, one of them came down, and the others were not surprised at all. Definitely Carla doesn't care at all. If she wants, she can pull them off with her own hands. What do a group of little blue men pretend to be? Carla, daughter of Krypton. Don't call me that, it's shameful, just call me Carla. Carla interrupted hastily, and the welcome words of those fried beasts have always called her the daughter of Krypton. Although it's true to say that, it's so shameful, so don't shout like that. Asgardian didn't care either. Carla, according to our speculation, the reason why you are suddenly recognized by all the lantern rings at the same time may be because you are the center of this universe. Huh. Carla tilted her head, looking puzzled. The Asgardian came here to confuse Carla, and they didn't hide anything, and shared their previous speculation. Looking at the coordinates, there is no doubt that the OUA star we are in is the center of the entire universe. But for life, you are the center of this universe, and you can also be called the protagonist. So when you come to the center of the universe as the center of life, especially the place closest to the emotional spectrum, when your emotions generate corresponding fluctuations, you will get corresponding approval. Carla half understood Asgardian's words. But in the last 5.7 sentence, she understood that the location of OUA star is indeed the center of the universe, and it is also the place closest to the emotional spectrum, so it is easier to be recognized by the emotional spectrum. As for the protagonist or something, Carla just felt amused. Don't be kidding, in everyone's story, only oneself is the protagonist. However, Asgardian didn't think so, but looked at Carla seriously, and said, although we don't know who it is, we can feel that you have been favored by a certain existence. Or it can be said to be shelter. Carla was taken aback when she heard this. In the end, the Asgardian said something more. If you want to find the truth, maybe you can go outside a wall. As for which wall it is, one day you will understand. Carla murmured, the wall of origin. Yes. The wall of origin is a very complicated thing, and it is even more troublesome to talk about it. But for the current Carla, there is no possibility of going. But the Asgardians actually said that the patron of Carla came from behind the wall of origin, or outside the origin wall. Carla didn't have any doubts. If it was the existence outside the origin wall, then what happened to her today doesn't seem to be an exaggeration. And when it comes to the cosmic mysteries of the wall of origin, even the Asgardians are tight-lipped. Since the wall of origin has not been touched yet, let's talk about it later. Carla didn't pursue it all the way, knowing that when the wall of origin is involved, or even exists outside the origin, these little blue humans are really nothing. They probably didn't know more about the wall of origin than Carla did. And it's time to go back and deal with that giant octopus, too, Carla said, finally turning her attention back to Earth, and the parallax monster. In fact, it can no longer be called a parallax monster. As mentioned earlier, the prototype of a parallax monster is not an octopus. It is a manifestation of parasitic on an Asgardian body, so it should be called parallax demon. It is also mentioned in 20 above that there are lantern beasts in the lantern ring, and it is very dangerous. The yellow and frightening lamp beast is a parallax monster, and after being parasitized by it, it is called a parallax monster. The red angry lantern beast is the blood butcher, and after being parasitized by it, it is called the blood butcher. The greedy lantern beast of the orange lantern is Yumang, and after being parasitized by it, it is called Yato. There is also the ion shark of the green light, which is called Ion Man after being possessed. The blue light is Yaeshu Wang. After possessing the body, Tianxi will be safe. The purple lantern is a predatory beast, and after possessing it, it is a predator. Finally, there is the conversion octopus of the green lamp, who becomes a convert after possessing the body. The above are the lamp beasts of the Legion of Seven Lanterns and their forms after being possessed or forcibly parasitized by the lamp beasts. The white lamp and the black lamp naturally have their own lamp beasts. The white lamp's lamp beast is the spirit of existence, and the black lamp's lamp beast is the Black Death Emperor. Normally, if you want to get Bai Deng's approval, you need to completely obey Bai Deng's will. The black lamp is even more terrifying. You may need to die once before you can be recognized by the black lamp, and you may even become the incarnation of the Black Death Emperor. Fortunately, the process of Carla getting the lantern ring does not need the approval of the lantern beast. Carla was also relieved when she heard that she didn't need to pay attention to those lantern beasts and could use the corresponding power directly. So even if she is wearing the yellow light ring now, she doesn't have to worry about being hit by the opponent's dimensionality reduction when facing the parallax demon. Carla got a satisfactory answer from the Asgardians, and she didn't show any hostility anymore. As I said before, it has nothing to do with other people's bombing. If it weren't for the unfriendly behavior of the Asgardians at the beginning, Carla would not mistakenly think that the Asgardians played some disgraceful role in the destruction of Krypton. Later, Carla found out that Krypton almost wiped out the Asgardians, but luckily they escaped quickly. After all, Asgardian and OUA Star have existed for so many years. They used to have a legion known as the most powerful in the universe, not only the Green Lantern Corps, but the Seven Lantern Corps. In the end, it was ruthlessly destroyed by Krypton. In fact, even without Krypton, when they collide with Apocalypse, there will be heavy casualties. Neither the Seven Lanterns nor the rings may be as powerful as the Asgardians boast. Afterwards, Carla bid farewell to the little blue people and went to join Hal instead. You don't need to find someone to train you how to use the lantern ring. Hal worried. Carla waved her hand nonchalantly. No need. In fact, she didn't count on the light ring at first, because she was worried that her current physical fitness would not be able to survive in outer space, so she wanted to rely on the ability of the green light ring to allow the host to move freely in outer space. It turned out that Carla was taken to OA Star just after putting on the green light ring. If there was no such twists and turns, maybe she would have roasted the big octopus. What's more, the current OUA Star is dominated by the Green Lantern Corps, and no one can point out the power of Carla's other light rings. As for the green light ring, Carla has almost grasped it clearly when reading those materials. To put it simply, the green light ring can turn imagination into reality. As long as the willpower is strong enough, the things created will be more real and stronger. For example, the energy shield released, as long as the willpower is strong, it will never be destroyed. To put it bluntly, it is idealism. You are as strong as you think you are. Isn't it too simple? As for the power of other lamp rings, Carla can slowly study them in the future, but it depends on whether she is interested. So Carla raised her left hand, and with a thought, she opened a space-jumping door in front of her with the power of the green light ring, and the other side was Hal's house on the Earth. Carla greeted Hal and walked in. Hal hurriedly followed, only to feel that his eyes were blurred, and he had already returned home from OUA Seeing. From their departure to their return, several hours have passed. There is no one in Hal's house anymore. It seems that Danny and the others are busy with other things. Carla stepped to the telephone at Hal's house and dialed Donnie's number. Carla, you are finally back, thank God. Where did you and Hal go just now? Danny cheered in surprise, and was curious about their whereabouts. Carla was also very happy to hear Donnie's energetic voice, and told the truth. I was led by that ring to an alien planet, and I will explain it to you when I have time. By the way, where are you now? That big 493-headed doll didn't look for you again, did he? Danny replied, my boss and I are going to report what happened here to the higher authorities, and decide how to deal with the next disaster according to the situation. I'm sorry Carla, the monster you said before is too scary, I have to learn tell the higher UPS. But don't worry, I haven't revealed a word about you. Don't forget that Donnie's job now is to deal with this kind of mystery, and she has become Amanda's subordinate. Amanda, that woman, Carla is very good at letting Danny leave early, but she also knew that Danny was originally an adventurous character, and this job was actually just right for her. No way, Carla had to tell her to be more careful. Then Carla called Clark again. Clark, have you felt it? Sure enough, Clark agreed, something in outer space is approaching the Earth, and it has already reached the solar system. Well, but you don't have to worry, I'm dealing with this, Carla reassured Clark. There was a moment of silence on Clark's side. He actually wanted to get involved. He was already 20 years old and he didn't want to be treated like a child all the time. Carla probably guessed what Clark was thinking, and promised, Clark, grow up a little bit, when you graduate from college, my parents and I will not interfere with what you want to do. So just be obedient for a few more years. Okay, then be careful. Carla's approach to contacting Clark was very sensible. If she was a little later, maybe Clark would have to take action. Clark didn't know that survival in outer space is not just as simple as not breathing. There are countless unknown elements in outer space that humans don't understand, and they can even kill people instantly. For example, gamma rays, and various radioactive substances and so on. Carla can also hold her breath for a few days, but is she afraid that there is no air in outer space? How can it be that simple? All she has been saying is that she is worried that her physical fitness will not be able to adapt to the various substances that exist everywhere in outer space. However, Clark may not understand this, maybe he will rush out of outer space recklessly to fight to protect the Earth. Fortunately Carla came back in time and called him. But just when Carla put down the phone, Hal roared, damn it, Hector, don't hurt Carol, she's your and my best friend, and we all like her, if you really love her words. Carla turned her head and saw that Hal also used the green light ring to conjure a communicator as soon as he came back. He was going to contact Carol, but he never expected that it was the big-headed doll who answered the phone. It turned out that when Hal and Carla went to OA, it was. At the beginning, Carla didn't kill the big-headed doll, and didn't even have any restrictions on his ability, which made it very easy for a big-headed doll with a similar psychokinesis ability to capture an ordinary person. Carla definitely doesn't have any remorse, she's just a doll with a big head. Looks like I'm going to fight alone. Carla waited for Hal to hang up the phone, then shrugged with a nonchalant look. Hal said apologetically, I have to save Carol. I know, it doesn't matter, otherwise, if I take you with me, I will have to take care of you. Go save your beloved woman, Carla said as he floated up and flew out of the open window. Carol was kidnapped by the big-headed doll, and Hal must not just sit idly by. And just like what Carla said, she doesn't pay much attention to Hal's power, and it doesn't matter if he is there or not. So she decisively flew to the sky alone, and went straight to the atmosphere. With Carla's speed, it took almost a blink of an eye to come to the front of the atmosphere. She didn't have the slightest hesitation, and directly broke through the atmosphere and came to outer space. After leaving the Earth's atmosphere, Carla's entire body was exposed to the vacuum of outer space. But immediately, a mass of colorful power surrounded Carla, not only allowing her body to move in the vacuum space unharmed, she could even breathe freely. This is the power and benefit of the light ring. Not only the green light ring can make people move safely in space, but other light rings also have the same effect. For a moment, Carla was wearing a blue tight top, a red cape, a red skirt, and a pair of red boots, surrounded by colorful lights. He looked extremely heroic. After Carla simply adapted to the situation of people in outer space, she turned her head and looked into the distance. I saw that at the other end of the solar system, a giant like a black cloud was flying here quickly, and its flight speed could even reach the speed of light, or even exceed the speed of light. So its speed is very fast, and it is estimated that it will reach the Earth in a few minutes. A sneer appeared at the corner of Carla's mouth, and he immediately went forward to greet her. Carla's speed is faster, even without the blessing of various light rings, she could already circle the Earth in 30 seconds. Now she even has the power of 10 rings, her speed far exceeds the speed of light, and she almost crashed into the sun after a few seconds. Luckily, Carla braked in time and made an arc around the sun and rushed over. And Carla noticed that at the moment she just passed the sun, it was only a moment, but all the cells in her body suddenly became vigorous. Now she feels that she is full of strength. If the previous strength was 10, then now, her strength has increased to at least 300. SHHH. Carla even felt it, and waved away the colorful, in fact, it should be said to be colorful, shield, completely active in the outer space with her own power. Carla has become more powerful, and she has confirmed one thing, in fact, her worries are not unfounded. The reason why she was able to go around in front of the sun in time was because she had a dangerous premonition that if she rushed into the sun with her current strength, she would definitely die, and even cremation would be saved by then. Unless she can completely grasp the power of all the lantern rings now. But after experiencing such a close relationship with the sun this time, she will become stronger and stronger, and even if she walks on the surface of the sun for 10 days, she will be fine. Looking back at the sun that was left behind in a blink of an eye, Carla yearned for it. After going back this time, maybe she will find an opportunity to get close to the sun. At this moment, a terrifying roar reached Carla's heart. Green Lantern, you are courting death. Carla turned her head back and looked forward. In just a few seconds, Carla has already crossed half of the solar system and came to the edge of the solar system at the other end. This is already exaggerated. It is generally believed that it takes 8 minutes for the sun's rays to reach the Earth. And now Carla is centered on the sun, which is equivalent to spanning twice the distance from the Earth to the sun. But the time was less than 10 seconds. The distance of 10 seconds would take 16 minutes even at the speed of light. If 1 minute is 60 seconds, 16 minutes is 960 seconds, divided by 10 is 96. Does it mean that Carla's speed has reached 96 times the speed of light? Her speed of light in 1 second needs 16 seconds to complete. Carla stopped in front of the big octopus parallax demon. Although this guy was so terrifying that ordinary people would die immediately just by looking at it, because fear was its food and would be devoured by it directly. But Carla raised her hand and plucked her ears. Don't yell so loudly, I'm not deaf yet. She didn't take parallax demons seriously at all. Instead, the parallax demon felt a little uneasy. Who are you? You're not Green Lantern. It finally noticed that Carla's uniform couldn't possibly be Green Lantern's attire. That's Superman's classic battlesuit. Carla shrugged. Definitely can't be Green Lantern, because my sister has 10 rings. Why don't you call me 10 Commandments? While talking, Carla still showed the same thing, showing the 10 rings on both hands to the parallax demon. Parallax demon was dumbfounded. Impossible, how could you have a yellow light ring? Before Parallax Demon turned into this appearance, he was actually an Asgardian among the group of little blue people, and the reason why he became this appearance was because he wanted to prove that even the yellow fear power will also be used by them. The result is that he is consumed by parallax monsters and fear, even parasitized. So when he saw the yellow light ring on Carla's hand, he was particularly frightened and angry. If the Asgardians were willing to recognize his ideas back then, he wouldn't have to prove anything alone. So, the little blue people are really cheating, and almost all big events are related to them. At the moment, in the eyes of Parallax Demon, he only focused on Carla's yellow light ring, and he roared angrily, "This is impossible. Why are you wearing a yellow light ring? I want to eat you." Huh. Carla sneered. You think it's my sister who wants to wear it? It's these rings that I found my sister, and I can't drive her away. Also, you want to eat my sister 1 universe too early, even if it's 10 universes later, 100 universes, it is also impossible to fit, but you hurry up and put it in the bowl for sister. With a soft drink, Carla's body began to change. I saw that she went from 1.9 meters to 5 meters, then 10 meters, and finally surpassed the previous 100 meters, and finally reached a height of 300 meters. She can grow taller. Moreover, Carla acted like a mischievous, using the green light ring to conjure up a large bowl in her hand, and holding 2 chopsticks over 100 meters in her right hand, she stabbed at the Parallax Demon in front of her. 020 should be clip? Parallax Demon didn't expect Carla to have such a hand, but it is not easy to mess with. Although it is not as big as the sun at the moment, if it is placed in front of the Earth, it is at least 1/10 as small as the Earth. So Carla still looks a little small in front of it. I saw the Parallax Demon waving a huge tentacle and smashing towards it. Boom. Huge amounts of tentacles meet huge amounts of green chopsticks, sending out huge amounts of shockwave. Carla was unmoved, turned the chopsticks in his hand, just caught a section of the Parallax Demon's tentacles, then put away the sea bowl with his left hand. A red light flashed out. Carla conjured up a huge amounts of battle axe and slashed down in the air. Pissed. The tentacles of the Parallax Demon were cut off by her neatly. Unlike Parallax Demon's useless attack, Carla's attack cannot be blocked at all. But before Carla used chopsticks to pinch Parallax Demon's tentacles, the tentacles suddenly turned into a ball of yellow light and returned to Parallax Demon's body, and grew back. I am a pure energy body, the incarnation of fear. You can't kill me, but I can kill you. Parallax Demon let out a triumphant cry. In the end, Carla put away the weapon in his hand, clenched his right fist and beat the palm of his left hand. That's it. Then try that. Suddenly, the color of Carla's hands changed, and his hands transformed into 2 large knives hundreds of meters long with black brilliance. It's a bit contradictory to say, how can there be light in black? Moreover, this is in the outer space of the universe, and it is far away from the sun, so the reflected light is not obvious, right? But in fact, when Carla urged the black light ring, it really looked like light. What's that? Parallax Demon asked incredulously, startled. It seems that even he is not very clear about the black lamp ring, perhaps because he was sealed too early, or the black lamp ring is too mysterious. Even among Asgardians it is a secret. Carla smiled and explained kindly, definitely is something that can kill you. Speaking of which, I don't know how you taste. Let me cut off 2 tentacles so that I can roast them in the sun. To use the sun as a furnace to roast squid? No, this is from an octopus? In short, Carla came straight to the Parallax Demon again. She was transformed into a 300-meter titan, holding 200 of meters long black swords in both hands, and even the Parallax Demon felt great pressure. Damn it, I'm the one who's going to kill you, the Parallax Demon roared, and surrounded Carla with tentacles all over his body, about to launch a fatal attack on her. Carla's expression became ugly. Hey, I'm not here to play a game of female Superman fighting tentacle monsters with you. You, go to hell with me. For girls, tentacles must be very unfriendly things, and Carla was more involved, so she broke out all of a sudden. Shua. Cadb saw that Carla disappeared in an instant. She didn't leave, but because the speed was too fast, even an existence of the level of Parallax Demon was hard to detect. When Carla reappeared the next moment, the Parallax Demon raised his head and let out huge amounts of pain. It turned out that Carla slashed at him at a speed far exceeding the speed of light, cutting off all the tentacles of the Parallax Demon. What shocked Parallax Demon the most was that he found that he had completely lost contact and control over those tentacles, and it was difficult for his injured body to recover. How is this going? Carla squinted at the Parallax Demon, and shook the knife in his hand. This is the power of the black lamp ring that represents death. Even if you are a pure energy body that represents fear, you are not invincible in the face of the same power. Even I there is the first light ring that constantly absorbs the emotional spectrum of fear around you, leaving you unable to recharge. Even I have the yellow light ring, which can leave you with nowhere to run. You think I'm talking big? No, I'm real came to kill you. The black lamp ring is already strong enough, and Carla also holds the Chudang ring, which can crush all rings, and even absorb the power of other rings. So Carla not only cut off the tentacles of the Parallax Demon with the black lamp representing death, but also made it unable to absorb new power around it, because the new power was snatched by her. Don't you like fear? Then I will bring you fear. Carla showed a meaningful smile at the Parallax magic, conjuring dozens of colorful sticks out of thin air, not only stringing those tentacles one by one get up, and put the Parallax Demon's body on a stick. Immediately afterwards, Carla flew towards the sun behind her with the cut parallax. Wait a minute, you can't kill me. I am the embodiment and source of the power of yellow fear. Once you kill me, the source of yellow fear will be lost, and everything will be over. Parallax Demon was finally afraid, and roared, warning Carla. Carla shrugged, who are you scaring? I'm not alarmist. The Parallax continued to roar. But Carla didn't care at all. I'll have to wait until I have a taste. And you are all sisters' prisoner, or you were imprisoned by my sister for a second, and you dare to be arrogant? If my sister let you go, how embarrassing would you be? So let's taste it first. The Parallax Demon almost didn't vomit blood from the anger, and had to say, I said that I am a collection of energy, so there is no smell. Carla turned around and patted his big head. You have to have confidence in yourself. I believe in you. By the way, wait a minute and try to get a headshot. Parallax Demon doesn't know what headshot means, but it's definitely not going to get any better. Help. P.S. 10 chapters, and this time will be updated, 1 chapter per hour, okay, for everyone to read. In the face of Carla's terrifying power, Parallax Demon, which was supposed to represent the symbol of the power of fear, had to give in. Rather, if the little blue man back then could bear the fear, he wouldn't be possessed by the Parallax monster and become a Parallax monster. So once he found out that his strength was far inferior to Carla, and he was killed almost instantly by her, and his huge amounts of body were cut into countless sections, he immediately felt fear. That is the power he has been extremely familiar with for countless years, and it is also the power he has mastered now. But now, Carla has brought him long-lost fear, because Carla has brought him to the edge of the sun, and sent his body to the edge of the sun with those sticks for roasting. Did she really intend to eat herself? The Parallax Demon looked at what Carla was doing in horror, and had to continue to shout, you will make the universe collapse by doing this, stop now. In fact, the sun cannot completely destroy the Parallax monster, because the Parallax monster is the embodiment of the yellow fear, which is equivalent to a pure energy body without a body. But this doesn't mean that Parallax Demon can't be eliminated. In fact, he is confusing the public. It won't do anything to Parallax monster if it continues like this, but he will definitely die. Once the Parallax monster is dead, the Parallax monster has to get out. Definitely Carla has a real way of killing Parallax, nothing more than bringing the same power to an end with the Black Blast Ring of Death Force. The lantern rings and the emotional spectra have the same source. Other powers may not be able to deal with these lantern beasts, but the same power can completely wipe them out. But now, Carla didn't care about the clamor of the Parallax Demon at all, and looked at his big head carefully, and nodded silently. Parallax Demon only felt chills all over his body. He was not familiar with that kind of look, but he vaguely knew what was going on, just like a foodie who came to a gourmet paradise, or faced the food served after being hungry. There was a blatant and undisguised malice in Carla's eyes. Wait for a headshot. Carla patted Parallax Demon's big head with a sweet smile. Her current image is a titan with a height of 300 meters. Although she is worse than the Parallax Demon, after all, the Parallax Demon has been almost disassembled by her, leaving only one main torso. Parallax Demon was hit in the head by huge amounts of power, and almost passed out. But immediately, he woke up again with a terrible burning pain. It turned out that Carla had already started moving his body closer to the sun. The sun is a fixed star, plus its original mass, its huge amounts of gravitational force are unimaginable. The heavier and bigger things approach, the more they will be absorbed by the sun. But now Carla is completely ignoring the sun's brilliance, and because her body has become a 300-meter-long titan, more places are exposed to the sun's rays, which is nearly 100 times that of the normal state. Carla is 1.9 meters, close to 150 to 170 times. Carla felt that all the cells in her body were frantically, almost greedily accepting the baptism of the sun's radiance, and could clearly feel that her own strength was also rapidly improving, while looking down at the orange light ring. Orange is greed, and a certain voice is clamoring crazily, my, it's all mine, the sun is mine, the moon is mine, and the universe is mine. Carla smiled, sooner or later, I will stew you. The voice disappeared decisively in the room. And when Carla raised his head again, the parallax demon had lost his voice at some point. Are you ready? Carla reached out and brought the main body of the parallax demon in front of her, watching it carefully. But suddenly, the body of the parallax demon in his hand began to collapse and disintegrate. Carla was startled. Damn, is it burnt? She thinks too much. Parallax demon didn't deceive Carla at least a little bit. His body was indeed formed of pure energy, because his body was not like that. And now, when the parallax demon was roasted and tortured to death by Carla by the side of the sun, his body began to turn into the purest energy, which was yellow power, representing fear, and it seemed to be boundless. God knows how many lives and planets the parallax demon has harmed over the years, and not long ago he even devoured a group of so-called elite Green Lanterns. This filled his enormous body with the purest power. But now, there is no need for Carla to use the first light or the yellow light to absorb, and the power of fear spontaneously began to rush towards Carla. They were joyful, even shouting, as if Carla was their god. However, the power of fear in yellow has its own will and realization. Give it back to me, a terrible voice sounded, followed by a pure golden body that sprang out from the parallax demon's rapidly collapsing body. 0 for flowers. That is the real parallax monster, with an ugly insect-like body, and a huge mouth with huge amounts of blood, covered with sharp fangs. After the parallax monster appeared, it went straight to Carla, waving its forelimbs that were as sharp as a huge sickle, and was about to attack Carla. Because of the appearance of the parallax monster, those yellow powers of fear finally calmed down, no longer actively throwing themselves into Carla's embrace. Carla stood there, floating in the void, until the parallax monster came in front of him, and then he felt it and used the green light ring to create a huge amounts of fly swatter. Slap. Parallax was shot straight on like a normal bug. 0. And without waiting for the parallax monster to react, Carla reached out and lifted its head easily. Although the parallax monster's body is huge, it is not as exaggerated as the parallax monster. Yes, it is exaggerated. The parallax demon is like a cloud. It looks terrifying on a large scale, but it doesn't really feel much. The parallax monster is full of strength, but its body is no more than 100 meters at most, which is not enough to see in front of Carla. Carla easily lifted the parallax monster like this, held its head in one hand, and opened the other hand, right hand, to create a pair of sharp black scissors, unceremoniously, cut off the sharp claws of the parallax monster. There was only a sound of click, click, accompanied by pieces of golden light flashing, and Carla cut off all the parallax's many feet. Although the parallax monster is an energy body, it still uttered a terrible scream under the damage of the same source of power. Seeing this situation, those yellow powers of fear started cheering again, rushing towards Carla full of joy. The file size of Parallax Demon's original body is 1/10 of that of the Earth, and now it can be said to be quite impressive when transformed into pure fear. Carla even feels that her own strength has improved significantly, and the most obvious is her mental strength. The strengthening. Needless to say, Superman's physical fitness, but mental strength has always been an obvious shortcoming. But now, Carla just moved his eyes, and a group of meteorites a few light years away suddenly turned into fly ash. That is because the mental power is too strong and directly produced the actual effect. Now she is equivalent to devouring a parallax magic mountain. After Carla finished pruning the parallax monster turned into a long worm, completely without limbs, and even the wings on the back were cut off by Carla. In fact, parallax monster does not need wings flight, perhaps to complete the image, so there is a pair of useless wings on the back. And after Carla was busy with these tasks at hand, all the power that the parallax demon had accumulated for many years was automatically absorbed into her body and became her power. This is simply like giving for nothing. And now, Carla is holding the body of the parallax monster again, and using the sticks made of the green light ring to control its limbs. It is about to be baked in front of the sun again. Don't look at Carla, she is a peerless beauty. But Carla also tasted a feast of bugs when she traveled all over the world. So she does not pretend to be a parallax monster at all. The 960 didn't taste the parallax monster just now, so let's taste the parallax monster now. But at this moment, a voice came, Carla, stop here. Just behind Carla, the little blue people left OUA Star for a rare occasion and came here in person. Some of them also found the body of a little blue man in the void, that is the body of Parallax Demon, which reappeared its original appearance after losing the power of fear. That was originally a Supremus Guardian on the OUA planet, but later he became possessed by a Parallax monster and became a Parallax monster that harmed the universe. He was finally freed until he was killed by Carla. Carla looked back at those little blue men. Why? The power of the emotional spectrum can be used to protect the universe, but it can also destroy the universe. If you kill it, the balance of the emotional spectrum will be broken, and the entire universe will be in danger of destruction. The little blues try to explain it to Carla. Unlike the Parallax Demon, the Parallax monster is the incarnation and embodiment of the power of fear. It is not a serious problem to kill the parallax demon, so they did not make any noise before. But after noticing that Carla was going to kill the parallax monster, in fact, he was going to eat it, he couldn't sit still, and hurried over in person. It's not that the Asgardians are monitoring Carla at any time, but they know that there may be a big war here, so they paid attention to it early. Carla looked at the little blue people, then at the parallax monster in his hand. Except for the initial cry of pain, the parallax monster kept silent, but looked at her with cold and hatred eyes. Carla smiled. "Don't worry, you'll be fine," Carla said as she continued walking towards the sun. "Carla," exclaimed the Asgardians in unison. But Carla said without looking back, "I have already made an enemy with it. If I don't solve it here, it will come back to take revenge one day. Then maybe the people I value will be hurt by it. If so, then definitely we must cut the weeds and eradicate the roots." Carla also showed a bright smile at the parallax monster in her hand. "What's more, killing such a weak lantern beast can really collapse the universe? I don't believe it. I don't believe you are so important, so what if you are important? Because I can't, sister, shape the universe. Crazy, 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 she's crazy. Stop her quickly." All the Asgardians were shouting anxiously. But who can stop it? She holds 10 lantern rings, and this is the horror of Kryptonians. It's not like you haven't experienced it. Damn it, that's why I said that the Langsing people must not become green men. One Asgardian seemed prescient. Carla glanced sideways at that guy. In fact, Carla has been suspecting that the Green Lantern in the sector where Krypton is located is Tomare, the guy who looks like a fish and looks like a bird. It stands to reason that the Asgardians in each sector should be selected from that sector. Why did almost no Kryptonians become Green Lanterns in the next 100,000 years? It turned out to be your rejection. Asshole, then don't let her stop. "You can't kill me," the parallax monster in his hand suddenly said, sneering in a cold tone, different from before. "This is my real body, as if even you can't completely eliminate the feeling of fear, you can't really kill me. And I already know what your fears are, your adoptive parents on Earth, Carla. Can't." Carla paused, holding the parallax monster's left hand involuntarily and slowly, almost crushing its head. But the parallax monster let out an even harsher laugh. "Wait, I will definitely go to the Earth to find you, Carla. I found that I like you. Sooner or later I will make you into my own parallax monster. Let me destroy you with fear." Carla took a deep breath. Obviously she was in outer space, and she clearly saw the sun in front of her eyes, but she still took a breath. This breath almost caused the sun to be greatly fluctuated zero. Carla laughed. "The parallax demon has been clamoring that I can't kill him before, and it turns out that he is not dead." Parallax shouted. "So I said, I'm different from him." I know, Carla nodded, acknowledging that parallax and parallax are indeed different, but so what? "I have countless ways to kill you completely," Carla said, handing the parallax to her right hand, and she held up the first light of her left thumb. As the embodiment of the emotional spectrum, the lamp beast is indeed almost difficult to kill, or it is impossible to be completely killed, because you are the original emotional spectrum. Killing you is equal to killing the emotional spectrum, which is neither reliable nor impossible. Do it easily. I still know this, so I was just trying to scare you, just bake you and taste it. Carla actually knows all about these things. However, without waiting for the parallax monster to show a smug expression, Carla suddenly pierced the parallax monster's head with his right thumb. However, what if the relationship between you and the emotional spectrum of the power of fear is cancelled? What if the emotional spectrum you have is eliminated? What if you are no longer a lantern beast? The corners of Carla's mouth split into a big arc, and he laughed loudly. "Are you playing psychological tactics with me? My mother has even seen a lunatic, Joker, and she is afraid of you as a mere bug? Do you really think you are immortal? How dare you threaten my family? Do you dare?" At this moment, the 5.2 Carla is extremely crazy, because it dares to threaten its parents? "You dare to threaten my parents? I ate you." Carla this time was no longer a threat, but carried the dead parallax monster straight to the surface of the sun. "Carla, how so?" The little blue people behind were completely panicked. Is the power of fear in yellow about to collapse? "I'm not crazy yet." Carla suddenly threw out a golden egg and said without looking back, "I didn't kill fear, I just killed this generation of parallax monsters. It's the yellow fear, you can take it back to hatch the next generation of parallax monsters. As for this, I want to see what kind of arrogant capital you have. Is it delicious? God, so arrogant capital is delicious." Carla still killed the parallax monster after all. This is the dominance of Chudang, not only using almost the entire emotional spectrum, even crushing levels, and absorbing other emotional spectrums. To put it simply, if the green light ring meets Chudang, not only can Chudang use the same green power of will, it can even completely absorb the power of the green light ring. It means that I can not only defeat you with your strength, but also absorb your strength. Moreover, Chudang can also distort reality and change reality, and even travel through time and space to change history. So the Asgardians were not surprised that Carla killed Parallax. They also rushed to dissuade them because they knew that Carla could actually kill Parallax monsters. Fortunately, Carla didn't really go crazy. When he killed the Parallax monster, he not only erased the Parallax monster as the source of the realization of the power of fear, but extracted the Parallax monster as the source of the realization of the power of fear. This is equivalent to removing the parallax monster from his position and then arranging a replacement. Definitely Chudang is not completely 20 invincible. For example, the black lamp, as the emotional spectrum of death, can also bring death to Chudang, or forcibly erase the emotional spectrum possessed by Chudang, which is the only way to defeat Chudang. When Carla threw out the golden egg, the Asgardians finally felt relieved. As long as the yellow power of fear does not collapse, once the emotional spectrum is out of balance, it will be a terrible thing. As for how to hatch this golden egg, it has nothing to do with Carla. She carried the parallax monster that was dying to die, and came to the sun step by step. When she came in front of the sun, Carla couldn't help but frown. The terrifying heat wave, the nuclear radiation on the surface of the sun, and even the continuous gushing heat made even her feel hot. But Carla has set foot on the face of the sun after all. In addition to her strong physical fitness, the 10 rings Carla wears are also emitting a faint light to protect her. I have to say that sometimes these light rings are still very useful. Carla looked up and looked around, and found that not only magma and flames were everywhere on the surface of the sun, but also various minerals and large tracts of land. That is not ordinary soil, minerals, and soil that can be baked by the sun for hundreds of millions of years and still remain intact. How could it be simple? In fact, the sun is not a ball of fire, but the surface seems to be covered with flames. In fact, the surface of the sun is also full of various strange rocks. And with the mass of the sun and the terrible gravity enough to cause the entire solar system to revolve around itself, the mass of the sun is actually stronger than that of the Earth. Carla felt fresh and strange. After all, it was the first time for her to set foot on the surface of the sun. By the way, it can't be overcooked this time. Carla remembered that there was still one thing in his hands that hadn't been resolved. That is, the parallax monster should be cooked. This is on the surface of the sun. It is said that the temperature is about 6,000 degrees Celsius, and the core temperature may even reach tens of millions of degrees Celsius. No wonder the sun can provide light and temperature for the entire solar system by itself. Lifting the parallax monster in her hand, Carla stuffed it into her mouth without any hesitation. She is now a titan of 300 meters tall, while the parallax monster is only 100 meters tall, and she seems to have physical strength. And to Carla's surprise, the parallax was not burnt at all, but just right. Since the parallax monster is the image of a bug, it tastes the same as a bug, and Carla's mouth made a click-click sound, as crisp as eating potato chips. As for the taste, Carla tried sticking it with the magma of the sun. Was it good? Carrying the parallax monster as if eating a snack, Carla began to walk on the surface of the sun. Now she is like the creator god and creator, transformed into a 300-meter-long titan, like a goddess who came out of myths and legends, observing the mysteries of the sun. Being on the surface of the sun, there is definitely no distinction between day and night. Carla just walked like this constantly. I don't know how long it took. It's like walking all the corners of the sun. During this period, Carla also encountered a variety of weather. As a fixed star planet, the sun definitely has weather changes, but it is not the wind and rain that we are familiar with, and there is no such thing on the sun. It is actually active phenomena such as solar flares, solar facula, solar sunspot, solar wind, and solar corona. Among them, solar flares can be said to be the most terrible weather. Pinmare had encountered solar flares before and did not have time to help Cyan Star. Many people may not know what is going on with solar flares. To put it simply, it can be summed up in one sentence. The energy triggered by solar flares is equivalent to tens of billions of giant hydrogen bombs exploding at the same time. Tens of billions, or a giant hydrogen bomb. As for the sunspots, although they seem to be related to the solar flares, in fact, the light panels are closely related to the sun's sunspot. Most of the light panels appear almost at the same time as the sunspot, and they are a phenomenon surrounding the sunspot. There is also the solar wind, which is different from the Earth's wind. The solar wind is not composed of air, but is composed of simpler elementary particles such as protons and electrons, which are one level smaller than atoms. It can also be said to be a stream of supersonic plasma-charged particles ejected from the sun's upper atmosphere. In short, Carla is conducting detailed analysis and research on the sun, and there are definitely many reasons why she is doing this. One is that the power of the Kryptonians comes from the fixed star, but only the golden fixed star light can strengthen the power, and the red light is the Achilles heel. So Carla wondered why. Also, the more she knows about the sun, she may learn from her ancestors to create her own artificial sun rays in the future. Doesn't that mean that even if she stays at home every day, she can feel like she is on the surface of the sun? Or she could use the green light ring to create a sun for herself. What's more, she is increasing her strength crazily every day just by walking on the sun. Only on the second day, Carla didn't need the protection of the light ring at all, but walked directly on the surface of the sun with her own strength. Because of the biological standpoint, don't worry about Carla's hair or clothes, they are all intact. It's just that from the second day on, the parallax monsters were eaten up by her, and there was no food, let alone water. As a result, Carla began to use the sun's magma as a source of water and the sun's flames as food. Not only the surface of the body, but even the stomach and internal structures of the body are all Superman level. Carla has many insights, including heat vision rays reaching nearly 10,000 degrees Celsius at one point. Even Carla turned her eyes to the inside of the sun. She found a place to go down, a path that would allow her to go to the core of the sun. Unknowingly, Carla has been away from Earth for 5 years. At first, Metropolitan still had some discomfort, because from the second month onwards, Carla's new column was completely discontinued. The reason is also very simple. Except for Carla, no one can write a food guide that can be sought after by people. In addition to her comments on food, the most important thing is to write recipes and the experience from the whole process to the cooking process. Some people call this recipe series Carla's Tutorial for Idiots, not to say that Carla is an idiot, but that even an idiot can make delicious ingredients as long as she does it the way she does. And this requires careful and absolutely professional understanding. It's not that you can write a guide without a good chef, but a chef may not have enough writing skills to write a wonderful column. So Perry gave up looking for someone to replace Carla after only trying for a while. Unlike the travel column, this really can only rely on Carla to support the card. At the beginning, many people were concerned about Carla's whereabouts, worrying whether something happened to her. But then it gradually faded away. After all, everyone has their own lives. At most, they just collect the previous columns and use them as the main recipes at home. Some people even jokingly call it the cookbook of God of cooking. Carla's family and friends know her whereabouts more than anyone else. Carla uses the green light ring to ask Hal to use it as a transit signal, because the green light ring can communicate regardless of distance, so Carla can still call home. Others may not know it very well, but Clark and her adoptive parents already know that she is now at the core of the sun. Carla is still studying the sun. After visiting every corner of the sun's surface, she began to head towards the core of the sun. But the sun is so big that its mass volume is said to be 1.3 million times that of the Earth. So even if Carla wants to study thoroughly, she has to spend a lot of time, and this is the case that she has hardly slept much in the past 5 years. Carla is gradually analyzing the structure of each layer of the sun, and now it has finally reached the final core. The surface temperature of the sun is 6,000 degrees Celsius, while the temperature of the core can reach at least 20 million degrees Celsius, and its pressure is equivalent to 300 billion atmospheres. What is this equivalent to? It may be equivalent to Carla carrying the Earth forward with every step, or even more than one Earth. But for Carla, it is completely fine. At the moment, she is not only 300 meters high, but has reached 1,000 meters, an absolute super Titan level. In fact, it can be even higher, but in the face of such gravity, the higher one is, the greater the pressure one will bear. Carla mainly does not want to affect the progress, otherwise she can exercise at the core of the sun at a height of 10,000 meters, which is equivalent to holding the sun to do fitness exercises. Carla is getting stronger and stronger, and now she doesn't even know how much her strength has reached, and because she has been soaked in the sun's radiance all year round, and is even in the core of the sun, her blonde hair has completely turned into a state of golden light, including Carla's cloak was also dyed golden, and if she hadn't made the change herself, Carla's skin and even her pupils would have turned completely golden. But in the end, Carla only dyed the S on the chest golden, and reversed all other changes. She doesn't want to be too noticeable when she returns to Earth, including her hair, who has seen hair with its own lighting effects. Almost. Carla murmured, she didn't know that she had been immersed in the sun for 5 years, because she was too absorbed in the study of the sun. This is necessary, because with her current understanding of the sun, she can be said to be the astronomer who knows the best about the fixed star celestial body, at least on Earth. And this also allowed Carla to deduce why the red sun's light would weaken the power of the Kryptonians, because the red sun would emit some kind of substance. To put it bluntly, the golden sun rays are more youthful, full of vitality and strength, so the emitted substances are strengthening the cells of Kryptonians. The red sun is generally a red giant star that has entered its old age, and the emitted substances will only make the cells of the Kryptonians lose their vitality, so the Kryptonians under the red sun will only become ordinary people. Another point is that Kryptonians' home planet, Krypton, has things like kryptonite, and certain substances emitted by it are the greatest harm to Kryptonians. Moreover, the radiation from kryptonite almost fills the atmosphere of Krypton, which means that Kryptonians have been breathing radiation from kryptonite, so how could they still have a chance to get strengthening? The most important thing is that when Carla thoroughly studies the sun, she can even create a little sun of her own, so that she doesn't need to stay in the sun anymore. It's time to go home too. Stretched her waist long, Carla also felt tired. After more than 5 years of sleepless nights, most of the time, I only slept for 3 to 5 seconds. An ordinary person would have been exhausted long ago. However, Carla is gradually breaking away from the category of mortals. Not only can she not sleep, but in fact, she has long been able to stop eating. The sun's rays are the source of all her energy and strength. It is Carla who still maintains the habit of eating, so she uses the magma and flames of the sun as food and water, especially after reaching the core of the sun. She resists it so that she does not go up and bite off a piece from the core to eat. If she dared to destroy the core of the sun, it would be too bold and reckless. You must know that the sun is not actually the core of the universe, but the core of the solar system. In fact, the sun and many fixed stars in the galaxy have revolutions, and there is an orbit around the real core of the galaxy. Including every revolution of the sun, it will be a little closer to the core of the Milky Way. Once the core of the sun is destroyed and loses its original mass, let alone other things, if the sun takes the solar system straight to the core of the Milky Way, it may cause a lot of damage. Fortunately, she also knows the seriousness. But before going back, I have to go to OUA star. Carla narrowed her eyes slightly. She did not forget who she was for when she first set foot on the surface of the sun 5 years ago. After such a long time, Carla guessed that the golden egg had already hatched. What about the second-generation parallax monster, Nyo Wang's? Do you still remember the previous generation? And do you still want to seek revenge on her? Carla's favorite style is to cut grass and roots, and she will never leave any hidden dangers. What's more, the parents of the Earth are just ordinary people. Once they are targeted by a guy like the parallax monster, it is almost a certain death situation. So Carla can't be careless. OA star, Carla returned to the surface of the sun, raised her head, and started searching in the universe. At the moment her supervision can even observe any corner of the entire universe, including superhearing can also accommodate the sound life of the entire universe. Definitely Carla must not dare to turn on full power, otherwise it will be annoying to death. Soon, Carla found the whereabouts of the OUA star. The last time it was taken by the green light ring, but this time, Carla floated gently on the sun, and then turned into a golden light, and came to OUA Asing. The whole process takes less than a second. Today's Carla can already operate normally in outer space without the defense of the light ring. Even at her current speed, it took less than a second from the sun of the solar system in the Milky Way to arrive at OU, which is known as the center of the universe. Asing. This terrifying speed alone is shocking. She didn't use the ability to jump in space or the technology related to the lamp ring, but flew all the way here, relying only on her own strength. After coming to OUA star, Carla went straight to the holy place of the little blue people. A few years have passed, and the little blue people have returned to their previous appearance, majestically standing on the high platform of the holy place, as if they should not be offended. But when Carla suddenly appeared in front of them, the little blue people couldn't help but twitched the corners of their mouths or eyes. Why are you here? An Asgardian asked, looking very unwelcome to Carla. Carla raised her eyebrows. Huh? I was helping for nothing before. It's really crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. It's not easy to kill a donkey here. After all, you can't compare yourself to a donkey, but Carla still feels that she is being treated as a donkey, maybe because a donkey symbolizes stupidity, or being fooled. Carla doesn't talk nonsense with them. In fact, she also sees them as indifferent. 203 A group of guys who only make trouble. I don't want to come here either, but what I'm more concerned about is, what happened to the golden egg? Has the new parallax monster hatched? Carla mentioned her intention and purpose for coming. It's very simple, she came here for the second generation of parallax monsters. The Asgardians looked at each other. Another little blue man sighed, let her go and see it, otherwise we won't be able to drive her away. It's mainly because you guys can't beat me. Carla proudly stuck her waist in. While this is true, Asgardians will not admit that they have been coerced. Because Asgardians have no personal feelings, they don't care about Carla's ridicule and provocation. A female Asgardian greeted, come with me. As she spoke, she drifted in another direction. Carla followed immediately, and recognized it on the way. This is the melting furnace to go to the Green Lantern Ring, which is the source of all Green Lantern Ring power bases. She has been there once, and there are still many materials and information about the history of the Green Lantern Corps and the entire universe stored there, but she doesn't know what to do there now. Wait a minute, you guys are using ion, sharks to suppress parallax monsters. Carla thought of something. Ion shark, that is the lamp beast of the green light ring. If the parallax monster is the embodiment of the yellow power of fear, then the ion shark is the embodiment of the green power of will, and the two are the same existence. It's just that compared to the parallax monster who is bent on bringing fear to the universe, the ion shark is positive, including those who integrate with the ion shark. They will not lose themselves, but will become aliens. Medical. Ion Man is the high-level stage of Green Lantern. Not only does it retain all the abilities of Green Lantern, it even claims to be able to change reality and time. It seems that changing the reality is not a great ability. Not only the five-dimensional people can change at will, even Carla is now. Following the female Asgardian, Carla once again came to the total battery like a furnace. In fact, not everyone can use this total battery at will. Not only does it need the permission of Asgardians, but there are many secrets that only Asgardians know, including various light rings. In addition to Carla's original light ring and the first light, the green light ring also hides more functions that only Asgardians know and can activate. For example, in terms of data storage, Green Lantern's ring can only automatically store data, but it cannot be retrieved at will. At this time, the female Asgardian opened the melting furnace, and in a dazzling, rich green power of will that seemed to be solid, a yellow light was pulled out with some kind of force. Carla looked ahead and immediately recognized the parallax. Suddenly she reached out and grabbed it, and before the female Asgardian could react, she grabbed the parallax monster and pulled it out. At the moment's parallax is only slap file size, and it is almost exactly the same as the previous generation. Carla sneered and asked, little guy, tell me who you are, do you recognize me? Huh. The parallax monster trembled all over, and raised its head vigorously in Carla's hands. After seeing Carla's appearance clearly, he raised his head and pretended to be dead. The corners of Carla's mouth twitched, and he put away his sneer, and turned to look at the surprised female Asgardian beside him. What's going on? Scared to death? No. While Carla was distracted by turning his head, the little parallax monster suddenly struggled to escape, and the direction of its escape was the main battery of the green light behind it. Hey, that's the place to suppress you, it's like a seal. But the little parallax monster would rather be sealed and escape from Carla, and even dare not flee in other directions, which shows how much shock and even fear Carla has brought to it. The female Asgardian was stunned, as the embodiment of the power of fear. You are so afraid of others? What did you do in the first place? Maybe this female Asgardian didn't come together to stop Carla, so I don't know what happened at that time. Carla shrugged, pinched the parallax monster easily, and said casually, it's nothing, but I ate the previous generation parallax monster. The taste is not bad, dipped in the sun's magma, it's not salty or bland, it's just right, crunchy. The female Asgardian almost passed out and ate Zang? What kind of werewolf is this? No, didn't she know, this is indeed a ruthless person. You see she wears 10 lantern rings on both hands, and she was shouting to wash Oua seeing with blood, she almost lost control. It's no wonder that little parallax is so fearful. In fact, eating is a biological instinct, especially once the relationship between eating and being eaten is established as a natural enemy. Carla is now like a parallax monster's natural enemy. When any creature faces a natural enemy that can eat itself, it will inevitably feel fear, including the materialized parallax monster that represents fear. I don't know how it tastes like now, Carla said, looking down at the little parallax monster in her hand. The little guy is a newborn, the previous generation didn't know how many years it lived before it was so big, but it was eaten by Carla as food, and now the only parallax monster is Carla's slap in the normal state. To be honest, if you don't consider its power and what it represents, it is actually quite cute. The color of Fear Force is yellow, but Parallax Monster is originally golden. It might be interesting to keep such a pet, but in Carla's eyes, it already showed what kind of dish it could be made into, and even materialized it. A dish of fried grasshoppers appeared in front of Carla. The little Parallax Monster fainted decisively. Don't scare it to death, the female Asgardian said while wiping her cold sweat, wondering who is the embodiment of the power of fear. Even think Carla is more like a phantom beast in human form. But she dared not speak out. Originally a parallax monster that symbolizes fear and is the embodiment of the power of fear, at the moment is more like an ordinary bug in Carla's hands, and in Carla's eyes, it is also delicious. I just cut it in half, Carla was discussing with the female Asgardian, asking if she could cut it in half and take it back for frying. She had only tasted roasted before, but this time she might want to try fried. The female Asgardian put her hand on her forehead and pressed her headache. Carla, this joke is not funny at all. I'm not kidding. No, I took it as a joke, so please put it back. The Asgardian woman definitely knew she wasn't joking, but she'd rather it was a joke. Carla pouted, and threw the parallax back into the green furnace of willpower, letting it be sealed by the willpower inside. It is very likely that the ion shark is also playing a role, silently contributing its power. And Carla has already confirmed that this parallax monster obviously remembers her, but it does not belong to the previous parallax monsters. It is more like a second generation born from the former. This is also the situation that Carla guessed at the beginning. It seems that there is no need to worry about it retaliating, the main issue is whether it dares or not. As the embodiment of the power of fear, parallax monsters originally bring fear to others. Only Carla is different, she is now like the natural enemy of parallax monsters, only she eats parallax monsters, and parallax monsters can only be eaten. If you can't hide from her, you definitely don't dare to provoke her again. Then, the female Asgardian took Carla back to their holy place, not daring to leave Carla here alone. Back at the holy place, the Asgardians expressed their gratitude for Carla's contribution 5 years ago. It seems that they also know that the parallax's threat to the universe is caused by their Asgardians, and Carla belongs to clean up the mess for them. And the gratitude of the Asgardians is not just a thank you. Carla also explained the power and ability of almost all the rings except the green light ring and the first light ring. The first is the red light. As a representative of anger, its ability is superior even among the 7 lantern core. The most obvious manifestation is its huge and infinite power. In addition, the red light ring also shows that it can project imagination as a means of attack similar to the green light ring. The orange light, which represents greed, has the power to be afraid of even the green light, but because the person who wears the orange light must be greedy in the first place, and then it is infinitely magnified in the heart of greed and monopoly. Therefore, the so-called orange lantern core is generally false, because the orange lanterns are destined not to share, and the light warriors are also destined not to know how to share. In order for Orange Lantern to have only one person, and only you are the only Orange Lantern warrior, this legion was difficult to control as early as ancient times, such as 100,000 years ago. And once killed by the Orange Lantern warrior, the Orange Lantern ring can materialize the person killed by the holder and become an energy puppet obedient to the holder, called the Orange Lantern Ghost. The current Orange Lantern is only Carla, but because of the suppression of other rings, it will not be affected by the power of the Orange Lantern. If the stupid snake dared to continue to shout, Carla might stew it. Needless to say, the yellow light of fear is better at psychokinesis, but it can also create an energy shield for defense like the green light. Then there is the blue light, which symbolizes the power of hope. Originally, there is no concrete power, but it can make the green light ring more real and powerful. In addition, as mentioned earlier, the green light cannot actually restrain the yellow light. What the green light really restrains is the red light, but the yellow light restrains the green light. What really restrains the yellow light is the blue light. The blue light ring can eliminate the spectrum and power of the yellow light ring, and even allow people to face fear. But the blue light should not be underestimated. It is said that the holder of the blue light can revive the lost fixed star. The most mysterious of them is the blue lantern. As a representative of mercy, the blue lantern originally does not have a fatal attack, because they not only show mercy to all living beings, but even the enemy is the same. Definitely that has nothing to do with Carla, it refers to the general legion here. There is also the purple lantern of love. The ability of the purple lantern ring is not too outstanding. Generally, it can create purple crystals to block enemies inside, or track the heartbeat of a loved one as a flight guide, and show others the true love in their hearts. People. If we say the most powerful ability, it should be that if the people who love each other are facing life and death, they can also use the power of love to revive the person who has just died. 0 Looking for flowers. By the way, because the purple light represents love, so you can use this power to brainwash, for example, make the other party fall in love with you or something. Again, Jura is definitely not needed. The above are the respective strengths of the ordinary 7 lantern core. There are 2 rings of lights at the end. Black lights and white lights. What is introduced here is no longer just the power or emotional spectrum represented by the lantern rings. The Asgardians are explaining to Carla the usage and abilities of these rings. This will make Carla more aware of how to use them to fight. The black lamp represents death. Originally, only those who had died once could be selected, but Carla was different. She was recognized by the original black lamp. Originally all the black lamp rings should be controlled by the lamp beast Hey-Sid, but the original lamp ring is different. Carla has mastered it. It is equivalent to sitting on an equal footing with the Hey-Sid and not being controlled. 0. Since the black lamp represents death, even people who claim to be immortal can give the concept of death, that is, even gods who claim to be immortal can be killed. In addition, the black light can also expel the emotional spectrum of all other light ring fighters, making them temporarily become ordinary people. Even the most powerful primary lamp, the black lamp, can restrain it. The white lamp is the same as the black lamp. The spirit of existence as a lamp beast is more domineering, but it's a pity that Carla doesn't bother her at all. The white lamp symbolizes life. When Carla wears the white lamp, as long as the emotional spectrum of the white lamp is not extinguished, she will never die. So even if she didn't wear the first lamp at the beginning, she still has an infinite lifespan. Even if she is killed, she will not die. Even theoretically speaking, the 10,000 stars of the white lamp can resurrect all life. But the Asgardians reminded or warned Carla that although she can resurrect everyone, it is best not to resurrect everyone on Krypton without restraint. Why? Carla's face was upset. Are these little blue people still holding grudges? The Asgardians explained, the life symbolized by the white lamp is not only personal life, but the life of all universes, not all life in the universe, but life in all universes. This must be clarified. So it's not just as simple as life, it should be called the life equation. Carla left OUA Star. She actually came to confirm the situation of the Parallax monster. If the Parallax monster still threatens her, or threatens her family, then there is no doubt that Carla will kill it. At least one more kill until the newborn Parallax dares not dare. But now it seems that it has not dared. That being the case, Carla felt relieved and was finally going back to Earth. She didn't expect to be delayed for 5 years when she came out this time. For 5 years, she has been analyzing all the structures and compositions of the sun on the sun, including any components and all particles. Those dangerous radiations are deadly to humans, but they are a source of strength to her. Especially solar flares. The smallest solar flare can be equivalent to the explosion of tens of billions of 100-ton hydrogen bombs, and a super large flare can hardly imagine 883. But for Carla, it was a huge power boost, equivalent to the effect of hundreds of years of sunbathing on the Earth. So these 5 years of improvement are equivalent to Carla basking in the sun for tens of thousands of years on the Earth. Don't forget that she went to the core of the sun later. When Carla returned to Earth, it was already late at night. She came back at night specially, otherwise she wouldn't be too lazy to talk nonsense with those little blue men, and she didn't care about the power of those rings on her hands. Speaking up, Carla walked slowly towards the courtyard of her hometown, while looking down at the rings on her hands. It's really in the way. Carla frowned. Those rings are not small, almost occupying the file size of a finger bone. It is too obvious at first glance, and it is also very troublesome in daily life. It would be great if it could be made into strings. Carla's eyes lit up. The image of the ring was too obtrusive, but if it were 10 strings of different colors, it should be fine. Anyway, I don't worry about the problem of falling off. With her strength, she can't even pick it off. Too much power can easily shake the entire universe, let alone falling. Just do what you think. Carla changed the 10 rings with the ability to rewrite reality. I saw those rings one after another, turning into strings of different colors according to the colors of the emotional spectrum they originally represented. Looking at it this way, it is much more pleasing to the eye. Carla clenched her fist again. Well, it's easier to move. Looking up again, she happened to have landed in front of her house. Wow, woof woof. Suddenly, there was a loud dog bark, followed by the door being knocked open, and a big dog rushed out, jumped in front of Carla and circled around her feet. Little Krypton, it was the first to smell Carla. What's wrong with Krypton? Martha chased after her, worried that something had happened, but she saw a slim figure standing in the yard, with blonde hair that reached her waist dancing in the wind behind her, and a beautiful bright red cloak. Fluttering in the wind, a heroic and valiant peerless beauty. Mom, I'm back, Carla greeted with a smile, slightly pushed Krypton away with her feet, and then stepped forward to hug her adoptive mother. Martha hugged Carla tightly excitedly, but she couldn't stop complaining, "You're bullying Xiofen again. The eyes are so good." Carla chuckled. But Krypton didn't mind at all and just sat aside and wagged his tail. At this time, Jonathan also heard the voice outside, followed out and saw the daughter at the door, turned around and went back with a soft snort. The old man was angry. Carla didn't care, she knew it was because she hadn't come back for 5 years after going out this time, and she must be angry about it. "Haven't you eaten yet? Come in, I'll prepare it for you." Martha got busy turning around and going into the warehouse, then went straight to the kitchen. Carla wanted to stop her from trouble, but after thinking about it, she hadn't eaten her mother's handicrafts for a long time, and she was a little greedy, so she stuck out her tongue and said nothing. Turning around, Carla picked up the dog at her feet, hugged her in her arms, and followed into the house. Jonathan and Martha didn't sleep, and the reason they came out so quickly was because they were watching TV in the living room. Jonathan pretended to be watching TV, but his eyes kept following Carla. He saw her stepping to the sofa beside her and sitting down, hugging the dog, tilting her head and smiling at herself. Jonathan snorted softly, "When you grow up, your wings will harden. Neither of them will want to go back to this home, will they?" Carla turned to a wry smile. She knew what Jonathan was angry about. Carla is 35 years old today. Regardless of her appearance, she actually looks like a 20-year-old girl. People even believe that she is a high school student, except that she is a little taller. After all, Carla is no longer human, not cursing, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a god. With her power, she is not afraid of people on the apocalypse planet known as the New Protoss. Coupled with the effects of Chudang and Beidang, as well as the relationship between strengthening physical fitness and cells in the sun, she can almost be said to be immortal. Since Carla is 35 years old, Clark is also 25 years old now, and has already graduated from college. And when Clark was 25 years old, this year, maybe a few days ago, Clark finally decided to travel the world. He wants to learn from his sister Carla and travel to every corner of the earth to see the world with his own eyes. Carla had heard about Clark's decision before coming back, and she was very supportive of it. But looking at the adoptive father's attitude now, it seems that he is very dissatisfied with both his daughter and son leaving the house, and has a lot of complaints. At this time, it was Martha who poked her head out of the kitchen, and complained angrily, "This old man, my daughter came back after a long time, so don't scold her again. Also, didn't you always advocate that Clark should go to gain knowledge earlier, but now his mouth is full of complaints?" Carla continued to maintain a smile, but complained in her heart, "Mom, your words are full of resentment. Don't worry, you won't run away suddenly." While Martha was preparing a supper for Carla, Jonathan turned off the TV and asked 4.7 Carla, "What have you been up to these few years? Although you have called me and your mother several times. But I always feel that you are no longer on the earth, very far away from us, as if we will lose you at any time." Carla paused. "Should I say that the adoptive father is too sensitive?" Carla lowered her head and raised her hand to help the little Krypton who was in her arms and didn't want to go down anymore, to smooth her hair, not knowing what to say in her heart. Jonathan didn't rush her either. After a while, Carla made a decision, took a deep breath, looked up, and said, "Dad, to be honest, I found a way that might save our planet. Even those who have died can be brought back to life, including my biological parents, and Clark's biological parents. What should I do? Should I do that? Should I go and resurrect Krypton, and everyone?" Carla's words stopped Jonathan, including Martha, who also came to Carla with a plate of late-night snacks that were made on the spur of the moment from the kitchen, and looked at the daughter in surprise. After all, they are just two ordinary people, or farmers who are so ordinary that they cannot be more ordinary. Suddenly mentioning aliens is far beyond their common sense, let alone resurrecting a planet that has been destroyed, including everyone on it. This is unbelievable. Carla conveniently placed the plate on top of the dog's head. Martha took the dog away angrily, the child. Carla shrugged, picked up a spoon and began to taste the long-lost mother's handicraft. "What do you think? Carla, do you think it's right or wrong to do this?" Jonathan didn't rush to give an answer, but kicked the ball back to Carla. Carla paused, pouted, and chewed with a mouthful of food. Not to mention, she's quite cute, but if you don't consider her terrifying power, even the most terrifying parallax monster in the universe will be scared out of her mind by her. Except for her parents, no one will think she is cute. After thinking for a while, Carla swallowed what was in her mouth, and said at 20, "If you want to save Krypton from its destruction, you may have to rewrite reality and history, including resurrecting so many people. You may have to use the life equation." That's what Asgardian told Carla. The vitality represented by the white light is not a single individual life, but a greater and magnificent life of the entire universe. So that could be called the life equation. If you don't know this, you can search anti-monitor and anti-life equation. The life equation is opposite to the anti-life equation. Just rewriting history and reality may cause many unexpected results, not to mention using the power of the life equation. At that time, the entire universe may be affected, Carla said casually, but the meaning expressed is quite different. Let Martha gasp. The whole universe? Isn't that too scary? But Jonathan kept his expression unchanged, and continued to ask, it's not what the result will be, or what the universe will become. Carla, I'm asking you what you think. What do you want to do? What are you going to do? Mostly, do you think that's the right thing to do? Carla stared deeply into her adoptive father's eyes, and suddenly she smiled. Obviously, I have been worrying about me and Clark since I was a child, but now I have to choose. Jonathan also smiled. After all, you have grown up. That's right. Martha also wiped away her tears silently. In the blink of an eye, you will be 35 years old. Mom, Carla frowned. Don't mention my age, really. Young people can ignore and don't care, but they don't know why beating people care so much about age. But when the age reaches a certain level, especially around the age of 30, you will become more concerned, and even after the age of 30, you will inevitably sigh about your current age every year. Only when you realize that age is limited, you will pay more and more attention to the age that is increasing every day. Even Carla is not exempt from this. Yes, she is 35 years old. If Martha didn't mention it, Carla would want to play tricks at night and sleep with her foster mother for a rare coquettish moment. One more, turning grief and anger into appetite, Carla asked for another meal. No, it's so late. I'll get up and make more for you tomorrow morning. Martha had to coax Carla to obey like a child. Jonathan on the side, he looked like a child who couldn't grow up. Martha cleaned up the dishes and went upstairs to tidy up Carla's room. Even the bath water was boiled before asking Carla to take a bath. In fact, Carla's body is not dirty at all. Don't forget that she was still at the core of the sun. According to the high-temperature sterilization effect, under 20 million degrees Celsius, everything will be killed. But Carla still readily agreed to run upstairs. In the past few years, she could only soak in the lava at most, and she almost forgot what it feels like to take a shower. So Carla didn't notice that Martha had boiled the water, and this temperature was no different from taking a cold bath in her feelings. Then Carla noticed that Martha had prepared the pajamas for her, changed the battle suit on her body, and put on the long-lost loose pajamas, feeling relaxed. Carla lay on her back on the bed, snapped her fingers with her left hand, and an ultramodern smartphone appeared in front of her, which automatically dialed and made a call. Hi, this is Wayne's house. I'm Alfred the housekeeper. Who are you? Afna's familiar voice came over. Carla continued to lie there, didn't even bother to move her position, and said weakly, Afu, I'm Carla, call Jane for me. So it's Miss Carla. Afu's surprise could be clearly felt, and before he agreed to come down, he heard an exclamation from over there. Is it Carla? Is it really Carla? Has she come back? Then there was a sound of crisp trotting footsteps, and Bruce's voice, be careful. Oh? Carla raised her eyebrows. Have they become a loving and stupid couple? In the next second, Jennifer's voice came over. You are heartless and willing to come back? Where are you? Why didn't you come to see me? Do you know that during your absence, I even raised my son? Hey, that's my son. Bruce 660's voice came from a distance, full of remembrance. Because Jennifer's words sounded as if the person on the phone was the father of his child. Fortunately, he knew that there was a more beautiful woman on the other side of the phone. Although a bit sorry for his wife, Bruce had to admit that Carla was the prettiest of the three of their girlfriends, and the prettiest of all the people he knew. Carla was also a little moved, and immediately said, wait for me, I'll go over right away. Saying so, Carla hung up the phone. Jennifer over there was taken aback. Come here? What do you mean? Seeing Jennifer's appearance, Bruce couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Why didn't you speak? Jennifer shook her head and put down the phone and said, Carla said to come over. It's so late. Bruce looked at the moonlight outside the window, and said worriedly, why don't you let her come tomorrow, and I'll send Damien to bed later. It's not good if it's too late. Why not? Oh, is this not welcoming me? Suddenly, Carla's voice came from outside the window, and everyone turned their heads to look, only to find that she had already come, and now she was floating outside the window. Carla flew in through the window and caught Jennifer, who was rushing towards her. The two good sisters hugged each other tightly. Old Man Green. Carla's sudden arrival, especially her speed, made everyone unexpected. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room, only Bruce, Jennifer, Alfred, and a young boy. When Carla came here, she definitely scanned the situation and knew that there were no outsiders, so she flew here without hesitation. At the moment Carla's eyes focused on the boy, she knew that this was her godson Damien. Damien, Wayne, Bruce's eldest son, was also jokingly called Rice by her. I hugged him when I was young, but I didn't expect him to grow so big in a blink of an eye. Carla was quite emotional. Jennifer waved to Damien, baby, come here, this is what I've been telling you, your other mother. Damien is only 5 years old now, and he still looks a little timid, but after taking a closer look at Carla's appearance, he finally walked over with small steps. Standing in front of Carla, little Damien had to look up at the 1.9-meter Carla. Are you Carla's mother? Carla knelt down excitedly and reached out to hug Damien. It seems that Jennifer has been telling Damien about herself. That's right, dear Rice, I was the first person to hug you when you were born. At that time, she accompanied Jennifer throughout the delivery, so she was naturally the first to hug Damien. Even the nickname was given to him by Carla. Damien was still a little unnatural, looking at his biological mother beside him in bewilderment. Jennifer just smiled and patted Damien's little head. You can think of her as another mother. She is your other mother. Jennifer knew that Carla was a bachelor, not to mention asking her to marry someone. It was impossible to find a man who would catch her eye. She doesn't even pretend to be an outstanding man like Bruce. Who else? Superman? That's Carla's brother. Green Lantern? Not to mention that Hal has someone he likes, but Carla is one of the 10 lanterns, not at the same level. What's more, Carla has seen the vast universe and so many aliens of all kinds, and her vision is no longer limited to one Earth. But those aliens are not very good looking. In short, she doesn't plan to fall in love anymore. So Jennifer's intention is also very simple. Since Carla is a bachelor, then give half of her son to her. When Danny gets married and has children in the future, divide her half, and she will have more children. Needless to say, the relationship between the three of them, Carla almost exposed herself for them. Then Carla and Jennifer directly ignored Bruce and Alfred, and each of them took a small hand of little Damien, ran to the side and sat down to chat about their topic. Reminded Bruce, Master, although Miss Carla is the second mother of young Master Damien, but you should not treat Miss Carla as your second wife, otherwise I am afraid that you may be beaten to death. Bruce couldn't laugh or cry. Don't look at me like this. In fact, I'm also afraid of death. These two masters and servants are still so humorous. One complains at the right time and in place, and the other speaks the most embarrassing words in the most natural tone. Carla glanced over there sideways and snorted softly. Since they weren't too offensive, she didn't bother them. By the way, Carla, Danny said you turned green and flew away to outer space. What happened? Jennifer quickly started asking Carla questions. Jennifer didn't know what happened in Seaside City at that time, and when she asked Danny, Danny also spoke vaguely, but she just asked her to wait for Carla to come back and ask Carla. It's not good to talk nonsense behind Carla's back. Carla believed in Danny even more, and even Jennifer didn't ask anything. She would definitely not tell Amanda Waller. In the face of Jennifer's question, Carla did not hide anything, nodded and agreed. I did go to outer space, and I also went to meet aliens. Are there really aliens? Bruce finally came over and joined the conversation between the two sisters. And Bruce's expression is very serious, because this is news about aliens, so it cannot be taken lightly. The Earth has not yet developed the technology in outer space. Once an alien race invades, what will happen? Bruce's worry is not unfounded. If aliens really exist and have the ability to invade the Earth, with the current technology of the Earth, it is absolutely irresistible. Carla scratches her hair. Sorry Bruce, there is a real alien in front of you. Ahem, Carla coughed dryly, and calmed down. Actually, you don't have to worry too much, because there is an Asgardian in the area of the Earth, and it belongs to a huge legion, including many planets with advanced civilizations. Legion, they will protect us. Besides, there is me. Carla raised her hands to show her muscles, and said confidently, anyone who dares to invade the Earth beyond their limits will be punished even if they are far away. Although she said so, Bruce and Jennifer exchanged glances, still feeling worried. At this time, Afu went back and forth, pushing a dining car over. I think you guys would like to have a drink and chat. And young master, you should go to sleep upstairs. Shouldn't you go to class tomorrow? After arranging things, Afu said, take Damien away. Carla looked at Damien's little figure in disappointment, wondering if she should steal him home. If you like my rice so much, then stay for a few more days. Jennifer took the opportunity to persuade Carla to stay. Carla shook her head and declined Jennifer's kindness. I still have to stay with my parents. They have been complaining about my whereabouts during this time. Also, I don't know if my job has been automatically taken by Perry. I resigned, and I hope to be able to work again when I go back. She, Zhao Wanghao, disappeared for 5 years at once, and I don't know how Perry will face her return. In more serious cases, you may even lose your job. Rather, it's normal to lose your job because of this, right? After all, she disappeared for 5 years without saying a word. Who can bear it? The next 3 people sat down around the table and raised their glasses to celebrate Carla's return. Then in the chat, Carla learned that it turned out that Jennifer and Bruce had completed their wedding a few years ago, and they were earlier than Rachel and Harvey. Later, I learned that Harvey took Rachel to another city to develop his career, hoping that he can change successfully. Finally, Bruce also brought a piece of good news. Joker broke out. Bruce says. Carla shrugged, not surprised at all. Isn't this normal? You don't really think that Arkham can imprison people for a lifetime, do you? Don't be kidding. It should be said that it is competent if it can be imprisoned for a year. To really think that Arkham Asylum could hold prisoners? That's crazy. But according to Bruce, Joker's jailbreak was helped by others. None other than Harleen Quinzel. She was originally the psychiatrist assigned to Joker, but during the treatment, it was the mental patient who drove the doctor crazy. After all, besides being a lunatic, Joker is also a prisoner with a high IQ. No one should underestimate his mind. Anyone who dares to underestimate Joker will suffer a lot. The origin of injustice and injustice is precisely because Joker gave up Batman and dragged Superman into the abyss instead. Joker's plan succeeded. He let Superman inadvertently kill his pregnant wife Louise, and blow up the metropolis he was supposed to guard. After Superman came back to his senses, he punched Joker through the heart. But since then, he has officially entered the root of the Injustice Alliance. As Carla guessed, Joker was not afraid of death, and his death also implanted a dangerous idea and signal for Superman. So Superman returned after 5 years of sinking, ruled the world with power, and attacked criminals with terror. Definitely, that's not why Karla didn't kill Joker in the first place. In the end, Karla laughed maniacally in the elevator alone, and she never explained the reason to 447. If I had to say it, it would be sad, right? Anyway, because Harleen Quinzel helped Joker escape from prison, he couldn't keep his original job. Not only was he no longer suitable for the job of a psychiatrist, he was almost arrested and imprisoned. And it is said that Harleen Quinzel is as crazy as Joker. She has now changed her name to Harley Quinn, and her alias is Harley Quinn and Joker. But Gotham City was messed up by them. Karla, we may need your help. Jennifer sincerely asked Karla for help. Karla shook her head straight. Don't, no, it's useless even if you look at me with pitiful eyes, Jane. I have conflicts with Bruce's ideas. To put it bluntly, the next time I see Joker, either he dies or I'm dead, because if I don't kill him, I'll probably be the next Joker, and you don't want to see 3 Jokers in Gotham. The so-called 3 Jokers, one is the real Joker, one is Harley Quinn, and the other is probably Karla. But if Karla becomes a Joker, she won't join forces with the Joker. The first thing she has to do is to rush to the Arkham Asylum and clean up all the criminals inside, leaving no one behind. At that time, the entire Gotham City will usher in the sun, not dawn. She will kill all the damned people, and she will definitely be 10,000 times more dangerous than Joker. Because Karla is not in the camp of order, what's worse, she is in the camp of chaos. It's just chaos. Good. Just like the Parallax monster this time, even though it might threaten the life and death of the entire universe, Karla still killed the Parallax monster. She will not leave hidden dangers. So Karla refused without hesitation. Don't think about me, you can find other helpers, such as how about getting Harvey back. In the current Gotham City, there are people who serve as the mayor, Gordon has been promoted to the director, and Jennifer is the chief justice. Although Harvey is also the chief prosecutor, he is not as good as the above-mentioned people. And if he wants to be promoted, he can only change to another city to work hard. Hope he doesn't become double-faced again. Bruce and Jennifer looked at each other. Karla raised her eyebrows. Isn't there already a helper? It turned out that Bruce had found a helper, and the first generation of Robin was finally born. It was a new police detective who joined the police department, not the original female police detective, but a young man who was said to have grown up in an orphanage funded by the Wayne Group. This also made Bruce and the child feel like a father and a brother. Bruce also complained that because the child was too young, he always felt that their actions were like an exciting game, and he also liked to say some cold jokes during the actions, which were very cold. Karla was intrigued instead. That's not very good. It saves you from always being preoccupied, Cabj, and too lonely. In fact, it's boring to act with you, Karla complained. Bruce froze. Is he that funny? Jennifer sighed with her hands on her forehead. Karla, I already regret it. This man is so boring. Would you please put the smile off your lips first, Mrs. Wayne? Karla curled her lips. The reason why Jennifer fell in love with Bruce was not because of his humor, but because of his depression and sadness. If Bruce knows too much about style, Jennifer will look down on him instead. The 3 of them just drank wine and chatted, not to mention how happy they were. It's just that the content of the conversation can make people laugh. Gotham City did initially enjoy a period of peace after Joker was captured. But Gotham City is Gotham City after all, and its folk customs are famous. For example, there was a mercenary called Deadshot during the period. This mission is both good and evil. As long as you give money, no matter it is the remaining underground gangsters or Batman, he will dare to kill. Bruce has since been sent to prison. He even met a more difficult opponent recently, a guy who is more like an animal than a human, and he calls himself Killer Crocodile, because the Shadow Warrior Alliance had infected the underground pipelines extensively before, which may have caused him to mutate. In short, the Killer Crocodile not only occupies the city's sewers, but also because the Wayne Group occupies the main hub of all water sources in the city now it is creating trouble for Bruce constantly. When Karla asked how Bruce was doing, she meant that if it wasn't for the Joker, she would still be willing to help if this enemy was too difficult. But Bruce shook his head after thinking about it for a while. He had already made a strategy with Robin. The next time he fought against Killer Crocodile, he would definitely be able to arrest him and bring him to justice. Karla still trusts Bruce's tactics, including Bruce's technological weapons and so on. It seems that you are also very busy, Karla said emotionally. I thought before Joker was caught, Batman could also take a short break and fade out of people's sight. Unexpectedly, not only Joker escaped, but also Harley Quinn, and even Bruce encountered more and more challenges and enemies. If this continues, he will only get busier. But Karla noticed that Jennifer looked at Bruce not only with worry, but also with support and admiration. Almost forgot, Batman is her idol. Chasing stars and chasing after her husband, should I say she is too lucky? Karla subconsciously glanced at her right little finger. The white light ring had turned into a small circle of white string. It was hard to spot without looking carefully because her skin was too white. Karla still couldn't hold back, and said, believe it or not, I now have the power to resurrect others. If necessary, I can resurrect you once. But I hope this opportunity will not be used. After staying as a guest at Wayne's Manor until midnight, Karla flew into the sky under Jennifer's reluctance, and flew home all the way under the cover of night. I have to say that after actively exposing my super ability, it is actually very convenient, otherwise it would take a lot of time to go back and forth. Moreover, Carla still retains her identity as an alien, only Hal and Danny know about it, and it was exposed when the Lantern Ion Shark of the Green Lantern Ring gave her a welcome speech. Speaking of Danny, Carla definitely called her and learned that Danny is currently busy with a task. Donnie's job is very special, she is now Amanda Waller's subordinate, that woman is not simple. Carla had inquired about some situations with Danny. Although the Sky Eye Society has not yet been established, the prototype and concept have already appeared. The Sky Eye Society, full name Advanced Superman Joint Research Group, is an organization that specializes in dealing with Superman-like incidents. In the comics, the Sky Eye Society actually proposed the concept because of the Dark Side War. It was originally intended to fully support the Justice League, as a backup for the superheroes, including exercising support and contact functions for the Justice League, and for the Justice League provide resources and do the aftermath for them. But in many cases, when the Justice League has no opponents and enemies, they will also jump out and act as temporary opponents to cause some trouble for the Justice League, lest the superheroes are too idle, which is not good. Even Tianyan will want to completely control the Justice League more than once, from the original little brother to the big brother. To put it bluntly, it is similar to the Sokovia Protocol event of the Marvel movie universe. When the world is at peace, someone will always make trouble. In addition, there are some similar departments in the DC world, such as the Super Investigation Department, which was originally set up specifically for Superman. Since Danny was busy there, Carla didn't bother, and only said that they would get together after Danny came back to Metropolis from her work. Carla on Hal's side also inquired about it. He has already started to take up his post officially, and started to patrol and guard the universe in this sector as Green Lantern. However, this side of the Milky Way is still relatively peaceful. There are not many planets that really have life, and more are still on the side of Tamaray. That's right, there are at least two sectors of the Milky Way next to each other. One is the 2814 sector where the Earth is located, and the other is the 2813 sector where Tamaray is located. And Tamaray's side is not only the other side of the Milky Way, but also the parent star of Carla and Clark, which is the galaxy where Krypton is located. Carla turned her head to look into the space with emotion, across the distance of the entire Milky Way, and could even easily see the galaxy where Krypton is located. There is a huge amounts of red fixed star, that is the sun of Krypton. That is the attitude of fixed star after entering its old age, a red giant star. Perhaps one day sooner or later, the sun of the Earth will also become like that, and then after expanding to the limit, it will either collapse and explode as a whole, or turn into a black hole after shrinking rapidly, sucking everything around it into it. However, because each stage change of fixed star takes at least several billion years, this kind of thing is still too far away for human beings, so there is no need to consider it now. It is said that the lifespan of the sun is at least 5 billion years, and this is still detected with the level of human technology. Carla said responsibly that the sun's light is in its current state, and unless something unexpected happens, it will have at least 6 billion years before it enters its old age, that is, it will transform into a red giant star. When it completely becomes a red giant star, it will be 300 million years later. After that, it will be a red giant for billions of years. Instead of worrying about the life of the solar system, it is better to worry about the core of the Milky Way. Carla carefully observes the galaxy where Krypton is located. She escaped too nervously and in a hurry, and she didn't even have time to see Krypton for the last time. Unconsciously, a large number of childhood memories of living on Krypton emerged in Carla's heart, and Carla was affected by this, and she also had the same feelings and emotions. Although she is the soul of another traveler, the original memories are completely integrated with her. To be honest, Carla suspects that she is not replacing Carla, but the souls of the two are integrated together. She is Carla, not someone else. Of someone. At the same time, she also retained the original memory, and was not swallowed by Carla. How should I put it? The souls of the two are not only Carla, but also another person, and they integrate with each other without distinguishing each other. Probably so. Sorry, I still can't change history, Carla sighed. She made a decision before. Although she now has the power to change reality and history, she was warned by the Asgardians that the consequences of doing so are unknown and impossible. Expected. Including that she wants to reshape Krypton is no problem, but she wants to revive Krypton in one go, which may be as high as billions of people. Huge amounts of life energy will trigger the life equation, and it is easy to cause unexpected consequences. 0 for flowers. 0. To put it simply, the demise of Krypton is inevitable. If this ending is changed, the entire universe may be affected. What a sad thing this is. There may be infinitely many multiverses in the DC universe, or it may already be N52, that is, there are 52 Earths and 52 universes. But among these universes, is it true that none of them has a perfect ending on Krypton? It's really sad. If you let me know who did the trick and who sees Krypton so badly, I will definitely not let him go. Carla clenched her fists, and her eyes glowed red, which is not heat vision rays. Carla's heat vision ray is blue. 0. It was a flame of vengeance full of anger and hatred. In the real-world DC corporate headquarters, someone sneezes and feels chills all over. Looking back, Carla has already returned to the sky above her home. In order not to disturb her adoptive parents, Carla quietly went back to the window of her room, only to find that the window she had opened when she left was closed at the moment. Crack. The window was pushed open, and Martha poked her head out to look at Carla. Where did you go again? Really, even if you come back, you won't worry. It turned out that she had already found out that Carla had run away, and she was anxiously waiting in the room for Carla to come back. Carla flew in and hugged Martha, acting like a spoiled child. He's 35 years old, it's not good to act like a baby. Martha patted Carla on the back dumbfounded. Carla was frozen as if struck by lightning, which was real damage. Before she knew it, she was 35 years old, and she would be 40 in a few years. Ha, ha, ha. After a lot of emotion, the mother and daughter said good night to each other, and Carla was ready to go to bed. She had barely had a good rest for 5 years, and she was still in her own room, and fell asleep all at once. But soon she was woken up again. Carla, why are you here? Asleep? Bruce, please go to another room for the night. What happened? Carla was wondering, but she didn't care. She turned around and hugged a soft pillow skillfully, and continued to sleep on her. The next morning, Carla woke up on Jennifer's bed with a dazed face. She scratched the messy hair, and as she scratched, the messy hair that was sleeping became smooth in an instant. Jennifer on the side was so envious. Why am I in your house? Carla asked. I can't be the one who stole you, can I? Jennifer rolled her eyes angrily. For some reason, you suddenly appeared here last night, and I had to drive Bruce to another room, but it's been a long time since we slept together, so it's not bad to have a nostalgic memory. Carla yawned, but felt puzzled. I was in my room. Just when Carla was thinking about her room, she suddenly disappeared with a swoosh. Jennifer was taken aback. Ghost. How do you get back to the 460 incident? On the other side, Carla has already returned to her room. Sitting on the bed, Carla was lost in thought. If she guessed correctly, this should be teleportation, right? Carla put her hand on her forehead and lowered her head. Why? She couldn't figure out what was going on. Why could she suddenly move instantly? That was not her own flight, but an instant across space. The reason why it is called teleportation, and the place where it is embodied is instantaneous. But for Carla, it doesn't matter whether she has teleportation or not. She can now travel across half of the universe in less than a second, from the solar system in this part of the Milky Way to the OUA star directly, without even space jumping. So it really doesn't matter whether there is teleportation or not. She may not even need the instantaneous time to go around the Earth now. This ability is meaningless. Carla is not studying teleportation now. She is wondering why she suddenly has teleportation. It's as if it suddenly became smaller after awakening, and this is also the ability of awakening suddenly, Carla recalled, and it was almost like this when she awakened the ability that became larger and smaller. Awakening came, inexplicably awakening a new super ability. Even Carla herself couldn't figure out what was going on. Well, it's not a bad thing after all. Carla spread her hands and quickly accepted the status quo. However, she still needs to understand teleportation, otherwise, wouldn't it be very troublesome to teleport with a single thought? In case she was thinking of the Daily Planet, wouldn't Perry know that she was back? I'm sorry, senior brother Perry. She still wants to rest for a few more days before going to work. After some attempts by Carla, she found a way to control teleportation, this time only when she wants to teleport. She will teleport to the corresponding position according to her wishes. There are two ways to move in this instant. One is the place you have been to, the other is the place you can see. If it is an unknown place, you cannot go to it. This definitely does not bother Carla. Her supervision can be seen from any corner of the universe. It's just that Carla showed a wry smile. She is now traveling to any corner of the universe, and at her own flight speed. It may not exceed 10 seconds at most. This new ability is really tasteless. But multiple abilities are not a bad thing after all. Afterwards, Carla had to call Jennifer to appease the frightened Mrs. Wayne. When Bruce heard that she had the ability to teleport, he also felt incredible. But what Bruce wants to complain more is, Jen, you are my wife now, but I always suspect that Carla is my wife's wife. Their friendship even made Bruce jealous, always thinking that they were husband and wife. Jennifer had to go over to comfort him. Carla looked at the phone that was hung up in her hand. Bruce, I'm the jealous side. Okay, you can make Jennifer hang up her sister's phone just by being jealous. It's okay, you're ruthless. Carla, it's time to come down for dinner. At this time, Martha's voice came from downstairs. Really, what time is it? No matter how lazy you are, you can't be so sloppy, right? Carla wasted a lot of time in order to master the new awakening ability, at the moment ushered in the mother's accusation. After a brief wash, Carla came to the restaurant downstairs and found that Jonathan and Martha had not eaten first, but had been waiting for her. Carla walked to her old seat and sat down, reached out to take a glass of milk from Martha, and Jonathan pushed the bacon and bread slices in front of her. The family of three began to eat. What are you going to do today? If you're not in a hurry to go to work, you can stay at home for a few more days, Martha said just now because she hated her daughter so much, and now she's starting to keep her zero. Carla shook her head amusedly, and agreed, well, I also want to stay at home for a few more days. Anyway, I have disappeared for 5 years in one breath. If my job is gone, it should be gone by now. Don't worry. Is this a broken pot? Jonathan on the opposite side gave her an angry look. What a negative thought. Why don't you come back and inherit the farm? Jonathan always wanted to hand over the Kent family's farm that had been passed down for several generations to Carla or Clark. After all, he was the only 2 children of them. It's a pity that Carla just smiled, but didn't agree. Jonathan sighed, maybe one day it will have to be sold. He could see that neither the son nor the daughter planned to waste their lives on this farm. He simply didn't say any more. Martha asked Carla what her plans were today. If she had nothing to do, she could accompany Carla to the town and buy something for her. It has been 5 years since Carla disappeared, and her clothes, supplies, etc. have definitely been 5 years, and she should change into some new clothes. Carla thought for a while, I'm going to find Clark, and I don't know how that kid is doing now. Martha and Jonathan looked at each other and became excited. Let 4.1 go home quickly and stop messing around outside. How can it be called a fool? Carla was amused. On the contrary, although Jonathan also cared about Clark, he said very wisely, if he is experiencing growth, let him continue to travel. But he must be warned not to expose himself before he is ready. Carla, it's important. I know. Carla also put on a serious expression, and nodded to show that she understood. When people saw Clark's powerful strength, not to mention how the government would respond, the panic caused was enough to make people fear him, and even isolate and exclude him. This is what Jonathan, Carla, and Martha don't want to see. Even Carla's expression is very serious. She will guide Clark well, probably. After breakfast, Carla found out her previous clothes in the room and changed into them. Since her figure hadn't changed a bit, she could wear her previous clothes. Then Carla started to scan the earth with supervision, and finally found Clark's whereabouts in a small town by the sea. Call out. Carla disappeared out of thin air, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Clark. At the moment, Clark was in a daze, sitting on a chair by the sea, looking at the sea in the distance, looking a little at a loss. Carla came to Clark and sat down beside Clark, and handed a lunchbox from her hand. What do you want? Clark noticed Carla from just now, showing a surprised look. Sister, when did you come back? Just yesterday, Carla agreed casually, and looked at Clark carefully, realizing that he was no longer the boy he was back then. Clark started his journey not long after graduation, and he didn't know what he had experienced, and there was a little bit of vicissitudes and maturity in his eyes. The main reason is that his cheeks are covered with whiskers, which makes him look very decadent. Carla couldn't see it, so she raised her hands to face Clark's face for a while, and helped him shave off all the beard. Really, where's the performance artist? Carla reprimanded dissatisfiedly, if Louise sees this picture, I'm afraid she will dump you. Speaking of which, how are you and Louise? Clark said with a wry smile, she's already dumped me. What's going on? Carla was taken aback. After Clark's explanation, Carla knew that Louise was dissatisfied with Clark's trip. What Louise meant was that she wanted to find a job with Clark, and then think about the future of the two of them. But Clark is not an ordinary person after all, so he chose to learn from his older sister to travel around the world to expand his knowledge. Even since Clark knew his own life experience, he never forgot to find his own origin. But Carla gave him a homework, and only when Carla felt he was ready, would he go to the North Pole to find the Kryptonian spacecraft. That was the spaceship used by Krypton to explore and colonize the entire universe. In fact, as early as 100,000 years ago, Kryptonians had already set foot on the Earth, and even discovered that Kryptonians could get strengthening through the golden sun. It's a pity that science has created a high degree of civilization on Krypton, but in the end it was also because of science that the planet was destroyed. If the Kryptonians were willing to abandon their home planet 100,000 years ago and transfer all the people to the Earth, there would be no such thing as apocalypse. The Kryptonians can be said to be the race with the best chance of replacing Apocalypse as the new Protoss, but unfortunately they played themselves to death. Far away. That spaceship was abandoned when Krypton first fought the Asgardians and the Seven Lantern Corps. At that time, all the colonists who went out to return to the mother planet urgently, so it was left behind. Even Carla found out that the spaceship belonged to their Al family. The Al family is an ancient family of Krypton, and has always been the light of hope for Krypton, including the ancestors of the Al family who discovered that the Golden Sun can strengthen the secrets of Kryptonians. No wonder Jor-El and Zor-El Brotherhood sent Carla and Clark to Earth, even knowing early on that Earth's sun could strengthen their powers. Clark definitely couldn't explain this to Louise, which also caused misunderstandings between the two young lovers, and Louise announced her breakup with Clark. Clark shrugged, that's it. As he spoke, he began to stuff the food in the lunchbox Carla brought into his mouth indiscriminately, and grabbed it directly with his big dirty hands. It was Carla's homemade sandwich with bacon and eggs sandwiched between slices of bread. Why are you in such a mess? Carla could see that Clark's situation might not be very good. He was covered in ragged clothes and messy hair, and he was here in a daze early in the morning. Obviously, he didn't have a stable place to live, right? Maybe even neither did the job. Carla recalled that she was not so miserable at the beginning. Even if she had no money for a while, she could go to the primeval forest or prairie to catch wild animals as food. Sometimes she was lucky enough to snatch a buffalo's calf, and once even met a huge lion group that hunted an adult giraffe, and then she also ate the giraffe's meat. The lions will definitely not be so kind. The problem is that this woman is not an ordinary person. The lions can't beat her. Later, several lion groups knew Carla, and once she came over, they all dispersed. Even if the prey was killed, they were not in a hurry to eat, but waited for Carla to pick out what she wanted, and the group went to divide the thick. Carla looked at Clark's appearance again, couldn't help but sighed and raised her hand to rub his messy hair. My brother is indeed my brother. Clark turned to look at Carla, wondering why she said that. Carla spread her hands. Actually, you don't have to avoid the crowd, don't watch it as a bystander, but participate in it yourself. Carla knew that the reason why Clark was like this was because he was eager to travel around the world, so he didn't have time to stay to work and earn money, so naturally it wasn't much better. But Carla gave advice, you'd better be like a normal person, traveling while working part-time, just watching and thinking blindly is not enough, you have to really participate in it. Clark showed a thoughtful expression, maybe he was too anxious to go to the destination, but he ignored the importance of the process. He didn't come out to complete a week of traveling around the world, and traveling around the world for a week is not the purpose is to get something in this 220. Don't put the cart before the horse. But sister, you traveled to every corner of the world in only 3 years, Clark questioned suddenly. Carla smiled and patted Clark's head with her hand, making a bang sound, which was not light. If it is an ordinary person, this blow can smash the head. But to Clark, he just felt a slight pain. Carla reminded Clark with a half smile, I'm an older sister, so I don't advocate the idea of comparing myself to my older sister. Clark has a black hair, is it like this when it comes to him? And Carla definitely didn't have a double standard. She reminded Clark, we are different, and our goals are also different. Your goal is to grow and my original goal was to experience. How should I put it? Clark's travels are more like seeing people in the world and establishing a mature state of mind all at once. And Carla is different, she is more like visiting famous teachers all over the world, she just wants to learn the kung fu of being invincible all over the world. The purpose of the two is different, and the process is definitely not the same. Clark muttered, you're right. Carla patted his younger brother's head again, but his eyes drifted to the side involuntarily, and he found a few blue light spots or traces of the prince's particles that were exploding and dissipating. Who is it? Those blue particles that only appeared for a short moment were only noticed by Carla, and she could clearly recognize that they were not ordinary particles, but quantum particles. Quantum science is very mysterious. Some people even call the quantum field the legendary theology. Some people think that once humans master the power of quantum, even the universe can be created. Because people think that everything in the world is composed of the most basic molecules and atoms, and once you master quantum mechanics, you can decompose and restore everything in the material world to the most primitive molecules and atoms. So definitely can use this method to build and construct the desired thing. As for whether it can be done, because no one can fully grasp quantum mechanics, so I don't know. But now Carla showed a dignified expression, and she discovered an array of quantum particles that seemed to have self-awareness. How is this going? What's wrong? At this moment, Clark finally noticed Carla's strangeness, and couldn't help asking. Carla came back to her senses, smiled and shook her head, it's okay, I'm just thinking, my Clark is finally going to grow up. It is said that the eldest sister is like a mother. Although the siblings are not real siblings, they have the closest blood relationship as cousins. Moreover, there is a 10-year age gap between the siblings, and at first they only depended on each other for life. It can be said that Carla really wants to raise him as a son. The premise is that if it didn't fall in the yard of the adoptive parents' house, if it fell elsewhere, Carla would really have to take on the responsibility of her parents. Clark was powerless to refute, posing no threat to his sister's dominance. After that, Carla sat with Clark for a long time, and the siblings chatted a lot. For Clark, Carla didn't have any concerns or concealment. She told Clark all the things she had done in the past few years, and showed Clark the thin lines on the 10 fingers, that is, the 10-light ring. Carla also said that she wanted to save Krypton, but she was afraid of causing unforeseen disasters. Clark expressed his understanding. Compared to Carla, Clark actually doesn't care about Krypton at all, because Clark was sent to Earth after he was born. Clark may care more about Earth than Krypton. The reason why he wants to trace his own life experience is more because of his curiosity and concern for his biological parents. And don't forget, Clark is the first child born naturally after Krypton developed the code of life in 100,000 years. So Clark has absolute freedom and unforeseen ability. Carla is different, including Carla's genes also retain absolute loyalty to her home planet. Fortunately, her soul came from a traveler, so she was somewhat affected, otherwise Carla would definitely ignore it and remove the weight without any hesitation, shaping Krypton and resurrecting those brethren. And now, Carla has decided not to do that, although she is still thinking about it all the time, and she just can't let it go. Okay, you go on wandering, it's time for me to go home too. Carla unceremoniously called his brother's trip a vagabond, because he looks like a vagabond now, no different from a vagabond. Clark could only smile wryly. After bidding farewell to Clark, Carla went home again with a whoosh. Doesn't it mean that teleportation is useless? Carla just doesn't want to be found out that she can fly, so sometimes teleportation may be useful. Back home, Martha took Carla in the afternoon, and Jonathan drove the pickup truck at home. The family ran around the town, mainly to buy some new clothes for Carla, and to prepare for the evening, sumptuous dinner. I'm sorry Clark, when you're out and about, you're eating delicious food at home. Carla thought maliciously. During dinner in the evening, Carla shared her decision. She planned to stay at home for another 3 to 5 days, and then she would go to work next Monday. Sure enough, I still have something to do to pass the time, otherwise I really don't know what to do, Carla said, but her lazy face was full of enjoyment. Actually, she likes to be lazy, right? Definitely is not afraid of being tired, but likes to sneak away when others are busy. After eating and watching soap operas with her parents, Carla went upstairs. She was going to take a shower and go to bed early, but when Carla came upstairs, just as she pressed her hand on the doorknob, her expression changed. She seems to have noticed something. Pushing open the door abruptly, Carla rushed in with her eyes wide open and her other hand clenched into a fist. Then she saw that there was indeed a stranger in the room, a little blue man with blue light all over his body, including his skin. But this little blue man is different from those little blue men in the Asgardian universe. First of all, his body. Carla can see that it is not an ordinary flesh and blood body, but a quantum body composed of countless quantum particles. Can this guy actually control quantum to build his own body? Dr. Manhattan. The name popped up in Carla's mind instantly, and she already knew who it was. Putting down her defensive fists, since Carla knew who he was, she naturally understood that he was not an enemy, otherwise he wouldn't have stood there so obediently. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend, but I stumbled upon this world and your existence when I was observing the universe, and I heard what you said before, so I wanted to pay a visit, Dr. Manhattan explained. Carla leaned against the door with her arms folded, and raised her chin to Dr. Manhattan. If you really don't mean to offend, can I trouble you to put on some clothes? Dr. Manhattan's body is entirely composed of quantum particles. Simply put, it does not belong to matter, but at the same time it does not belong to a complete energy body. In short, his body is far from what humans can understand, unless Dr. Manhattan is willing to let people come study yourself. And this also made Dr. Manhattan, Wang Hao, develop a bad habit, that is, not to wear clothes. Although Carla is a girl, she doesn't care, because she is turning on supervision to watch every 10 points of the Prince particle in Dr. Hatton's body at all times. That is to say, in Carla's eyes, what she sees is not the body of Dr. Manhattan, but what she sees is a mass of energy aggregates, just like parallax monsters and other lantern beasts. Dr. Manhattan apologized, and then saw him directly forming a blue suit with a blue light, Prince, on the man. Now it's all right. Carla shrugged, but supervision is still on guard all the time. She is actually guarding against Dr. Manhattan. If there is any abnormality in him, Carla will respond immediately. But she was even more curious. Why did you come to me? Dr. Manhattan replied, because I am in hesitation. I want to know whether I am a god or a human being. Dr. Manhattan's sudden arrival surprised Carla. The reason is that Dr. Manhattan does not actually belong to this universe, he comes from another universe. There is even a long distance between the universe in which Dr. Manhattan resides and the entire DC universe in which Carla resides. Many people may not understand that the Watcher universe where Dr. Manhattan is located did not originally belong to the DC universe, but a completely independent universe. Later, due to many real-world reasons, such as the author being cheated by DC, the two universes began to gradually integrate together, but among the many parallel universes of the DC universe, there is still no Watcher universe. To put it simply, no matter what the Watcher universe does, it does not belong to DC's N52. She can have her own infinite multi-universe, but she does not belong to the day of the DC multi-universe. But the two universes are now starting to integrate closer to each other again. Because it is very cumbersome to explain, I will leave it for later. And now, Carla looked at Dr. Manhattan blankly. She is not doubting the power of Dr. Manhattan, in fact she has been on guard all the time. This is the best respect for Dr. Manhattan, because Dr. Manhattan is likely to have the power to kill Carla instantly. Even for 263's current Carla, Manhattan can instantly kill her. Definitely, Carla also has the ability to instantly kill Dr. Manhattan, referring to Dr. Manhattan standing here. This may be the scariest opponent Carla has ever encountered. If he is the enemy, the fight between the two may destroy the Earth and even the solar system. Compared with Dr. Manhattan, Parallax Monster is not too cute. So when Dr. Manhattan mentioned that he was doubting whether he was a god or a human being, Carla doesn't think it's funny. He definitely has a divine power zone. But Carla was curious. You're asking me that on purpose? How would I know? Carla is speechless. She is not a great philosopher, although she has studied a lot of psychology. Even getting a degree is not a problem. But she is not a philosopher. There is still some gap, okay? Psychology is psychology, philosophy is philosophy, and even religion and theology may be involved. Excuse me, it's too complicated, I refuse to answer. Carla waved her hand, as if to see off the guests, and this is my boudoir. What does it look like for a big man who didn't wear clothes before? Hurry up. Cabe. In the face of Carla's unceremonious expulsion, Dr. Manhattan has no dissatisfaction. Should he be gentle, or he has not cared about human beings so much that humanity has almost disappeared. Dr. Manhattan's suspicion is precisely because his humanity is getting weaker and weaker, coupled with his own powerful strength. It makes him suspicious. He began to care less and less about human beings, and even he only knew his own memories, but he didn't think there was anything worth remembering. This made an existence like Dr. Manhattan start to doubt himself. He was wondering what he was. Others call him God, his world and country, even call him God. But everyone is afraid of him, afraid of his power. Especially the recent encounters made Dr. Manhattan doubt himself even more. Instead of leaving, he said, "In my world, history is different from this world. Because of my intervention, a certain country won a certain war in Vietnam. And this also created a different future. There should have been the nuclear war that ended without any risk is likely to become a real history, and even the Earth will perish by then." Carla frowned slightly. Damn the dream of a certain country. Do you have to disgust people in the comics? They didn't even recognize the real history, but changed it to the picture they wanted to see. Don't you think it's funny? With the power of Dr. Manhattan, a different history appeared in the Watcher world, and because of this, the ending of the Cold War will also change. The two great powers will not give in to each other, and there is a tendency to press the button together and everyone will die together. Carla looked deeply at Dr. Manhattan and sighed. After all, she still couldn't ignore it, let alone say what it has to do with me. I see, Carla scratched her hair annoyedly, and she knew the purpose of Dr. Manhattan's visit. Are you in the hesitation to intervene, to save the Earth, or to give up human beings altogether, and then use your godlike power to recreate a world like Earth? Right. She understood that Dr. Manhattan's problem has two outcomes. If he admits that he still has humanity and belongs to human beings, he will save the Earth and human beings. If Carla said that he is already a god, then Dr. Manhattan might give up the Earth and the hopeless human beings. If it is a god, it would be a big deal to recreate a vibrant world on Mars. If Mars is transformed, it can become Earth too. The views and ideas of gods and humans are completely different. Gods will not take care of human beings, let alone interfere with human beings. Once the world is destroyed, it is enough to create another one. But human beings are different. If they are human beings, how can they easily ignore life? So what do you want me to do? Let me answer you. Are you still human? If that's the only way, then okay, you are still human. Carla said perfunctorily. After all, the Watcher universe is so far away from the DC universe, she still doesn't want to be involved. Because she thinks it will be troublesome. Dr. Manhattan shook his head. It was obviously impossible to accept such a perfunctory answer, and said, "I accidentally overheard the conversation between your siblings before. You said that the most important thing is not to arrive at the destination, if you regard traveling around the world as it is important to complete the journey, but what is really important is what you see and hear along the way." Carla already knew that the quantum particle she noticed before was Dr. Manhattan. It turned out that he had been following her at that time, but she just didn't know how he discovered herself in the first place. Although I'm now called Dr. Manhattan, I used to have the name John Osterman, but I can barely remember it anymore. Dr. Manhattan suddenly began his narration. Carla complained secretly in her heart. "Don't you remember clearly?" He continued, "I have no hobbies, only physics research, a wife, but no friends. In an accidental quantum conversion experiment, my body was annihilated. The mind is brought into a non-physical realm. There, my cognition was completely subverted, and I wandered for a long time before returning to the world. I became a ridiculous bald blue body man. Every elementary particle is within my reach, and this power beyond all is like a god coming to the world." Carla couldn't help but spit out loudly and said, "I got this power just by wandering there. Is Doctor Strange really wronged? More than once, he wandered into the spiritual world and the dark matter realm, but in the end we can only negotiate." Dr. Manhattan definitely didn't know who Doctor Strange was, and continued to talk about his thoughts. "I thought I wouldn't care about humans at first, because I had become a quantum observer. But maybe I was wrong, so I wanted to find an answer. Dr. Manhattan is too powerful, his strength is unexplainable and unreasonable. The most unacceptable thing is that you were just killed by the power caused by the quantum field, and then you accidentally entered the quantum field to observe it and then came back. As a result, you have this power? How embarrassing is this for Ant-Man, huh?" Carla was disapproving of Dr. Manhattan's powers. "The reason is, can it be said that you glanced at Van Gogh's paintings, and in a blink of an eye you were Van Gogh? Take a look at 1 + 1 = 2. Is it a professor of mathematics? Dismantle the TV and make a new TV? No matter how you think about it, you should consider how to put the TV back together, or how to escape a beating, right?" So Carla felt incredible. Dr. Manhattan looked at Carla, who was madly complaining, and said softly, "As a female Superman, you still don't recognize my existence." The corners of Carla's eyes twitched, and she complained so sharply, "Okay, you won." Indeed, it seems that Carla can gain incomparably powerful strength just by basking in the sun, which is even more unbelievable. Dr. Manhattan died once and wandered around the quantum realm. "You sit down first, I'll get back a cup of tea." Carla, as the host, invited Dr. Manhattan to sit down first, not complaining but wanting to escape. But Dr. Manhattan said, "Don't be so troublesome, actually I want you to go with me to my world, where the end of the world is facing, so I want you to help me." "Sorry, I don't want to go," Carla refused without thinking. So to speak, Carla was defeated again, "But you won't give up easily, will you?" Dr. Manhattan didn't lie to her either. "I will stay in this world. Or I will come to this world later, and for various reasons may bring a lot of trouble, even destruction. One day in the future, either you will destroy me, or you will destroy me. I bring doom to this universe. So I must ask you to come with me." Carla knows that Dr. Manhattan can see past, present, and future timelines, so what he says may be true. Doomsday clock? Carla placed her hand on her forehead, wondering if he found the wrong place. across the universe. Carla fell into silence and hesitation. Dr. Manhattan knew what Carla was worried about, and comforted him. Don't worry, I will help you open the quantum passage tunnel when you go, and maybe you will master the way when you come back. The problem is that I'm going to leave just after I come back. Carla has only been away for 5 years and returned, but will she leave again in the blink of an eye? Dr. Manhattan was silent for a while and said, I've seen it. If there are no accidents, you will be back in 3 days. And I saw a smile on your face, so you will be very happy on this trip. Carla looked at him from the side, confidently thinking that she would be happy or something in a flat tone, and really didn't know where his confidence came from. Okay, Carla said without refusing, I'll go say hello to my parents. Dr. Manhattan didn't say much this time. Carla turned around and went downstairs. After she got down, she took a long and sudden breath, and even a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. No one knew the pressure she was under just now. Once she and Dr. Manhattan fought, Carla had no chance of winning, and even the earth would be in danger of being smashed, not to mention that her adoptive parents were downstairs. Carla is not such an easy-talking person. You are a little blue person who popped up all of a sudden by yourself, without clothes on. If you say take her away, take her away. Don't talk to strangers, let alone walk with strangers casually. But Carla was actually helpless. Damn Dr. Manhattan, he's too strong. Carla doesn't want to get into an argument with him. But apart from being coerced, Carla is also curious about traveling through the universe. She knows that she may travel to another universe of Watchmen next, and she is also very interested in it. Carla, are you still not asleep? Didn't you say you were going to wash up and go to sleep? Martha and Jonathan downstairs hadn't gone to rest yet, and they were surprised to see Carla who had gone back. Carla rolled her eyes and said to herself that there is a hentai upstairs, and she must not be able to take a shower. I have something to go out, and I may be back in 3 days. By the way, Mom, where is my battle suit? Carla took off the battle suit when she came back, and then handed everything over to her mother. Such a big person, and obviously he can manage his life in an orderly manner when he lives alone outside. But for some reason, she will rely on her parents as soon as she returns home. 0 looking for flowers. Going out again. Jonathan stood up worriedly. Martha worriedly asked Carla where she was going, and pointed outside. I cleaned the battlesuit for you. Should it be dried? Mom, that battlesuit is the most high-tech product on Krypton. Although it feels the same as ordinary clothes, it really doesn't need to be washed. Carla ran out quickly. Fortunately, Krypton's high-tech is still very reliable. Even after washing it, it's fine. Carla turned her head and forgot about the complaints she had just made in her heart. She held the clothes on her face and took a deep breath of the familiar scent of soap. Martha is responsible for all the clothes at home, which has a kind of mother's taste. In this way, Carla can feel much more at ease even if she is fighting in another universe. 0. After saying hello to the parents in the room, Carla flew directly to the upstairs room and changed her clothes before entering the room. Her method is also convenient. Put the skirt directly on the body, even if there are other clothes inside, it doesn't matter. Let's go. Carla shook her head. Since it has been decided, let's make a quick decision. Carla wants to see what is going on in the other world, which makes a strong man like Dr. Manhattan so troubled and confused. Dr. Manhattan was also unambiguous. His body suddenly brightened, and the dazzling blue light enveloped him and Carla, and they disappeared instantly. They didn't travel between universes all at once. In fact, they seemed to enter a quantum realm. It is a mysterious world, and the quantum realm can be regarded as a microcosm originally, but the scope of this microcosm is extremely large and vast. Carla was exposed to the power of the quantum realm for the first time, and suddenly she discovered that the quantum realm is actually colorful. Even out of her feelings, she got rid of Dr. Manhattan's power in the middle of the journey, and adapted to living in this world with her own standpoint. At the same time, Carla has a vague feeling that her previous ability to shrink was the smallest ant file size, but after this mysterious experience, she may be able to enter the quantum realm again with her ability to shrink. That is to say, she can reach the quantum level at least, which is smaller than molecules and atoms. Although with the power of Dr. Manhattan, the two easily entered the quantum realm, and even gave them the power to travel through the universe. But it is not that simple to travel through the universe casually. For example, Carla suddenly saw the shadow of a wall in front of her. The Wall of Origin. Although it was the first time I saw it, Carla still said the name of the wall. That's right, it is the Wall of Origin. The existence of the Wall of Origin is particularly complicated and will be mentioned later. And now, Carla asks Dr. Manhattan, how do you deal with this? She didn't ask how to get there, because since Dr. Manhattan has been here, there is naturally a way to go back. Dr. Manhattan said without thinking, go around. Go around, past. Carla rolled her eyes and said to herself, do you think this thing is an ordinary wall? Still go around? 307 actually bypassed it. I don't know how Dr. Manhattan did it. With him and Carla, the two of them crossed over the Wall of Origin so blatantly. In other words, it cannot be on the Wall of Origin. The Wall of Origin is infinite, the infinite multi-universe is as big as it is, and even each multi-universe is divided by the Wall of Origin, avoid overlapping and even collision of multi-universe. But Dr. Manhattan took him and Carla through the past with quantum power without touching the Wall of Origin. Carla turned her head. When she faced the wall of origin, she could see many different kinds of people stuck on it, but she didn't expect that there were also countless people like that here. Maybe they are the real gods, Dr. Manhattan said emotionally, but his flat tone was more like a mockery. Carla shrugged, neither contradicting nor approving, not expressing any opinion. Speaking of which, I care more about your strength. Carla was wary of Dr. Manhattan. Although she was not afraid, she did feel the pressure. Dr. Manhattan looked back at Carla, and suddenly said, actually, the power you possess also makes me feel terrified. You symbolize life, and at the same time possess death. You not only possess what a perfect universe possesses. All the emotions you have can even reshape the universe, change reality, and history. Compared with your original power, it is insignificant. Huh. Carla didn't like it anymore. Did she praise her 10 lamp ring so much and at the same time and her own strength? I'd like to hear your opinion. Carla narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at a smile, but her forehead was full of blue veins. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like you are happy, and you are still clenching your fists. Dr. Manhattan didn't care, thought for a while, and said, for example, I have a convenient way of moving. If I want to go somewhere, I just need to pull the universe a little bit. May I ask what your greatest strength can do? Where? Carla was immediately discouraged. Although she hadn't tried it yet, she had a feeling that she could drag a dozen suns at most. This is still her current strength. If it had been 5 years ago, she would have been even more powerless in front of Dr. Manhattan. Or maybe, 5 years ago, she wouldn't have attracted Dr. Manhattan's attention, right? It is precisely because she can even bring great pressure to Dr. Manhattan that he will find Carla. Carla looked at her hands, mainly the 10 light rings turned into thin ropes as a cover. In fact, the power they bring is considerable, but it is an external force after all. Carla prefers that Dr. Manhattan is overwhelmed by his own strength. But thinking about what this bastard said just now, if he wants to go wherever he wants, he will drag the universe here. Isn't it too capricious? Can't you just walk a few steps by yourself? Carla can't do this kind of method, and really can't refute it. Dr. Manhattan glanced at the pensive Carla, but there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. He said that Carla will automatically have a way to cross the wall of origin when she goes back, so what is the way? Carla didn't ask, and Dr. Manhattan didn't speak. After crossing the obstacle of the wall of origin, they finally came to the world where another universe is located. At that time, they came to a laboratory, and there were more than a dozen blue figures exactly like Dr. Manhattan in action. They are indeed Dr. Manhattan. It turns out that he can copy himself infinitely, and they all have their own thinking, and the ability is the same as the ontology. It is equivalent to the existence of more than a dozen doctors of Manhattan at the same time. Carla looked at what they were busy with a strange face, but none of the doctors in Manhattan paid attention to Carla's sudden arrival, as if they had known her existence for a long time. In fact, Dr. Manhattan can observe time, or control time zero. Not only can he see the past or the future, he can even go to the past or the future at will, and even exist in the timeline of the past, present and future at the same time. To put it simply, you see him now, but he can not only see you now, but also see you in the past and you in the future. He can talk to you in the past, you in the present and you in the future at the same time. So sometimes it feels weird to talk to Dr. Manhattan, because what he said at this time is likely to talk to you in the future. In short, it is very troublesome. So these doctors in Manhattan probably knew she was coming, so they weren't surprised. Carla glanced at what they seemed to be busy with, and lost all interest. She turned her head and looked into the back room, only to find that there were 2 doctors of Manhattan who were beating a woman. That lady is actually Dr. Manhattan's current girlfriend, so don't make a fuss, she's legal. Carla covered her eyes with her hands, but the eyeballs were exposed between her fingers. What are you blocking? At this time, Dr. Manhattan stepped forward and said to Carla, sorry, we came to the wrong timeline, it should be in the next few days. Speaking, Dr. Manhattan could not help but take Carla through time and came to Mars. If ordinary people came to Mars suddenly, they would definitely lack oxygen, but Carla didn't care. Carla looked at Dr. Manhattan. She didn't care that Dr. Manhattan took her through time without asking herself, 3.6 this is a few days later or a few days later. Carla stared at Dr. Manhattan, as if noticing something, you're playing with time. For Dr. Manhattan, he can control time, travel through time at will, and even change history and the future. At the same time, no matter how to change the past, it is meaningless to Dr. Manhattan himself, because he is regarded as beyond the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements, which means that his existence is already an established fact and an unchangeable causal relationship. Some people hypothesize that time travels back in time and kills Dr. Manhattan before he becomes like this. But it's useless, the existence of Dr. Manhattan is an unchangeable fact, even he can go back to the past and kill you. In fact, Dr. Manhattan has also tried, and even he himself cannot change the causal relationship of himself, so he is indeed playing with time now. On the surface of Mars, there should have been a lifeless, deserted planet. But now, Dr. Manhattan has built a complex. Should it be said that the building is good, or is it some kind of special facility? Carla didn't know, not because she couldn't understand, but because she was too lazy to understand. Nothing more. He is preparing for the destruction of the Earth, and he will open the second home of mankind on Mars, or recreate a new life. You don't really think you are a god, do you? Think of yourself as the real god. After Carla came to this universe and saw this device on Mars, she finally understood what Dr. Manhattan proposed in her home. What is the meaning of the question? He is not pretending, he is really confused. He is gradually abandoning his humanity and everything as a human being. He is deifying himself. Carla felt speechless. If it was someone else, she would definitely think that the other party was a lunatic. But even if Dr. Manhattan is a madman, he is still a god-level madman. A madman who can easily move a universe. Dare you imagine? It is no exaggeration to say that he is the only true god in this universe. Because the Watchmen universe isn't even connected to the DC universe, at least for now, without enough entanglement. Unless, Dr. Manhattan is doing too much and interfering in the DC universe, or Carla is doing too much in this world. Now you know what I'm worrying about. Dr. Manhattan didn't look surprised at all, so he said he might have seen the future and knew what Carla was going to say. Carla nodded. I do already know. I finally know why you are like this. You treat everything as a game, you treat time as a book, and you have read it dozens of times, and even wrote it yourself dozens of fan fictions. Carla laughed suddenly. Even if it's an interesting movie, if you watch it dozens of times in the same day, you'll find it boring in the end, right? Turn over a delicious piece of meat and chew it for a year, does it still have any taste? Her analogy is really unexpected. But Carla finally understood. No philosophy, no religion or theology, not even psychology. In fact, the situation that Dr. Manhattan encountered was very simple. He always saw the future in his eyes, and even made various choices to intentionally change the future, which led to countless possibilities. It means that he has read everything that happened next, even the result of the conversation with others, and even what Carla wants to say next. He knows everything. Heck, it's still interesting about life. Don't say it's you. I can swim in the long river now. If I don't make any changes to history, it's too easy to look at the past or the future. Carla gave a thumbs up and asked Chu Deng change back to the original appearance. The Holen ring alone allows Carla to travel through time with ease. Not to mention Dr. Manhattan, even he felt threatened by the power of Carla's ring of 10 lights. If I also observe things that have not yet happened over and over again, I will lose interest in the future. What is the most important thing in life? It is surprises and changes, but you turn all possibilities and unpredictability into the way you want to see it. Do you know what the most boring game is? Carla asked. Dr. Manhattan followed suit with what Carla was about to say next. Play chess with yourself. Don't show me what I'm going to say, isn't it a little bit of anticipation? Carla complained angrily. If you can even know when your girlfriend cuckolds you, wouldn't it be too boring? Unexpectedly, Dr. Manhattan suddenly lowered his head. Carla opened her mouth wide. Could it be that she touched a minefield? Let her guess it. No way. Carla pretended to bring the topic back. But Dr. Manhattan turned his head and pointed in the direction of the Earth. Lori, is with Dan. Carla turned on supervision, and could easily see the direction Dr. Manhattan was pointing at, and noticed that the two dogs and men were indeed together. I'll help you kill them. Carla's eyes began to turn red, and her heat vision rays could accurately hit them through supervision's capture. But Dr. Manhattan blocked Carla with his hand and said, in a few hours, Lori will tell me about her betrayal and choices here. I'm so speechless. Okay. Carla squinted at him incredulously. Are you serious? When Carla and Dr. Manhattan first came to this universe, it was in the timeline a few days ago. At that time, the second-generation Silk Soul was still the girlfriend of Dr. Manhattan. But in just a few days, the second-generation Silk Soul has already switched to the embrace of others? What happened during this time? Carla suddenly became interested. Just now she was talking eloquently, but now the soul of gossip is ignited in a blink of an eye. She also urged Dr. Manhattan, come, let me see. Dr. Manhattan did not refuse Carla, raised his hand to put on her delicate forehead, and tapped L on her forehead. Carla felt it, subconsciously said, don't leave me with your ugly mark. Carla didn't notice that Dr. Manhattan froze, and his expression was a little unnatural. Before Carla noticed, Dr. Manhattan had already shared his time. Carla does not need Dr. Manhattan to share his power of time 170, but Carla has just come to this world, and if she rushes to open the long river of time, it is likely to cause confusion in her own consciousness due to causality, and it takes a long time to adapt to see more clearly past. But Dr. Manhattan is different. He is sharing what he experienced and what he saw with Carla. Even Dr. Manhattan's ability is more convenient than Carla's. To put it simply, if you use dimensions to describe two people, with Carla's own strength, she is still in the third dimension and close to the fourth dimension. If she does her best, she can touch the fifth dimension in front of her. Dimension door. Unless you can easily enter the field of the fifth dimension and even higher dimensions by using the first light. But Dr. Manhattan is different. He is already a higher dimension. Starting from the fifth dimension, for example, the most famous troublemaker can easily change history and even distort reality, and even view time as a movie or an ebook at will. In our third-dimensional world, we cannot see time, let alone understand what the concept of time is all about. But for the fifth-dimensional creatures, they can control time as they like, fast-forward time to millions of years later, or turn back time to millions of years ago. It's all casual. It can also be seen that although Carla's power is getting stronger and stronger, there is still a big gap between her and Dr. Manhattan. Through Dr. Manhattan's sharing, Carla has almost learned about his entire experience. Actually, you don't need to let her see so much, do you? Carla secretly complained with a wry smile. At the earliest time, Carla even saw Dr. Manhattan's memories when he was little John, including when he was studying with his father who was a watchmaker since he was a child. And Carla also knows one more thing, John's name can also be translated as Jonathan. Really, Jonathan is too much, isn't it? Because of time and war, little Jonathan's childhood was not peaceful. There was no other way to do this, as it was the same all over the world at the time. And his father also changed his mind because of the explosion of the world's first atomic bomb, and finally chose to send him to study atomic physics instead of inheriting the family's watch repair shop business. This change also completely changed Jonathan's fate, and he later became Dr. Manhattan. In this independent universe, Dr. Manhattan can be said to be the only known super ability person, and he is directly dubbed the strongest by the author. It is true to say that, as long as the Watcher universe and the DC universe do not integrate together, then he is indeed the only true god in this world. But Dr. Manhattan did not have the consciousness of being a god. He chose to obey a certain country, and helped a certain country to participate in the war. He helped a certain country win a certain war that it lost within a week. Carla couldn't help sighing. This is the turning point of fate. Because of your power, the politicians of a certain country began to look down on everything, and even the ambitious ones even ignored another big boss. It goes without saying who the other boss is, because the name of the real country is not allowed to be mentioned. Carla continued, because of this, the Cold War period that was supposed to be passed without any danger has now become a crisis that could break out at any time. In the final analysis, it is the evil consequences you brought. If you really think that you are a god, you should not participate in it. Between mortals, you don't really think that God loves a certain country, do you? Carla's crazy rant left Dr. Manhattan speechless. He has been to Carla's universe, and he knows that there is no superhero to stop Carla's universe, but the nuclear deterrence during the Cold War still did not break out of war. And his universe, because of his existence, instead inspired the conflict of the Cold War. Next, Carla continued to understand his experience through the perspective of Dr. Manhattan, and knew why Dr. Manhattan suddenly came to Mars. It turned out that just 2 or 3 days ago, Dr. Manhattan had participated in an interview on a TV program, but the process was not pleasant. On the TV interview program, just as Dr. Manhattan was going to answer the reporter's inquiries about quantum mechanics, someone suddenly accused Dr. Manhattan of bringing bad luck to the people around him, and even those who worked with him were ill. Cancer, including his ex-wife. Dr. Manhattan originally had a beautiful wife, but later he fell in love with the more beautiful and younger second-generation Silk Soul. Carla pouted, scumbag. After being separated for many years, Dr. Manhattan discovered that his ex-wife was also suffering from cancer. This shocked him deeply. Could he really bring bad luck to the people around him? Everyone present, including those present, were excited about the news and asked to be held accountable. Dr. Manhattan came here because he couldn't bear the blow or was annoyed by the question, and completed the device on Mars. The experience about Dr. Manhattan ends here. Carla was dissatisfied, so why did the second-generation Silk Soul want to green you? She didn't see the cause and effect. Dr. Manhattan was silent. Is this what she cares more about? Well, you have to be strong. Carla patted Dr. Manhattan on the shoulder, telling him to be strong. But I always feel that this sentence has been somewhat ambiguous. Dr. Manhattan shook his head. I didn't bring you to this universe to make you laugh. You also understand the current situation. Once a nuclear war breaks out, the whole world will face doomsday, and everyone may die. Dr. Manhattan didn't forget his purpose of bringing Carla into this world. He asked Carla, so what do you think I should do? Sit and watch? Or stop? Carla knew that what he wanted was not only an answer, but also a reason. If Carla asked him to make a choice, he had to let him know the reason for that choice. So Carla didn't rush to answer, but shrugged. This is your world. You should ask yourself what you want to do. What do you want to do most now? Dr. Manhattan thought for a while, and said without any hesitation, go and ask Lori why he betrayed me. Pfft. Carla quickly covered her mouth, almost burst out laughing. She even wanted to suggest that Dr. Manhattan could dye his blue skin green. Why don't you go soon? Don't worry about me. I can't die, and if I want to go back to Earth, I'll be fine. Carla waved her hand to let Dr. Manhattan do whatever she wanted, and now she obviously cares more about what Dr. Manhattan worked out before. Dr. Manhattan saw Carla turn and walk up to his device, turning her head and looking in the direction of Earth. Suddenly, Dr. Manhattan turned into a blue light and disappeared. At first glance it appears that nothing has happened, everything remains the same, no one feels the difference, and even the universe as a whole remains the same. But only Carla was affected, as if standing on the carpet, someone suddenly pulled the carpet away. Carla lost her balance and fell down. Fortunately, she can fly, so she didn't lose her composure. Carla's expression was a little shocked, and she even exclaimed, you really dragged the whole universe here? Damn, isn't this little blue man too ruthless? That's not what those so-called cosmic Asgardians can compare to. In the entire universe, only Carla can feel the power of Dr. Manhattan and what he just did. In addition, even the smartest person in the world has no feeling at all. Carla was stunned. How much, Wang Hao, strength is needed for this? But Carla is just right, not to mention that she and Dr. Manhattan have a good relationship. If they really want to fight, it may be difficult for others to kill Dr. Manhattan, because he does not actually have his own body. He is just reorganized with quantum particles, a body that is easier to understand. But even if his body is destroyed, Dr. Manhattan still has an incomparably huge quantum field as a support, and he can reassemble a new body string at any time. After all, the first skill he learned was actually to build his own body. But Carla is different. Carla can give Dr. Manhattan the concept of death, so Dr. Manhattan is also full of fear of her. To be honest, the two people are more like two tigers on one mountain. They both say that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, but some people have overlooked another saying, that when two tigers fight, one will be injured. When the strength of two people is not much different, it is difficult to fight, otherwise one will die, which is really impossible. It didn't take long for Dr. Manhattan to come back with what should I say, a beautiful young girl in very sexy clothes. Carla flew in the distance, folded her arms, and looked at Dr. Manhattan with displeasure. Hey, if you don't want me to stand on that device of yours, just say so. She didn't fly out by herself, but Dr. Manhattan dragged the entire Watcher universe again, but only she could feel the changes in the entire universe, so she was thrown out for no reason. Depend on. It was the first time Carla was angry. That girl is the second generation Silk Soul, and she really looks young and beautiful. No wonder Dr. Manhattan has become a scumbag and moved his heart. Silk Soul is also looking at Carla with curious eyes. Carla came here wearing her own battlesuit. Under the protection of her biological position, even if she traveled through the universe, even if she experienced the quantum realm, nothing would happen. I saw that she was wearing a blue tight top with a golden S on the chest. After 5 years in the sun, the clothes were dyed with golden light, and the bright red cape and red skirt made her look very beautiful. Especially those bright red boots. It can be seen that although Carla is 1.9 meters tall, her small feet are not big, which is an absolute benefit for foot control. I always feel that you are thinking about something very impolite. Carla flew over, noticing that Silk Soul's eyes were not very polite. Si-hun opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly squatted down. If she couldn't breathe. No, she couldn't breathe in the first place. Regardless of the fact that Carla and Dr. Manhattan have been communicating with each other in good health before this, but in fact, there is no oxygen on Mars that allows humans to breathe freely. Even though Mars is said to have an atmosphere similar to that of Earth, there is more carbon dioxide, which humans cannot absorb. Carla spread her arms out to Dr. Manhattan. Dr. Manhattan quickly opened up a quantum standpoint, and analyzed and constructed an air shield composed of molecules, atoms, and even quantum particles, and then he took a long breath. Almost suffocated. I'm actually on Mars, Si-hun exclaimed. Carla deliberately asked Dr. Manhattan, haven't you taken her to travel in the universe? Dr. Manhattan seemed a little overwhelmed, but he hadn't. Who are you? Silk Soul is obviously also curious about Carla's origin, and she noticed that Carla has been flying in midair. Fly? She can fly? As I said before, there are no super abilities in the world of Watchmen. The only super ability is Dr. Manhattan, and he is so powerful. Dr. Manhattan is invincible in this universe, he is the only true god. So Carla brought a great shock to Silk Soul. Carla smiled and reached out to shake hands with Silk Soul, then hid behind her back and wiped her palms on the cloak, and introduced herself with a smile. Hi, I'm from another world. I was kidnapped by this guy. Please call the police for me. Thank you. Silk Soul had a black thread on his face. He didn't expect Carla to say these words. He just thought it was funny. Still, she looked to Dr. Manhattan, waiting for his explanation. Dr. Manhattan was also a little confused, but what Carla said was the truth, so I really couldn't say anything. In desperation, Dr. Manhattan said subconsciously, actually, I want to know more about you and Dreberg. Daniel Dreberg, the real name of the second-generation Night Owl, but familiar friends usually call him Dan. It's as if Silk Soul's real name is Laurel Jane Jaspiksak, but everyone she knows calls her Lori. Si-hun froze immediately when he heard this, and hurriedly asked, you know. Dr. Manhattan added, I don't know, but you'll tell me later that you slept with him. Carla tilted her shoulders in midair, but this time she didn't say anything, but flew to the side and squatted on a big rock, resting her cheeks on her hands, looking like she was watching the show. He was holding a handful of popcorn in his hand. Silk Soul remained silent, watching Dr. Manhattan without speaking for a long time. Finally, she took a long breath, nodded and admitted, yes, I slept with Dan. Be strong, Joe, Carla said, covering her mouth with one hand, and with the other hand she deliberately released, Kai, green light with the green light ring, which symbolized will, just as Dr. Manhattan might need affection. However, no matter how you look at it, she seems to be gloating. Dr. Manhattan and Silk Soul ignored her, and it can be seen that Dr. Manhattan is very angry. He turned his head, and even made an angry panting movement. Si-hun was surprised, are you angry? You don't really think I've completely abandoned my humanity, do you? Lori, I said you were my only connection to the Earth and the only reason I remained human, but you betrayed me. If so, why should I do you want to save the Earth? Dr. Manhattan at the moment is like a child who is angry. Carla tilted her body again. What's so cute? A little blue man with no clothes on, and a big bald man with a muscular body. Can you be more fierce, please? Where do wayward kids come from? However, Silk Soul was startled. John, How can you say that? If you still love me, you should save the Earth for me, right? Carla's 3 views are shattered. Girls, what are you talking about? If it is said that Dr. Manhattan is a scumbag who abandoned his wife, then Silk Soul is now the most standard statement of a scumbag. So there really are such people? Carla couldn't help but put the hand that she had shaken with Silk Soul just now in front of her face, lowered her head and released blue thermal vision rays with a temperature easily over 10,000 degrees from her eyes, and scorched that hand severely. Fan. She doesn't want to eat her hands, but to sterilize them at high temperature. I have been to the core of the sun at 20 million degrees Celsius, and a mere 10,000 degrees is really only the degree of sterilization. She feels sick. No matter what Silk Soul is saying these words for now, you can't say that you are doing something for yourself. You can use saving the Earth and the lives of countless innocent people as an excuse. You can say don't look at me but pity those innocent people. How is it better than this? Do you really think it's for you to save the world? Are you the Holy Mother? If you are really the Holy Mother, why do you still want to put a hat on Dr. Manhattan at this time when you know how important he is? Can't we just wait a few more days? Must it be at this critical moment? Carla can't understand the thinking of this kind of person, because she is a bachelor herself and doesn't know what love is. And the friends around me, Jennifer loves Bruce for 10 years, Danny is also a good girl, not to mention Louise. In almost all Superman stories, Louise and Clark are a couple. So Carla really doesn't understand what kind of brain structure Silk Soul is. Just when Carla was about to continue complaining about Silk Soul's thoughts, she suddenly turned her head to look in the direction of the Earth, and changed her expression because she felt something. Something happened. It can make Carla's expression change drastically, which is enough to foresee that things must not be simple. Dr. Manhattan didn't care about arguing with Silk Soul anymore, and turned their heads to look in the direction of the Earth. Suddenly, it seemed as if a roar could be heard, and brilliant blue fireworks erupted suddenly on the Earth. That's your power. Carla turned her head and glared at Dr. Manhattan with sharp eyes. What did you do? You killed millions of people. Don't look at how troublesome Carla was before, but once she encounters such an incident, she will still involuntarily stand up. After all, she is a superhero. What's more, Carla doesn't need statistics to know that the number of people who died due to the power of Dr. Manhattan is as high as several million in the world. Major cities in almost every country have been hit by outbreaks. Carla clenched her fists tightly, her right hand exuded a dangerous black aura faintly, and her left hand also had a massive mysterious energy that could not be triggered. Carla is not even the opponent of Dr. Manhattan with her own strength, but she also has a trump card, not without the power to fight. What's going on? John. Silk Soul couldn't see what Carla and Dr. Manhattan saw, but after hearing Carla's words and seeing Dr. Manhattan's expression, he also guessed that what Carla said should be right. Did you really do it? What did you do? Silk Soul asked anxiously. Carla squinted at Silk Soul, the strength of her hands and the aura of her body almost dissipated. Big sister, what's wrong with you? I don't know what he did and asked if he did it. There is something wrong with the logic, and Carla almost loses her momentum. It's not me. After all, Dr. Manhattan can be called the most intelligent man known so far. Maybe he is not as good as the world's smartest pharaoh in terms of instant calculations or long-term plans, but not everyone can calculate him. So Dr. Manhattan seemed to understand something, and said, Carla, you also saw me designing a device before, just at the beginning of time travel to this world. Carla nodded, and saw him touch his girlfriend. Cough cough cough. So what? There is a person who deceived me. He asked me to hand over my power model, and then use those devices to simulate and release my power. Dr. Manhattan felt being tricked and betrayed, and even he was a little. I became angry from embarrassment. Come with me, said Dr. Manhattan, about to take Carla and Silk Soul back to Earth. Carla raised her hands. No, I won't go with you. You go first, I'll go by myself. Carla, who has experienced it twice, doesn't want to feel the feeling of pulling the universe, otherwise she feels that some kind of nerve in herself will collapse, like a thread has been broken. And Carla is still suspicious of Dr. Manhattan. So Dr. Manhattan left with only the Silk Soul. Carla felt that feeling again. Although she was prepared, she was still thrown far away involuntarily. Damn, Carla rolled her eyes, glanced at the place where Dr. Manhattan and Silk Soul were staying, and jumped forward, turning into a golden light and coming to the Earth in the next second. This is Antarctica. The interval between Carla and Dr. Manhattan is less than 3 seconds, almost arriving together. At the moment she saw that there was a huge amounts of buildings here in Antarctica, like a certain base. Carla is floating in midair. Although the temperature in Antarctica is very cold, she doesn't feel it. She is scanning the entire building from a height. There are 3 people, 3 men, and a cat. What kind of weird combination is this? Carla spread her hands in disbelief. She had only heard of women and dogs, but never of men and cats. Don't get me wrong, it's the movie or TV series, remember it's called Fence. The Woman and the Dog? It tells an inspirational story about a rural woman. Carla shook her head, withdrawing her rambling thoughts. At this time, Dr. Manhattan had broken into the gate, and Silk Soul followed closely, and exclaimed, Dan, Luoxia, how are you doing? It was him, he was the one who caused all this, he was the mastermind behind everything. The comedian, also called a comedian, but the comedian should be more appropriate, was also killed by him. All those things were done by him, including his use of your power has killed millions. Dr. Manhattan, a deep, husky voice roared. He was blaming a man who stood against everyone. Carla flew in from the outside out of curiosity, and landed on the ground without a sound. She noticed that, except for Dr. Manhattan, everyone in Curry is just ordinary people. 0 for flowers. 0. At most, it is healthier than ordinary people, with stronger muscles and bones. Especially the person who stands on the opposite side of everyone at the moment. His physical fitness can be said to have reached the limit of human beings. If he goes to the sports meeting, he will undoubtedly win the championship in all sports and break the existing all records. This is not an exaggeration at all. Maybe even Bruce can't reach such a perfect level, because Bruce is in the same grade as Carla, and he is also 35 years old. No one noticed Carla, not even noticed that she flew in, and the reason is that in the eyes of everyone in this world, is there anyone else who pays attention besides Dr. Manhattan? Do they care about anyone else? No, not unless Carla flew over Dr. Manhattan's big bald head. Definitely Carla wouldn't do that. John, you're here. The man opposite seemed to want to get closer to Dr. Manhattan. After all, he could make Dr. Manhattan willingly cheat himself for him. Are you a bloody pit? His name is Pharaoh, which is definitely the title he uses, but his real name is Adrian Witt. He claims to be the smartest person in the world. Although he doesn't have super abilities, he still manages to get along like a fish in water. The original Pharaoh came from an ordinary family, but later when a certain country in this world proposed a bill that all so-called superheroes must reveal their true identities and were not allowed to wear masks, he was the first to respond and disclose his identity, so he made a lot of money because of the reputation of the Watchman, and even developed his own super business empire. Then I don't know when he started, he has been designing and calculating. But doesn't he know that he has provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked, or even can't afford to provoke? John, listen to me. Pharaoh remained calm when facing Dr. Manhattan, and he had to say that he was actually very brave. Then under this courage, I heard the Pharaoh say, "Have you found that you can't see the future? Yes, it's my fault." Do you hear? This is the power of human speech? Although the Pharaoh does not have any super abilities, he has the most intelligent intelligence. He can even develop a tachyon flow to interfere with Dr. Manhattan's observation of time, which means he cannot see what will happen in the future. This also caused Dr. Manhattan to have no idea, note the quotation marks here, that such a disaster would happen, and he even cooperated with the Pharaoh to deceive himself. Not long ago, all over the world, especially the Vuchang Kingdom, were attacked by the Pharaoh with the same power as Dr. Manhattan, and the death toll exceeded several million people, maybe even more, including a certain country itself has also been attacked. The cauldron was so big that even Dr. Manhattan was furious, and went straight to Pharaoh without any explanation. The Pharaoh also knew how much trouble he had caused. If Dr. Manhattan wanted to, he would have died, and he would have died at 1:30 the first time they met. But Dr. Manhattan did not rush to take action for some reason, but let the Pharaoh find the right opportunity to escape into the facility. From the outside, this huge amount of building is completely built according to the image of the pyramids, and the internal structure is extremely complicated. Did the Pharaoh think that he could avoid Dr. Manhattan's pursuit? If you really think that, he is not the smartest person, but the stupidest person. Carla stood there with her arms folded, watching the Pharaoh's actions with supervision. He and his pet cat, an apparently modified lynx, quickly fled to a special device inside the facility. Carla narrowed her eyes slightly, and suddenly showed a sneer. She recognized that it was a device similar to the one that caused the previous disaster. More precisely, it was the experimental device that caused Dr. Manhattan's accident. She guessed the plan of the Pharaoh. Is this trying to reproduce the experimental accident, and then use it to kill Dr. Manhattan? I don't even think about how the accident that created Dr. Manhattan would kill him. It is nothing more than letting Dr. Manhattan temporarily return to the quantum realm, and then rebuild a body, etc. Carla's eyes lit up, as if he had guessed something. In fact, he also knew that he couldn't kill Dr. Manhattan. What he wanted was to delay time. Carla turned her head and looked away, except for the gate behind her. There were walls all around. But this definitely couldn't stop her gaze. Carla saw and heard. The whole world suddenly made a decision at the same time after the initial chaos. Because of the huge threat brought by Dr. Manhattan, all countries have made a wise choice, which is to unite and face their common enemy. That is to say, because of the threat of Dr. Manhattan, it is rare for the Earth to unify its opinions. Is this the Pharaoh's plan? The Pharaoh was even more certain that Dr. Manhattan's humanity was gradually weakening, so he didn't mind taking the blame, and in the worst case, he would leave the Earth. Carla also knows that Dr. Manhattan has obviously produced divinity. Maybe he also wants to leave the Earth and go to a vaster universe? So that was your plan? Carla figured it out. She guessed the real purpose of the Pharaoh. He was not an idiot, let alone committing death, but had calculated all the plans correctly. Sure enough, he is indeed the smartest person, but... Carla sneered, but there are things you can't count. For example, my existence. Not far from the side, Si Hun, the second generation of Yesiao and Luo Xia got together. They are old friends, not to mention the relationship between Si Hun and Yesiao, cuckold. They are really courageous, aren't they afraid that Dr. Manhattan will run away? It may not be very good to say this, but Silk Soul is still Dr. Manhattan's girlfriend after all. You should break up first and then get together with someone else. If you cheat while still maintaining a relationship, you are still an old friend. Isn't it too much? Well, Carla doesn't want to gossip about other people's feelings. Carla didn't make irresponsible remarks about Sai-Hun's mess, but Ye Xiao and Luo Xia obviously cared more about her origin. Who is she, Lori? Both looked at Carla. I saw her standing there with her arms folded. Her beautiful bright red cloak was blown by the cool wind blowing in from the gate. Her long golden hair was as beautiful and dazzling as real gold. In particular, her eyebrows are slightly frowned, and her side face with exquisite and perfect features is so beautiful, as if she was descended from heaven. Even Luo Xia couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Silk Soul doesn't know how to introduce. Actually, I have known her not long ago. She was brought back by John. Moreover, she can survive on Mars and fly. It even took less than 3 seconds from Mars to Earth. You guys, I also saw that she flew here by herself and followed me and John. 0. Hiss. The two gasped. Carla heard their conversation, turned her head and smiled at the three of them, but did not speak, but looked up. The pharaoh who had fled in embarrassment just now reappeared in front of them, but Dr. Manhattan was gone. As far as Carla knows, the careless Dr. Manhattan was destroyed in his current body, destroyed by the same quantum particles as him. Pharaoh succeeded. He knew he couldn't kill Dr. Manhattan, but all he needed was to delay time, and that was enough. You. Carla was about to speak. Suddenly, Silk Soul ran away violently when he saw the pharaoh. I'll kill you, Adrian. Sai-Hun called Pharaoh's real name, and suddenly pulled out a pistol from his waist, and shot Pharaoh. Carla looked surprised, looking at Sai-Hun's cool outfit. Where is the gun hidden? Ask for an explanation. And Carla knows that Silk Soul's anger is not because he is worried about Dr. Manhattan, but because, when he was on Mars, Dr. Manhattan used his own power to show Silk Soul the power of observing time. Then Sai-Hun seemed to have discovered something. She knew her life experience. Silk Soul's mother is the original Silk Soul, and her father is the former mother's agent, but this is definitely on the surface. In fact, Silk Soul's father is a laughing craftsman. There is a comic that ruins the 3 views of the original 3.1 plot. During the wedding break of the first generation of Silk Soul, she and Xiao Zhang hid in the toilet. Well, anyway, there is the current Silk Soul. Therefore, the relationship between Silk Soul's father and the first generation of Silk Soul has almost never been friendly. From the initial love to the later breakup, there is a reason for this. Although Sai-Hun was also hit hard by this news, she knew that Pharaoh was the murderer who killed the laughing craftsman, and also her father-killing enemy. So the so-called hero Silk Soul pulled the trigger. The Pharaoh fell in response. Ordinary people might think that he is dead, but only Carla can see clearly that the Pharaoh can actually catch bullets with his bare hands. Definitely, even if he can catch the bullet, at the moment we'll have to buffer it. Carla complained in her heart, it's a good thing you're not in Gotham City, otherwise the honest Gotham people will definitely let you see how to make up the knife. Sure enough, the Pharaoh was not dead. He caught the bullet with his bare hands. At most it was only to the extent that the palm of his hand was torn. On the contrary, it was the 3 of Sai-Hun who didn't expect that the original joke turned out to be true, and they were accidentally kicked down one by the Pharaoh. Carla just stood there with her shoulders crossed all the time, not participating in the whole process. After solving the 3 old friends, the Pharaoh looked at Carla who was watching all this, and showed a confident smile that he thought was charming. In terms of setting, the Pharaoh not only thinks that he is the smartest person in the world, but also the most beautiful people, old narcissists. Who are you? Are you also here to stop me? Pharaoh asked. Carla shrugged. Don't ask, if you let me do it, you will die. Pharaoh's smile deepened, but just when he was about to say something, Carla's eyes turned red, and instantly released 2 dazzling blue heat vision rays, which reached tens of thousands of degrees, causing the temperature in the entire facility to rise above Xiaotian's in an instant. Boom! Carla's heat vision rays easily pierced through all obstacles in front of her eyes, leaving a huge amount of void in the wall behind the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh froze, and finally realized that the girl in front of him, who might be 20 times more beautiful than him, was anything but simple. Carla looked at the Pharaoh and said calmly, the reason why I haven't killed you now is because you belong to him. Carla raised a finger to point in the direction above. The Pharaoh looked up, and through the transparent skylight, he found a blue titan outside. Dr. Manhattan is definitely not dead, and the reorganization was done pretty quickly. Adrian, you've let me down, said Dr. Manhattan, shattering the entire skylight with one blow. Pieces of glass shards were smashed down, and the Pharaoh, who was an ordinary person, had to flee with his head in his arms. Carla raised her hand and snapped her fingers, and all the shards of glass suddenly turned into a butterfly that flapped its wings and flew away. Carla said without raising her head, hey, do you want to take this opportunity to get rid of your cheating girlfriend together? Although Dr. Manhattan didn't attack Silk Soul and the others, the entire skylight collapsed, and they were definitely within the range of being attacked. Luckily Carla made a move. Definitely, even without her, Dr. Manhattan wouldn't just watch them die. If he really wanted to kill his cheating girlfriend, he wouldn't have to go to such trouble. Dr. Manhattan disintegrated his huge body with a swish, and then rebuilt beside Carla. Carla put her hand on her forehead. Please, can you put on some clothes? Even she is a girl. Dr. Manhattan nodded to Carla, then walked towards the Pharaoh. When the pharaoh was avoiding the shards of glass, he was a little embarrassed to grab something. At the moment was lying in front of a video wall composed of dozens of TV screens. He didn't get up, knowing that resistance was meaningless, so he just calmly watched Dr. Manhattan walking towards him. Adrian, although you claim to be the smartest person in the world, it means nothing to me. Do you think that will kill me? Maybe you have forgotten that it was the accident that created the current me, and the first thing I learned was how to rebuild my body. Dr. Manhattan wasn't trying to sarcastically say about the pharaoh, but he was telling the truth. Even in your wits it is impossible to imagine the world I see, or even to believe that I have ever walked on the surface of the sun, said Dr. Manhattan. Exactly. Carla applauds. It's warm up there in the sun. Especially the core. Warm? In human terms? The core temperature is as high as tens of millions of degrees. Everyone looked sideways at Carla again. Dr. Manhattan also paused and explained, I haven't been to the core. Maybe next time I have a chance, I can go and have a look. Together, Carla was also curious about the sun of this world. But wait, isn't this the time for you to chat and decide to travel to the sun? Everyone had black lines, including Pharaoh, who didn't know what to say. He was very curious, who was Carla, and he didn't even know the existence of this character. That is definitely, Carla was not from this world before today, she is from another universe. Dr. Manhattan did not continue chatting with Carla, but raised his right hand to Pharaoh and said, even the smartest person in the world is nothing more than an ant in my eyes, even you, Adrian, in my opinion it's just a smarter termite. I know, Pharaoh was not angry at all, because he was facing the only true god of this world, and the premise was before Carla came to this world. So what if a mortal is satirized by God? But Pharaoh's expression was not desperate, but raised his hand with a smile, showing that he would rather put himself in danger and embarrassment than get what he had just now. That's a remote. Dr. Manhattan expressed disdain. Is this some kind of ultimate weapon? Pharaoh agreed, that's right. As he spoke, he connected the switch to the TV wall. In an instant, all the TV walls that had been prepared for a long time lit up, and the screen of the official speech of the press conference held at the first time was played. A certain country speaks, and now Dr. Manhattan has become the public enemy of the whole world, and he has indeed killed millions of people around the world. So a certain country 163 and another big country decided to cease the war, and called the whole world to face this powerful enemy that could threaten the whole earth. The speech of a certain country immediately caused reactions and echoes from all over the world. Everyone thought they had seen the horror of Dr. Manhattan, which made it rare for the earth to have such a unified opinion. Came an unbearable sneer from behind. It was Carla. She covered her stomach with one hand, waved her hand with the other, and said with a smile, don't talk to me, don't talk to me, you talk about yourself. I just think, face for a person who can destroy the entire earth in a single thought, if he is really an enemy, instead of thinking about how to surrender, do you have the courage to continue to provoke? Don't think about it. If Jonathan is really an enemy, wouldn't he immediately issue the second wave of attacks will kill tens of millions more people? Not to mention that Dr. Manhattan's real power can easily destroy the entire earth. After all, his power can even pull the universe. In order to move more conveniently, he does not move by himself, but pulls the universe over. Such an existence dare to provoke? Not to mention anything else, even if the earth is not torn apart, you are so blatantly declaring that you want to go to war with him. Are you afraid that the next shockwave will wipe out tens of millions of people? If he is really an enemy. So Carla laughed until her stomach started to hurt. What's going on in your world? Are you all brain dead? Don't you eat brain dead pieces? Facing Carla's ridicule, everyone was silent, including Pharaoh. Because Carla's doubts cannot be refuted. If Dr. Manhattan is really the enemy of the whole world, if he wants to rule the world, it is really impossible to take one shot. It's even time for Dr. Manhattan to make another attack soon, especially when almost the whole world is criticizing Dr. Manhattan. The world is so blatantly declaring war on Dr. Manhattan. If he is the enemy, why doesn't it just kill millions of people? So Carla's question silenced the room for a moment. At least I solved the crisis of nuclear war. I rewritten the ending of the world's doom. I brought peace, Pharaoh said stubbornly. Are lies considered peace? Ye Xiao asked. Luo Xia said without any hesitation, I only care about justice. The most fascinating thing about Luo Xia is his uncompromising principle. Even in the face of Pharaoh's so-called world destruction remarks, he will not compromise and sacrifice others. Even Carla gave Luo Xia a thumbs up, like it. Luo Xia rarely lowered her head shyly, and pressed the brim of her hat. Pharaoh glared at them, but he didn't care what others thought. Looking at Dr. Manhattan in front of him, Pharaoh said, John, try to look at the future again. See if my plan brings peace to the world. Instead of exuding hostility, Dr. Manhattan murmured, peace? I did see it. Except for Carla and Sai-hun, they were all surprised. Especially Luo Xia. I don't agree with this kind of compromise. But Luo Xia didn't notice that the expressions of Yuhun and Yexiao had loosened a bit. Pharaoh even took the opportunity to express his thoughts. If a nuclear war really breaks out, how many people will die? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? Even billions? Even the world will be destroyed. But now it is just death, but the world will be at peace. John, you understand me, don't you? Dr. Manhattan fell silent, but his silence made Luo Xia feel cold. Dan, Pharaoh turned to Ye Xiao again. In fact, his relationship with Ye Xiao is not bad, even though Ye Xiao and Luo Xia were the original team partners. Under the gaze of the pharaoh, Ye Xiao gradually lowered his head. He also compromised. Not to mention Si Hun, even if her biological father's father-killing enemy stood in front of her, she couldn't lift the gun in her hand. Luo Xia felt hopeless and sad. Carla also put away her joking mentality and expression, and said Luo Xia's heartfelt voice, "It's really sad, the lives of millions of people seem to be just a bunch of cold numbers without the slightest temperature in your mouth." Pharaoh was actually very upset to see her. Hearing her plan against him again, he couldn't help raising his voice and shouted, "But I saved billions of lives, and I exchanged millions of people for billions. Man, isn't it worth it?" Carla glared at him, "If you want to yell at me, do you dare to get up from the ground? What's the matter with lying there?" The pharaoh is still in his previous position, which looks funny as he confronts and yells at Carla lying down. "Carla thought it wasn't my sister who bullied you, what are you yelling at me for?" Pharaoh definitely wouldn't dare to shout at Dr. Manhattan. But Pharaoh didn't know that if Carla wanted to kill him, it would be easy, even Dr. Manhattan couldn't stop him. Dr. Manhattan's power is only his own, if Carla goes to war with him no one knows what will happen. But if Carla wants to kill others, Dr. Manhattan can't stop him, unless Dr. Manhattan suspends time, but he can suspend time, but it may not work for Carla. The pharaoh quickly got up from the ground, stood there, and looked at Carla coldly. "I would like to hear your opinion. Do you think that other than this method, other than making John sacrifice himself to become the enemy of all mankind, is there any other way to prevent nuclear war by forcing all nations to unite?" Carla spread her hands. "No, who told you that you insisted on using Jonathan's power at the beginning? If you didn't rely on his power to win the battle that you shouldn't have won, a certain country wouldn't be so inflated that it would really start a nuclear war." Carla knows that although the actual history, including in the history of her universe, the Cold War ended with a near-miss ending, but in this world, the Cold War has really reached the moment when it will break out at any time. It's even likely to erupt this evening, because with super hearing she literally heard the country and the high dignitaries of the country have decided to launch at 12 o'clock in the morning. But Carla will not be easily persuaded by the pharaoh's rhetoric. She asked, "Even if you don't consider whether Jonathan's refusal to act now will cause suspicion, what Ye Xiao said just now is good. The peace brought by lies is a false peace after all. Even if you let Jonathan stand on the opposite side of everyone now, what if he doesn't make a move? If Jonathan leaves the earth from now on, 10 years later, 20 years, or even 30 years later, and he never shows up again, won't people doubt it?" Carla is seriously questioning. Sooner or later someone will doubt, yes, there will only be a stronger backlash. Pharaoh sneered, "I've thought about it a long time ago, so I will always remind the world of the threat in my way. For example, using the method of raining octopuses? Well, you can barely explain the past." Although Carla is more curious about the brain circuit of the pharaoh, what is the relationship between octopus rain and Dr. Manhattan? Then I'll ask one last question. Carla made a micro-expression change of narrowing her eyes, but the pharaoh noticed it, and felt that the hairs were standing on end, and the entire brow seemed to be split. He noticed that Carla was exuding undisguised murderous intent all over her body now. Carla looked at the pharaoh so coldly, and asked, "Why do you have to choose civilians? Why can you only choose to sacrifice civilians?" The pharaoh was taken aback, and was about to explain that although he was responsible for placing the devices simulating Dr. Manhattan's power all over the world, he didn't know who he would choose, and he didn't specifically, Wang Hazeo, appoint anyone. But Carla raised her hand to stop him, and continued, "I once knew a lunatic, a joker. He was crazy and always said some inexplicable things. But there is a sentence I agree with. He said even if you kill another if there are too many civilians or soldiers, no one will care, but if a commander is killed, everyone will be afraid." Carla re-raised the question just now, "Why did you choose to sacrifice the lives of millions of civilians?" Obviously, killing a few high-ranking officials and dignitaries, even your president, is enough to shock the whole world and unite. I believe that if you tell Jonathan about the plan, he will be happy to play the role of assassin. So why did you choose to sacrifice millions of people to save those people? Because the lives of civilians are not life? How many people died in the previous world wars? Do you really think that millions of people will make the world peaceful? Wrong, all because of the deterrence that Jonathan brings. Pharaoh Adrian was the smartest man in the world? Maybe, after all, he can say that he has calculated the whole world with his own power, and he is playing around. Even a godlike existence like Dr. Manhattan is also acting according to his plan. With the wisdom of mortals, even Shendu can calculate. Maybe Dr. Manhattan was slapped in the face. After all, he called the pharaoh a clever termite before. But Carla sees a longer-term future. Lies are just lies after all. The peace built with lies will collapse again one day, and the lies will be exposed sooner or later. By then, everything will be wiped out. Luo Xia nodded in agreement just like Carla supported him just now. "If I have to choose, whether to live in the world of lies or die in the world of truth, I would rather choose the end of the world. After all, that is also a human choice." But other than that, Carla cared more. There is no need to be so troublesome at all, and there is no need to use lies to bring peace. Since you have already thought that you can use Jonathan's power to deter the world, why don't you let Jonathan, who doesn't care about these at all, to kill all the responsible politicians of the two countries, even the highest authority? That's the most intuitive, right? The two world wars cost hundreds of millions of lives, but did this stop the war? No, it didn't. The current crisis of nuclear war still occurred, and the 210th World War III may also start here. Do you really think that the lives of those millions of innocent people united the world? No, you know that the only thing that really threatens the world and makes all countries unite is the power of Jonathan. You actually knew and understood from the very beginning that there is only one way to make the world peaceful, and that is Jonathan's king of power. Yet you choose to arrange what you think is the perfect plan in the most stupid way. When Carla said this, she couldn't help but sneered again. The reason is actually very simple, because you are a high-level person in society, you are a capitalist, and you are a qualified capitalist, so you would not consider risking the lives of a few people. Save billions of people, but choose to save those few people with millions of people. Saving billions of people in the world with millions of people? But in Carla's view, the pharaoh actually chose to save those few people with millions of people, because it was enough to sacrifice a few people, and they were all the culprits. The possibility of a nuclear war cannot be decided by civilians, can it? It is not decided by those who have no regard for the lives of common people. God. In the end, they will be fine, and all the dead are civilians. So what happened to the civilians? What happened to digging your family's grave? It's clearly a cold war between these two big countries, but they are threatening and persecuting ordinary people inside and out. So Carla became furious, and even burst out with undisguised murderous intent, pointing at the pharaoh and shouting angrily, "Stop pretending to be the savior of the world, you are just satisfying your own selfish desires. Really, is there no better solution? Yes, you just don't care about the process and means, let alone how many people will die. What you want is the result, what you want is self-satisfaction, that's all." The pharaoh took a few steps back as if he had been severely injured. He was pale and was not attacked by Carla. If Carla had shot, he would not be so relaxed. The pharaoh's expression and eyes became absent-minded and empty, but he couldn't find any excuse to refute Carla. As Carla said, is there really no hole in his plan? Is there even something that could be improved? Definitely there is. The humanity of Dr. Manhattan is disappearing. If Pharaoh seeks Dr. Manhattan's help in the name of saving the world and asks him to play the role of a villain who threatens the world, Dr. Manhattan will never refuse. Because it doesn't matter to him. But the Pharaoh chose another plan, and for this reason all the participants in the plan were killed. Those who helped him complete the various steps of the plan, for the sake of absolute secrecy, the Pharaoh killed all the participants. How many lives is this? Superhero. Carla laughed. Don't make me laugh, although I can kill people, but I kill people who deserve to die, and now you are the people who deserve to die. As she spoke, Carla finally couldn't bear it anymore. Her eyes turned red again and released 2 blue heat vision rays. No, Dr. Manhattan subconsciously reached out to stop him. But it was too late. The moment the thermal vision rays exceeding tens of thousands of degrees hit the pharaoh, they dissolved his whole body. That's right, it's melting, like a hot knife cutting butter. That's a beautiful picture. I don't want to mention it. You killed him. Dr. Manhattan seems to have recovered. Carla put away the heat vision ray, and said without looking back, if you wanted to stop me, you would have shot or made a sound a few seconds ago. In fact, you have already seen the future, right? His self-righteous plan, it will definitely collapse in the near future, and his utopia will not last at all. Dr. Manhattan remained silent. No matter what Carla said, he didn't contradict. However, Carla refused to let him go, and continued to ask, so, how many years did his plan last? Dr. Manhattan keeps his head down, and with the pharaoh's interference with Dr. Manhattan over, he can see the future again, and as Carla said, he sees a very bad future. 30 years, after 30 years the lies will be exposed, and the world will truly enter the doomsday stage. Dr. Manhattan's words made Carla sneer. So she said, the pharaoh's plan is simply nonsense. After all, he's just an ordinary person. No matter how smart he is, he's just a smart termite, isn't he? Carla looked at Dr. Manhattan, repeating what she said just now. Actually, as long as you really go in front of everyone, killing some people would do a lot better without all the trouble and all this money. Because you're really everybody's enemy. But I guess you don't mind. Wait a minute, are you going to take another shot? Hearing this, the others recovered from the shock of Pharaoh's death and looked at Carla in disbelief. Carla didn't like Silk Soul, let alone Ye Xiao. She just nodded to Luo Xia. You should understand, right? This is not a lie, although the method is not justice, but this is the real way to save the world. This time Luo Xia chose to compromise, but there is one thing he will never compromise. If you really do that, I will spend 10 lifetimes arresting you. It is also justice that he will never compromise on. Even for the so-called saving the world, it is always a sin to deprive others of their lives. Facing Luo Xia's threats and warnings, Carla and Dr. Manhattan didn't care. It's not that they looked down on Luo Xia's threats, but even if he threatened them like this, they still had to do what they had to do. Enough, this is enough, Silk Soul shouted loudly. Millions of people have already been sacrificed, don't make more sacrifices. Without looking back, Carla raised her hand in the direction of Silk Soul. Sai-Hun's mouth was suddenly blocked, and a green energy shield blocked her mouth, making her unable to speak anymore. Because Carla will not threaten Silk Soul's life, Dr. Manhattan doesn't care. You want to save those people. Dr. Manhattan should have seen the future, so he knows what Carla will do next. But Dr. Manhattan was puzzled. Why? Because of humanity, but also for justice. Carla knew why Dr. Manhattan asked why. He felt that those people were already dead, and there was no need to make any changes. At least the next 30 years could lead to a peaceful period. If according to Pharaoh, if the king is fully prepared and plans to carry out. It's not that Dr. Manhattan can't rewrite history, it's just that he doesn't think it's necessary. He also indeed saw that in the next 30 years, the utopia established by the Pharaoh would collapse and disintegrate. But for Dr. Manhattan, 1 second of peace and 10,000 years of peace mean little, and he is becoming more and more inhuman, so he doesn't want to do anything. This is also Pharaoh's self-confidence. He knows that once Dr. Manhattan knows all the truth, Dr. Manhattan will definitely choose to compromise. This is Dr. Manhattan. He has gradually begun to look less like a human being, and is moving closer to the realm of God. But Carla is different, because human beings are doomed to die. Is there no value in saving them? Because they are already dead, can they ignore what they have suffered? Or is it because they know that even if this situation is changed, there will be a new one in the end? War, or even destruction, so do nothing? If everyone thinks like this, it will be the end of the world. Carla shook her head while talking. The greatest advantage of human beings is their outburst and courage in desperation. The elegy of human beings is bravery. In addition, welcoming the future in the unknown, whether it is surprise or fright, is a fresh and interesting story. Fun. That's why I keep saying you don't know all the future ahead of time. It takes a lot of the fun out of it. Even Dr. Manhattan will make changes and choices according to different futures. Sometimes he will choose not to make choices, and sometimes he will make changes. But Carla did not approve of his approach. I never look at what tomorrow will look like, so my current thoughts are the most authentic thoughts, and I don't care what tomorrow will become because of my current decision. The reason why you gradually lose your emotions and humanity is because it is precisely because you let yourself give up your ego. Jonathan, what self-consciousness do you have left? You don't even have a choice when you go to bed tonight, and you even decide what to say next according to the future. Know what you look like to me? A blue energy body. Human? No, you are not a human. God? No, you are not a god. You are just a man named Dr. Manhattan. Actually, you are actually a tool of the spokesperson of the quantum field. You are not using this power, but are driven by this power. Do you think you see fate? But in fact fate is manipulating you. Do you think you have lost your humanity? That is just a reason and an excuse for you to escape. Otherwise, tell me, Jonathan, why this photo is always in your beside. Every time you unconsciously move a step, one will appear. Carla suddenly took out a photo to Dr. Manhattan. That was Dr. Manhattan before he became like this, when he was still an ordinary person, and his ex-wife, a beautiful young woman who was more beautiful and younger than the current Silk Soul. Do you really think you don't love her anymore? Think about it, Jonathan. How many years has this photo accompanied you? Carla handed the photo to Dr. Manhattan, turned to look at the others, especially Silk Soul with complicated expression. Carla finds it interesting that she first took someone else's husband, and then she betrayed Dr. Manhattan, and now she is showing a bad look. Should it really be worthy of being the child of that pair of dogs and boys? The relationship between the original Silk Soul and the Laughing Craftsman was first known from the Militia era, which was the predecessor of the Watchmen, and it was not this group at that time. After taking a photo at a rally, the Laughing Craftsman almost raped the first generation of Silk Soul, but fortunately he was stopped by the hooded judge. But later, the first generation of Silk Soul still had a meeting with Xiao Zhang, and at the wedding of Silk Soul and his manager, there was a second generation of Silk Soul. Zero looking for flowers. Carla looked at Ye Xiao again. He was nothing more than that. He didn't have Luo Xiao's persistence and uncompromising belief, nor did he have the maturity and rationality of Pharaoh. As a student of superheroes, he is more suitable to fall in love with Silk Soul. That's right, that's it. Finally Carla nodded to Luo Xia. Luo Xia, come with us, and come with me to reveal the truth to the world, bring justice to those innocent people, and bring real justice and peace to this world. Perhaps means have nothing to do with justice, but these are extraordinary times, and I can only use extraordinary means. Luo Xia looked at Carla deeply, and finally he chose to walk over with unwavering steps. 00. Ye Xiao paid more attention to the meaning of Carla's words. You said you want to save those who died. Carla shrugged. I have to explain that God is not the only one in your world, and it's not just Jonathan who is God. Although I'm not the real God, I might still be able to do it temporarily by role-playing. Carla has already said her origin she is not from this world. Because it is not, she seems to be able to do as she pleases. Let me go too. Suddenly, Dr. Manhattan held the photo and came to Carla's side. Carla was a little surprised. Did she wake up so quickly? Dr. Manhattan looked at Carla and said emotionally, I still have something to witness. Witness what? Carla asked. But Dr. Manhattan has already refused to answer, but turned his head and said to Silk Soul, Lori, I thought I fell in love with you, but now it may not be the case. Maybe I just liked younger time at that time. It is derived from the pursuit of youth by quantum power. In fact, Dr. Manhattan, who is human, has never put down that photo from the beginning to the end. The photo of him and his ex-wife. When he decided to let go of his humanity on Mars, it was this photo that he left behind. And at the moment, Carla brought it back to him. Dr. Manhattan finally recognized his true heart. It's time to say goodbye, Lori and Dang Hang. In a dazzling blue light, in the headquarters of the Antarctic Pharaoh's base, in front of Silk Soul and Night Owl, Carla and the three left. They left those two there, and Ye Xiao had flown his plane, so don't worry about them. Speaking of which, when Luo Xia was investigating the death of the laughing craftsman, he also went to look for Ye Xiao, but Ye Xiao sent him away with a few words. Later, Si Hun went to find Ye Xiao, and the two of them were immediately overjoyed, and they flew out in a plane to fight for justice. I really don't know what to say, but now is not the time to think about it. When Carla landed, she was unstable and almost fell, so she immediately escaped the gravity and flew into the air, lowered her head angrily and shouted at the big blue bald head. Damn it, I told you not to use your method to move me. Sis can fly and teleport herself. Okay. She missed the 933 plan. She didn't expect Dr. Manhattan to move the entire universe so quickly, and moved them from the South Pole to the metropolis accordingly. Since the Watcher universe is a member of the DC universe anyway, and the city used is definitely fictional, so let's treat it as a metropolis. After Carla complained, she looked up and looked around. The explosive point of one of the devices was in the metropolis. The terrifying power of shockwave caused huge amounts of damage. The originally prosperous city was in a mess, and many people even died. Now there are countless people who are treating those injured, but no one knows how many people can survive, and many people are directly turned into fly ash. After all, they are quantum particles that are more terrifying than nuclear bombs. In theory, it is terrifying to be able to break down anything into the most basic molecules and atoms. Carla's sudden appearance was beyond everyone's expectation, especially since she was still flying in the sky, which frightened everyone who had just been attacked. Especially the figure of Dr. Manhattan, who has now become the public enemy of all mankind. But at this moment, Carla activated the green power of will with the blue light of hope, that is, there is a setting to increase the green light. In an instant, Carla enveloped the whole world with boundless green brilliance, and then, she created countless screens in the sky, which is equivalent to a global live broadcast. Flying in the air, Carla's appearance clearly appeared in front of everyone. My name is Carla, you can also call me Female Superman, but I want to use a more shocking name to let you instantly understand my position and meaning. How about using a female god from another world? Carla said it as a joke, but everyone didn't think it was a joke. Because of what she is doing now, everyone is horrified. Wouldn't it be impossible for anyone to do this? Maybe she really is God? Could it be that God is a beautiful girl? Carla didn't come to show off. She waved at Luo Xia and let Luo Xia fly with her own strength. She continued, just now, a disaster happened all over the world. Some people say it's Manhattan Dr. Manhattan. This is definitely wrong, because with the power of Dr. Manhattan, such a small scale is too small. He can even destroy the earth and then reorganize, and even create life. Carla is not exaggerating the power of Dr. Manhattan in business. In fact, Dr. Manhattan has been able to produce proteins, and even develop single cells, and further evolve life. But this process may take some time. Instead, creating a planet is much simpler. Carla doesn't care about other people's voices. This is her global live broadcast, and there is no barrage function, so she can speak whatever she wants, and others can only listen to her, and cannot refute. Then Carla asked Luo Xia to come to the screen, and found a notebook from nowhere. Luo Xia, this is your diary. Publish all the truth. In the meantime, Dr. Manhattan, we should also work on. After speaking, Carla left Luo Xia there alone, turned around and flew to the ground. As for her so-called work, just when everyone was at a loss, Dr. Manhattan and Carla acted. They controlled time, or reversed the time position of the place under attack. This is the first time Carla has controlled this power, and she was a little uncomfortable at first, and got some inspiration from Dr. Manhattan. Then, in front of people all over the world, everything that was destroyed in the metropolis was restored visible to the naked eye, and even the people and lives that disappeared were restored. Carla is responsible for the metropolis in front of him, and Dr. Manhattan is responsible for more. He divided himself into dozens of people and repaired all over the world at the same time. Finally, under the instruction of Carla, Dr. Manhattan also brought back the quantum device prepared by the Pharaoh. Coincidentally, Luo Xia also shared the contents of the recent investigation recorded in the diary. Before Luo Xia went to Antarctica this time, he had actually found out that there was a subsidiary company called Pyramids under the Pharaoh's company, and that organization was a dangerous organization that helped the Pharaoh accomplish many shady things, the main helper of things. Now the truth became clear. It was not Dr. Manhattan who went berserk and attacked humans, but the Pharaoh used these devices of Dr. Manhattan to create the illusion of Dr. Manhattan's power and attacked important cities around the world. For a while, everyone was criticizing the Pharaoh, and even the leaders of various countries breathed a sigh of relief. It would be worst if the godlike Dr. Manhattan turned into an enemy of mankind. But at this moment, after completing the rescue of what the Pharaoh had done, Carla flew back to the sky, smiled and faced the screens in every corner of the world, and suddenly said, "Don't be too happy. In fact, the matter is not over here. I just explained to everyone that the tragedy that happened just now has nothing to do with Dr. Well, it's really irrelevant." Carla didn't know what happened, and suddenly became incoherent, and no one knew what she was doing. In fact, Carla intended to let Dr. Manhattan threaten the world more intuitively, and use the power of Dr. Manhattan to deter everyone. The method used has the same effect as the Pharaoh, but it is not as cold-blooded as the Pharaoh. But Carla temporarily thought that he is not from this universe, and he will go back soon, so why bother Dr. Manhattan? Why don't you just let yourself do it? So Carla said with a smile, actually, I am the biggest threat. Because the outbreak of a nuclear war will destroy the current world, so I decided that in order to protect world peace, anyone who is qualified to initiate a nuclear war, within one day I want to kill them all. Then the next batch of people will also be killed. I want to kill 3 batches of people in charge in a row as a warning, can you please prepare 10 times?